Yo, 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 people, we're back with another edition of Three Men in a Vape fucking Submarine. I'm only joking. Three Men in a Vape show, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got a special guest this week. We've got the Flat Cap Vapor. He's not even from Yorkshire, but he's a Peaky Blinder. We've got our usual guest host?
Yes.
No, the host.
No. They've been demoted, Salford.
We've got our usual host, the wonderful Salford Vape. How are you, brother?
Not too bad, mate. Not too bad at all.
Good. And we have got the one and only PMN, Mr. Coyley.
That sounded really...
Where did I get P&M from?
I
Sounds like a bargain store, like B&M. Just for women. How you doing, brother? You all right?
I'm very, 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 very well, thank you.
Are you?
Yes,
Are you sure?
I am absolutely positive.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a fun-packed show for you tonight. Like I said, we've got a special guest. How are you doing, brother?
Yeah, good. Yeah, really good. Thanks for me on. Really excited.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Well, I'll tell you what, let's go straight away to the wonderful Simon, because he moans every week about what Salford's got. How many setups have you got this week?
Well, here we go. So
I'll just go to sleep now.
it's time for revenge. I am vaping on the Gate RTA, which I received from Mr. Nature Vape last week, which I'm really liking, mouth to lung, and that's on top of the Coral mod. And in that I have got... Oh, I can't guess it again.
Did he just say muff?
It sounded like it to me.
Muff.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
You just said muff.
It's muff what?
It's gone red.
I'm losing my mind.
Gone red.
I haven't a clue what type of muff you were talking about, but...
Fruity freak. I'm going to have to watch that back.
Is that a fruity muff?
Fruity freak in that one. I am also vaping on the Claymore mech mod. On top of that, I have the Kennedy 24, and in there I have the Vapor's Dozen Jammy Dodger, which I really like. I am also vaping on my Digiflavor Siren V2, which is another mouth to lung tank on top of the Aspire
Good tank.
Speeder mod. Yeah,
Good tank.
and in there, that's a bit leaky actually. I have Just Jam, Raspberry, favourite for me, mouth to lung tanks. What else have we got? I've also got the SX Mini, the SL class. On top of there, the off OF RF gear RTA. Inside that, Just Jam Raspberry Donuts. I'm a big fan of Just Jam. I'm also vaping on the. Are you enjoying this, Salford?
I enjoyed it when you started off with muff.
Keep going.
I'm just nodding off. I'm sorry.
The Orion Q still pod. In that, the Dinner Lady Lemon Nick Salt. Is that Nick Salt one? Yeah, Nick Salt one. I'm also vaping. Oh shit!
It's had the old cupboard out tonight, aren't they? You know everything.
Yeah. Do I know what batteries I'm using as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. The what's that called? The Aegis Legend, the special edition, sort of lightweight one, which I really like. Yeah. And on top of that, Aqua Reboot, Platoon Aqua Reboot on there, and in there, I've forgotten how much I like this. I had this a few months ago, and I just started vaping it again. Which is the Pancake Factory.
Yeah, Snickers. Oh, it's gorgeous, isn't it? It's gorgeous.
Some people don't like it. Big love, Zan.
just another half dozen to go, Salford.
That's all right. You carry on, Simon. That's fine.
This one's been over to Buried New Suit. This is the Mage 2019 on top of the can't remember what it's called. No, I'll have to remember what that is.
It's the Phantom.
Revs, yeah, that's it, on top of that. And in there, I am still vaping Moorish Puff. And this one is the Raspberry Custard.
Oh, he's on his puff again. He's on his puff again.
Yeah, and I like this one so much, I bought 2 more bottles of it this week. The Raspberry Custard, really nice.
Has it turned up yet?
Really enjoying that. Hey?
Has it turned up yet?
Yeah.
So what actual thing
Hey,
decides
label.
on it? Is it that circle one or the actual?
Both. I had the same place again. I got 2 more of these, and I got the apple. They do an apple one as well. I think the apple one was, and the apple one had the circle on it, and this one has the Ian and Jeff one.
The review's up tomorrow for that.
Again, all from the same supplier. So that's it. I'm done.
You sure? You
Yeah.
not got anything else left in covered?
I can go get some more off the shelf if you want.
Go on then.
No.
Anyway, on to the next Grumpy Vapor, Salford Vape Reviews. On the way.
Sorry, I haven't put my glasses on yet.
What are you
Hold
vaping on, Salford?
Well, 1 minute. I'm waiting for fucking Harry Potter to come back up.
Where's Wally gone?
Where is he? Where's he gone?
He's
Where's
on
he gone?
Vaping.
There we go.
Hey, there he is.
Hey, look at that.
Yes, Simon. It was correct then. TVP got that absolutely bang
spot
on.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, bang on. Right, I'm on my T18 as normal with my own tobacco in. I'm on the gate, but I've got the tree box, the zebra wood smock, old one, really nice. I had to play about with the airflow piece on this. I don't know if you have, Simon, but it's not made much difference to anything.
I've used it on the slit one up to now. Nothing else. I haven't used it on the little
me
hole
too.
one. Just used it on this one.
Yeah, I mean the adjustable one on the inside. Have you not had to play with that one yet?
No. Oh no, not too snake yet.
Yeah. I'm on the Shogun with a katana tank on, and I've got some nasty juice crap in here again, which isn't bad. Still got the Armour Prime out with the OBS Creus RDA that no one seems to bother about, which is a real good one. It's top airflow as well.
Which one's that one, Solve?
The OBS Creus.
All right, yeah.
Top airflow. As usual, the recurve Squonk with the goat on top, and in that some blue slush.
What's that goat like? Is it?
It's alright, I like it.
Is it?
Yeah, I really do like it. And as I move off that pint pot that I just knocked on the floor,
That the dog's now drinking.
I'm still on the old Banshee with the L Beast on, with that
What's it called? The Banshee?
the Sigurd Banshee.
I thought you said a Banshee.
No, Banshee. You know, the
Indian.
Irish woman that owls and what have you.
Oh.
Some of that juicy nerd stuff in that. That's all right. I've got the tower block as normal because that's out every day with the FP on top, and I've got some green slush in this one.
Bit of green slush.
Not finished. I've got the V-Boy out, and on top of that, I've got the hot rod for our guest for next week. Got a few points about this I need clearing up from him. Now I've got some vanilla mocha.
He's done this on purpose because of you,
Come
Simon.
on, Salford.
Not finished. I've got my little Yuma Puff Acme that I did a review for the other day with its tank. And in that I've got some just
And where can you
normal
find that
mocha.
review?
You can find that review on the Salford Vapor channel, along with about 240 odd other reviews and live streams. And get over there and subscribe, because I'll just pump myself out there. I don't care. And I thought I'd give Simon a break, and I haven't gone through everything else. I didn't put any of the mix up or anything, so I thought I'd just leave it at that for Simon for today.
What was your channel, Salford? I need to go and subscribe. I haven't subscribed yet.
It's the Salford Vapor. Or do you want
Is
me
it?
to do it in the long fashion? https://www.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, if we'd have got Nightbot working, it would have been coming up.
The Salford Vapor. How about that? Go on, Aidan. What are you vaping on, mate?
No, we'll go straight over to our special guest, but I'll tell you what, Nightbot is not working because I've got it up and it's just not working.
Right, well, you've got it up then. So click it to come off the channel and then click it to come back on.
Well, I'll tell you, we'll go straight over to the one and only Flat Cap Vapor. What are you vaping on, brother?
I'm not going to bother. These two are on enough for all of us, isn't they? No, I'm on the Drop Dead RDA on my Ages Legend and I've got a bit of Dark Stars Code Red, which is what I'm on all the time. I'm testing this out at the minute, the Profile Unity RTA. I've got that on the Jackaroo, and I've got a bit of, oh no, I've got Code Red in that again. And then I'm on my Coil Up Mage Mech with a Drop Dead RDA, and I'm trying out this, I've had it for a while. It's like a Sugar Daddy, it's like a blue raspberry jam donut.
What sounds like blueberry.
It just tastes like jam, but yes, yeah, it's all right.
Sorry, did
And
you
that's
say
it,
blue,
really.
blue raspberry?
That's it.
Did you say blueberry? Blue raspberry.
Let me check. It's blueberry.
Blueberry. Yeah, I'm sure blueberry.
Blueberry, yeah, blueberry. And that's it for me.
That's how to do it, Salford.
Yeah, no messing around.
I was only going to hold on. I was only going to do a couple, but I knew you'd come on and have loads. So I thought, that's it. Shall I empty my cupboards or not?
Do I have to press enable? It all says disable, but I'm not doing that, obviously. I've done join channel. Let's see what happens now. See if it all pops up here.
Yeah, it depends on how many lines come up before you get the first one in. How many lines you got set for?
We had two. We had every 10 minutes, so we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. If not, we'll just roll it and see what happens. It'll work. Right then, what's little bro vaping on today, people? We have got some Moorish puff raspberry, and I've got the Wasp Nano with the Vape Soul. I dragged that out. I love this mod. It's going on for at least a year and a bit since I reviewed it. You can actually find your phone by Bluetooth, and you can find the mod. Why you'd want that anyway, but you've got it. I'm starting to do what you're doing. I don't have to vape on it, do I? Well, I'm telling you what it is. Then also I've got the Moorish Puff Popcorn Sweet, which is quite nice, and I've got that on the Rinco Mantra X with the other Wasp Nano.
Aidan,
Yeah.
Aidan, do you think the popcorn in the Moorish Puff popcorn tastes like popcorn? Or do you find it's a bit...
No, what it
I
tastes
don't
like,
wanna
it
spoil
tastes
anything.
like burnt kernels.
Yeah, that's what I was finding.
Yeah.
It's got an odd
Yeah,
flavour.
so you've got like a burnt toast sort of taste to it. And then whatever tastes behind it, so if it's a raspberry or if it's a sweet, it's got like that sort of sweet taste. Or we've got the salted caramel and the peanut. You're just getting that on it with that sort of like burnt kernel sort of taste. If you ever done popcorn in the microwave and you know you got them bits at the bottom that you scrape up,
I
you
don't.
try not to get them little tiny bits that haven't actually popped and you break your teeth and stuff. That's what it's quite like. The Phantom with the Frosty Chew from TMB Notes. I'm on the back end of that. My trusty Tyro, or Tyro, whichever you want to call it, from Vaptio, which is really nice with some cheap-ass hang scent menthol in it, just because I like the taste. Then I've got the from Vapormon. I love the look of this one. It is such a nice little mod. And it fits the gate on it absolutely wonderful. I've not played around with the... Did you actually get different cylinders with it then?
No, you've got an Allen key at the top. You unscrew it from the bottom, the 510, flat out, and there's an Allen key at the top, and it adjusts the jet of air that's going up to the coil.
So you can either have that a 0.8 or a 1.2?
What, coil?
No, the actual airflow. You can either have it...
Oh, right, no, it's just a jet that you can move. If you imagine there's a cylinder and you've got another cylinder inside, you can move up and down. That's all it does, basically.
But the way they were talking was in that cylinder that it goes from a 0.8 mil to a 1.2 mil.
No, it doesn't have any difference in size.
If you have a little look on Google...
I pulled it up and it's just been the same.
Yeah, I ain't even played with it yet. I've had it wide open like...
Well, the air comes in at the side of it. You've got two big oval cutouts on the side, and then you've just got the jet that adjusts either up or down, nearer the coil or further away. Didn't make any difference really to me.
Yeah, I still like it though. Lovely mat to look.
I like the tank. Yeah.
Nice flavour.
Yeah, decent.
Very nice flavour.
It's got a bit of a true tank ring to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I thought I didn't think I'd be able to get used to that you undo the ring at the top.
Yeah.
I didn't know I'd be able to get.
It
That is
reminds
annoying,
me
though.
of Skyline, very much like the Skyline.
But honestly, it's never bothered me at all, hasn't that little? Because it takes you a lot longer to empty the tank than it does. I'm not bothered, and I only use it in the house as well.
So what we'll do is, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just have a little bit of shout-outs to people who are in chat. We have got the one and only Salford Vapor. Nice to have you here, brother. The Bobster. We've got Kev K. Nice to see you, brother. Ian Morgan. My one and only. Orion Braysons. Alan. Big love, bro. We have got the Flat Cat Vapor. Nice to see you. Horsham Heating. Nice to see you, brother. Peter. Vaping with TC. We've also got Vaping. Simon, Mr. Coily. The Lethal Coils. Nice to see you, brother. What else have we got? Chris Doyle, always nice to see you. UK Andy, Zan, big love Zan, big hugs to you, brother. We have also got Chris Doyle, big love, bro. We've got Mush the Snowman. We have got who else? We got the Vaping Scotsman. I love saying his name, Saint Cunty McFuck off. I just love saying that name. The Vaping Scotsman, MF, big love, bro. Hope you're okay. Who else have we got? We have got
Hip Hop Juice
down. Redbeard Vapors. We have got. I've gone from the top. We've got Eat My BB. Nice to see you, brother. Hip Hop Juice. Nice to see you, brother. Hope you're okay. I'm getting worse like a DJ or something. We're doing really well. Thank you very much.
Bill Richards. We can't forget Bill. Bill Richards.
Bill Richards. Yes, the one and only Bill Richards as well. Nice to see you all here. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do is before we get on to our special guest, we've got the Flat Cat Vapor. We're going to talk about how we started out reviewing and vaping, but we're going to go to the news first. So, which one do you want to do? Do you want to do the vape shops or do you want to do the?
Let's do the vape shop. I've lost my mouse. Hang on a second. My mouse has disappeared. Hey? No, it's disappeared.
We want hold of his mouse. What was he hold of?
Oh, hang on. Oh, my computer's just gone. One second, right.
Right, so we're doing the vape shops then, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, the vape shop's up, brother.
So, and the reason that
Oh, now I get it.
The reason I picked this one is because it's all about my big thing that I really hate is the oh God, putting me off. The lack of consistency about the message around vaping. So it says Chichester will be known for coffee shops and vaping reaction to new store in city centre. If everybody could see what's going on while I'm trying to read this news.
Well,
they're also polite.
There's nothing happening. We're back normal.
Yeah.
News that a vaping shop will be opening up in Chester has proved unpopular with some observer readers. Every Cloud Vape shop will move into premises in the Cathedral Courtyard on Saturday, March the 16th, the owners have announced. Sharing their thoughts on social media, some readers of The Observer were not too happy about the announcement. Nikki Louise Jones said there is already a few. Chichester is going to be known for coffee shops and vaping. It's getting pathetic now. Adrian Marden said that if there is enough demand, it will succeed. Just amazes me. They think they help people quit smoking. Lots of vapors seem too young to have this. To say this is a newspaper website, the grammar in this is horrendous. Lots of vapors seem too young to have ever smoked real cigarettes. Many comments also joked whether the shop will be selling coffee too. Ian Jessup said, "Another aren't there three already? I'm concerned about the long-term effects of vaping since you are putting a chemical and flavouring into your lungs and no long-term trials have been conducted. Remember that 60 plus years ago cigarettes were recommended for those suffering with coughs." Chris Jenkinson said, "Wow, how exciting. Not. What is the next headline going to be? Is it a shop? It is a shop, better than an empty shop, but seriously, how long will it last?" So it really, 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 really ground my gears, did that. So
the first point we've got to get here is the first thing that comes out all the time is about stubbies, which I've got to sort of agree with them in a sort of a way. Obviously, we've had it from 2006, maybe a little bit before. You can't tell what long term's going to happen to it, but the actual results that we've had from a hell of a lot of people, and it's just come out as well today about secondary vapor not being so not being harmful at all. There's nothing there. I think you need to take what's already there. And
Yeah,
run
but
with it.
there has been a long-term. There has been a long-term test, hasn't there? They have done that. There's something printed last month from a test that'll be going over 5 years.
Yeah, but that's not.
I think there's quite a
long-term,
few
is
out.
it, really?
Yeah, I think there's quite a few out this year. That they started in like 2014. So I think I read somewhere there's quite a lot of different reports coming out. So
Obviously, we don't know what
hopefully
it's going to be like in 30 years' time. If you didn't vape in 30 years, I won't be here then. But if you've been vaping for 30 years, we don't know what it's going to be like. They're ongoing tests, aren't they?
That's what I'm sort of saying. It's long term of like 10, 15, 20 years.
Yeah, but what about they'll come up with something's bad for you no matter. It's like bacon. How long have people been eating bacon? All of a sudden, however many hundreds of years later that we're eating bacon, bacon and processed meats cause cancer.
Well,
You know?
the other one today in Sky News on your app, if you go and look, that drinking tea too hot gives you 90% more chance of getting cancer.
Well, they say everything.
How stupid is that? And they're actually printing the shit.
Everything.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was a kid, it was go to work on an egg. In the 80s, it was all stop eating eggs to cholesterol.
Yeah, this is it. For me, you do what's right now, and maybe they did say smoking was good for a cough. I don't know whether that's true or not, but you've got to go what's right for now. And the scientists now, people keep sort of going on about this thing. Oh, people said that smoking was good for you, but the science that we have now, the technology that we have now, is able to study these things better than they've ever been able to do in the past.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're really worried about that, you'd never eat or drink anything, would you? Or do anything.
No, exactly. Absolutely bonkers.
You've got to think nothing should be put into your body.
That's what all the girls say.
I'm not saying anything.
Apart from muff. You shouldn't have anything in your body in such ways of like smoke and stuff. You're not built for it. You're not supposed to have it. Nicotine, you're not supposed to have. But the stimulants that people used to have in jungles and bits and bobs where we ever come from, or obviously I didn't mean jungle in that sort of way, but like if you're in the forest or stuff, you were taking certain stimulants way before.
Hallucinogenics, you mean?
Yeah. Find the mushrooms. But yeah, it's one of these things. But why wouldn't they want the high street with a store in it?
Well, this is it. It's snobbery. Whereabouts is Chichester? At my geography, it's shocking.
I tell you what, if I were drunk, I could never say I were there from it. You know what I mean? Where you from?
Chichester. I don't know where it is.
I'm down there near my mum. But yeah, the biggest high street sort of stuff nowadays is hairdressers, nail bars, and takeaways.
We haven't seen them.
And for us, it's pound shops and card shops.
So the best thing about it, we're all skint, we've got long hair, and we're all fat. That's high street.
And that's just me, yeah.
I think it's good to getting the bricks and mortar stuff in there. I'm not a big fan of mixing vaping with head stores, like with bongs and stuff like that. I would rather them just stick to vaping.
Yeah.
But then, your vape shops, a lot of them are like you did say, they're a social gathering place as well now. As well as it is, for me, going to the vape shop is like going to the pub. You can go and talk to people. You can, you're all like-minded together, and it's a nice place to go.
Yeah. Well, he's at the Vape Lounge in Liverpool. He has cakes and coffee and places to sit and all that lot in his shops.
Yeah. That's what it's a nice time, and I'll go up on a weekend usually to my local vape shop, and I'll sit in there and chat away, and it's a really nice atmosphere.
Well, do you not remember we had a similar thing? People moaning about cyber cafes when they was popular. About taking up the shops, and all these cyber cafes have started up.
I'm too young to remember those, Salford.
What was that, Simon?
I said I'm too young to remember those, Salford.
You bleeding wish.
I don't know about you guys, Flat Cap. I don't know about you, mate. Sometimes when you've actually gone into these vape shops and you've got these people such as Simon and that all sat around laughing and joking, it can be a little bit intimidating. If you're looking in for say an RDA or something like that. You know, when they all come in, do you find it a bit intimidating or?
Well, I think maybe for someone trying to get into vaping, it could be a bit, a bit much, a bit intimidating.
Plenty of shops I've walked into, and we've said it plenty of times that they've all got the mates, they've got that clique.
Yep.
And you feel a little bit intimidated when you walk in.
It's
It's not so bad for you, Simon. You're 6'4".
That's
Yeah,
what
no,
I was going
but-
to say. You would do if you went in the shop and Simon was stood there, wouldn't you? You know, it was like that.
There's like this misconception about vapors as well, in that they're all big blokes with great big beards and long hair, and which is
Yeah,
That's
and
just
as you
Bill
can see,
Richard.
I'm just a stereotypical vapor, as you can see.
But yeah, no, I find it sometimes. I've been into vape shops.
Power to my earphones. Hold on.
He's lost his earphones. Are we
Yeah.
back? Are we back? We've got trouble. NASA,
It's
are we
died.
back? Are we back? Hello.
I'll just move on to the emergency.
Still can't hear you.
Will you?
He's on to emergency one.
Channel
How
7.
dare you diss the beard,
Are you
Mr.
back?
Coyley?
What have I missed?
somebody just
I
said.
knew this Bluetooth thing was a bad idea.
Jimmy Wright's just said
Sorry
in
about that.
Jimmy Wright's just said in chat, Flapcap is a giant man. He's about 6'7".
Are you 6'7"?
He's a nice man.
No, I've lost you again.
We've
on.
got the wonderful Devil Vapor in as well. Lovely to see you, bro.
Yeah, sorry, Dean, I wasn't. I've got a beard as well,
I
and
wish
you have.
I wish I could do the poem sort of stuff. What he does, he's absolutely fantastic on the UK Vape Show. I love that bit, and it's one bit that I wait for to watch because
Yeah.
he is absolutely brilliant at reading them and also picking them up. And he also, I'm not going to mention what the poem was, but he did one privately to us, which was absolutely funny as anything. So yeah, big love to you, Dino. Love you loads, mate. But yeah, the best actor of 2018 as well. He got a penis award.
Who did?
He did, yeah. Have you not seen his penis?
No.
Wooden penis.
His wooden penis looks absolutely fantastic.
Have I missed that?
Yeah, you need to go and check the wooden penis.
Now to ask the question, have you seen it up close, Aidan?
Well, when we went to Jam, we were pretty close, but not that close.
Kind of thing.
Not close
Same.
enough to touch it anyway.
No
Saint-
splinters then.
No.
Saint Cunty Mac fuck off. That's charming. That really is.
I'm
I
back.
said muff at the beginning of the show. That one's working, bro.
Are they working?
Yeah, sorry guys.
Sorry, we was only calling you. I mean, we was only talking about you.
He's
I
back
missed everything
in.
then.
But yeah, the thing about obviously
back
we vape shops, if they don't understand it, do you think the Observer in Chichester, or whoever it is,
Chichester.
Chichester.
Chichester,
Chichester.
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 is, do you think the editor has got something against vaping?
I don't know whether it's the editor, but obviously the people in Chichester itself have got something against vaping. But again, it's like I said, it's the same. It's the same thing. It's this misunderstanding about vaping. It's that they don't know what it is. They don't know enough about it, and nobody seems to be going. Everybody that vapes, everybody that watches vape shows, knows about vaping, knows everything about it, but nobody else is communicating it out apart from, the NHS. It's being promoted as a way to stop smoking. But again, I still don't think there's enough communication out to tell people.
There's not enough public information, is there, out there?
It's the same thing I get sick of every day. Vaping causes. My mother sends me messages. Oh, I've just seen this on Facebook. Vaping causes popcorn lung. Vaping causes this. Vaping causes that.
If we go back to last week's show with the news that you brought about the NHS, though, about 55% of them were actually banning people from vaping outside of the actual hospital. Again, it just shows you there's different opinions, because obviously they're run like a business like anything else now, the NHS. If one group thinks that vaping shouldn't be done there, they have to go out the grounds. One group says it's okay, and one group says it isn't. There should be just one actual message all the way down the line.
There was something on the TV the other day. I was watching. It was about medicinal marijuana, and there was some kids. There was one girl on there who suffered from epileptic fits. I think she has 300 epileptic fits every day, on average.
Oh,
And medicinal marijuana would cure that. But what they were saying is I can't remember, they had some representative, I don't know, it was from the NHS or one of the sort of health bodies saying that we can give directives to clinicians, doctors, GPs, whatever, as much as we like, but ultimately the decision remains with them. If that clinician does not want to prescribe that particular drug for that particular person because they think it's in their interest, that's their choice. It doesn't matter what we say, all we're giving is guidelines.
What we also have to remember, if it's a GP, they're getting paid for pushing certain drugs as well. You know, they go where the money
without
is.
a doubt.
They go where the money is.
Just to just somebody in chat, Kai Wilson, and also I just want to say thank you very much to all the moderators for everything you do on there. Ryan, everybody, thank you so much for welcoming everybody in. It was Kai Wilson. They anything you do can kill you. I drive a bus. I bet the fumes I sit in all day will kill me. There you go. It's one of the biggest things. You walk outside. And you imagine, I live just off a main road, and it's like the A19, and you imagine half the crap that's coming out of them trucks, the cars, and everything else that you're breathing in.
is he talking about fumes while he's on the bus, or is this like when he's at home?
Devil vapor. My doctor actually pushes me crack.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Fuck off, Dino. You'd be more interested.
I'm going to your doctor, mate.
I give him the doctor. Sorry, go on, Flat Cap. Sorry, mate.
No, that was it.
No, but the fumes, exactly what you're saying. The fumes, anyway, on every day where you're walking around is going to be a lot worse than what you're vaping.
Yeah.
How many times you stood next to a bus and you've had that? Oh, Jesus!
Yeah. But
excuse me, gentlemen. I don't know why that's gone off.
Salford, how dare you? How very dare you?
Well, it's the same with like mobile phones. And they've been out that long, really. We don't know the real long-term effects of mobile phones yet. Everyone's got one.
Yeah. There's all that thing sticking inside of your head.
There's all that thing going around. Mobile phones give you brain cancer. I wonder if you have them too close to your head, they're going to kill you. And it's like I said, they seem to want to communicate. The government seem to want to communicate some stuff out as much as they possibly can. Other stuff they don't seem to want to. Well, I'm saying the government, but the bodies that are responsible for these things just don't want to.
Don't set me off on this conspiracy stuff, because it is George Orwell 1984, isn't it? And I'll tell you, if you can't see what's happening to us, it's you're blind. The amount of the way the media is controlled and everything that we're doing is just really bad.
Yeah, exactly. But the propaganda as well, it's pushed by the media. You know, you look at the Daily Mail, Dean's just said it, Devil Vapor. If you read the Daily Mail, everything gives you cancer. That's just exactly what I was going to say. You know, worst offenders, the Daily Mail, the Sun. One day the Sun's, you know, saying e-cigs are good for you, and then the next minute it's the Sun. When you read their articles, they come out with these good news vape articles. Vaping's good because it does this, and then underneath that they have another section which says, but this is what can happen, and it winds me right up. I don't, but it's just if I see something that somebody's posted or whatever. It's fine.
So apparently, Flat Cap, you are a lookalike like David Beckham.
Dean's obviously on a wind up tonight.
No, Dean's also stroking the phallus.
Yeah. He's purely on a wind-up, definitely.
I love it when he's on a wind-up, though. That's what it's about. That's what he's about. He's a good kid. Good
just MF vapes as so does masturbation. No, I don't know about that. MF.
What's that? I don't know what that word is.
No.
To expand on that.
Expand it. That's what he does when he rubs it.
I've answered my own question.
Are you married?
Yeah.
Well,
married.
You should know what masturbation is. Son. The other one's a new dress. Right. The other one is that in San Francisco. Do you remember that one?
Yeah. San Francisco moves to ban e-cigarettes until health effects known. I won't go on for ages with this one. Officials in San Francisco have proposed a new law to ban e-cigarette sales until their health effects are evaluated by the US government. The law appears to be the first of its kind in the US and seeks to curb a rising usage by young people. I get absolutely sick of this excuse. It's all about young people.
Yeah, I do as
Critics, however, say it will make it harder for people to kick the addiction. The second city law would make was bar making, selling, or distributing tobacco on city property and is aimed at an e-cigarette firm renting on Pier 70. Sorry. A second city law would make selling or distributing tobacco on city property. Last week, the Food and Drug Administration, the national regulator, released its proposed guidelines giving companies until 2021 to have their e-cigarettes products evaluated. A deadline had initially been set for August 2018, but the NC later said more preparation time was needed.
Now, obviously, San Francisco was one of the first to ban smoking completely outside, wasn't it? Or in public places?
I don't know.
I think people might be able to tell me in chat. I don't know if you know Flat Cap. I think it was one of the first places to stop smoking completely. Do you think they've spent the budget? Do you think they've spent 3 or 4 years in front of what they thought they were going to get from cigarettes? Or
I don't know. You would think that, because there's another story somewhere doing the rounds about President Trump wanting to put a fee, isn't he, on cigarettes as well? Yeah. So it seems contradictory that you know you got one person say we're going to put a fee on it, then you've got another state saying, or another city or whatever saying that we're going to ban it. It just seems completely there's sort of one story then another story, and I honestly feel sorry for the Americans that you don't know where you stand from one minute to the next. It must be so complicated. It's the same in Australia, isn't it? Going across different states have different laws. Absolutely bonkers, crazy.
For them to completely and utterly say we're going to ban it completely. Now, we talk about this all the time. They're the land of the free. It's a democracy.
That's what I always say,
we send millions and millions of troops to different countries to liberate them. And then all of a sudden we're now going to tell you that you can't vape.
Yep.
But we'll let IQOS and all the other bits and big tobacco do whatever they want to do. Why would you want? Just say if kids are vaping. Now, you're always going to have, like we've always spoke, kids are going to try stuff, whether it's drugs, alcohol, or whether it's vaping or smoking, whatever. They're going to try it. All of them did it. The numbers are way down from what it was years and years ago, from when I were a kid and when you were a kid, when Jesus were here.
I didn't say that time.
No.
My apologies, guys.
Talking to you. But yeah, that's the thing. Aiden is Techland and free. Yeah.
Free to do what I tell you. Yeah, exactly.
Land of freedom doesn't exist anymore. Nowhere does. No freedom of speech even in this country now. You try at Hyde Park Corner.
Sorry?
I said you've no freedom of speech here in this country now. Try it at Hyde Park Corner.
Yeah, you see, I don't think it was Hyde Park Corner, where it's the bench or something. No, where they used to stand up and all talk.
Hyde Park Corner.
I did watch something the other day, which was, I know it's completely going off of vaping, but there was a bloke from the Catholic Church who was stood up on a great big box. That's what I'm going to say what it is, box. And he was preaching the gospel of whatever it is, whatever church he was from, and which I've seen them all the time for years and years. They stand there and you walk past thinking, please don't give me a leaflet, please don't give me a leaflet. It's a bit like Expo. And but the police actually moved him.
Yeah,
did they?
Quite a few have been arrested. Christian ones that are not being racist here, saying that they're causing disturbance.
Yeah, I couldn't believe they actually moved him, because the old bloke I must have known since I've not gone up and smoked him but I've seen him since I must have been about 6 years old, and he's always gone there every Friday or something like that, and then they moved him. It was quite strange to see that happen. Well, I'll tell you what, we've talked about the news a lot, and I think it's about time we got something a little bit lighter, don't we think, lads?
Before we do that, Aidan, are we doing what we said we were going to do? Because we haven't said anything about it yet.
Which bit? Oh, what, the giveaway?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't seem to be working, but we'll try it. Should we do the
We'll
first
do it again.
giveaway?
I'll think up a quick... No.
I can't understand why Nightbot's not working on your channel.
Should we see if... Can everybody just put flat cap? There's a giveaway. Can everybody just
tell them what it is?
You don't win a flat cap.
No, you don't win a flat cap. So
No one's one of them.
What I put in, which is is that if you can put flat cap in, if that doesn't work, we'll come up with some other way of doing a giveaway. What we've got is we've got a starter kit which is now covered in wine because I knocked it over. Is the SQ quick kit, and we have also got 300ml of juice, which is the Moorish Puff Sweet.
Oh, I'm going to enter.
Raspberry. And then we have got 250ml of the salted caramel. Also, to part of this competition, please get yourself over to Flat Cap and subscribe. So if somebody, one of us mods or Simon or Salford, could just get his channel and just start spamming it as much as we can, because we want to get him up to a few more subs than what he's got. So please, if you haven't gone over to Flat Caps, please get over there and sub to the man. He's an absolute corking reviewer. Some brilliant shots. He knows what he's on about, and he's a right nice kid as well.
Not really.
So yeah, we've got, like I said, the S1 quick kit from Steeped, and we've got 300ml of juice. And I think you've got a bit of a giveaway as well, haven't you?
Yeah. Do you want me to say what it is now, or do you want me to wait till later?
Tell them what's coming up, especially if this works.
So, I have, of course, a Coily. Not a personalised one, but the new Masala colour. Coily with Coily on it. So there's Coily as part of that. There is also a
Thanks, Chris.
brand new sealed Vandy Vape Bonza RDA 1.5
Leave me to it.
in gunmetal. There is also a pack of canna cotton. And there is also a tin of, I think there's, bear with me.
Simon, you've got a bit of red fluff on your head. Yeah, that bit. Just stuck to your Velcro. I've been there, but you were Malaysian.
You're okay, Fluffer. Is it okay? Okay, Fluffer.
A tin of Nature Vape 3-quart parallel fused Clapton coils.
So
you have
the first one is going to be the giveaway from me, which is 300ml of juice and a starter kit. If you don't want the starter kit, give it to somebody to set them off. Put Flat Cap in there, and I'm going to try my best.
And give people a chance. Give people a chance to cool it down.
We're going to do it now. Well, I'll tell you what, before we do that, we've got plenty of time, ish. We're going to go straight over to Flat Cap. How did you start vaping, brother?
How did I start vaping? I had a newborn little boy about 5 years ago, and he was a couple of months old, and I could just sick of the smell, sick of it. So I just went to a local vape shop, and I was well looked after. And 48 hours later, I'd binned everything, and I was vaping.
So how long ago was that?
About 5 years. Yeah, 4.5, 5 years. Yeah. So that's bit of willpower, but that's what it's all about.
What was your first setup?
It was I think it was an E-Leaf or a Kangatech, small, tiny little tank, tiny little kit. I don't know what happened to it really. I wish I kept hold of it, but it's only since I got into this that I've kept hold of stuff. So yeah, I can't remember exactly what it was. I kind of moved up pretty quick with a lot of the E-Leaf kit a couple of years ago, and kind of stayed at that for a while. But yeah, I'm trying to think what it was called. The first thing I bought. Pretty sure it was Kangatech, one or the other.
Something Kangatech.
Definitely.
What sort of got you into the reviewing? Because how long have you been doing that now?
Not long. No, I've only been reviewing since the new year, really. Way before Christmas, I wanted to get a mech mod. I thought, I'll just get something cheap because I knew what I was doing with Ohm's Law and whatnot, but I thought I'll just start on something cheap. So I bought this coil art, and I couldn't find many reviews out for it. And I thought, well, do you know what? I'll just do a review myself once I've got it. So I put this, it's still on my channel, I put this video review out of it. And thinking I was the best reviewer ever, I sent it to eSig Click, because they said on their website, if you want to review, and I sent them this email saying, check out my video, I'm happy to do reviews for you and this kind of thing. And to my amazement, they got back in touch and said, well, send us a proper written review something, and then we'll go from there. And that's literally how it started. Next thing I know, they started sending me bits. So it's kind of all just happened pretty
They're
quickly.
nice people at EC Click.
Oh, unbelievable! Yeah, really looked after me.
I think Dino was at number 4. I got number 10. You know,
Right.
Dino, Devil Vapor, he got number 4 and I got number 10.
Yeah,
So how long have you been
nice
doing?
people.
How long have you been doing it?
he was 5. Dean was 5. He was 5th, wasn't he, this year?
Oh, he's absolutely brilliant.
I only started reviewing in I think my first video went out middle of January.
Right.
So yeah, not very long. So I'm kind of learning as I go, really.
If you are watching this on the catch up, please just press that little button and make sure you go and give him a subscribe. We're going to talk a little bit more, but I'm going to see if this first giveaway will work. What I'll do is I'll go into the Salford. If I go into the giveaways, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I've lost chat. He's
Yeah, just disconnected, didn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's back up now.
Right, so keeps going away. I don't know why it keeps going away.
I can't get it. It's all chat back. It's died on me.
Has that worked? Anything?
I couldn't tell you because I've got no chat at anything, so I don't know if it's run it and shown it at anything.
I can't see anything.
Mine said it was disconnected, but then it connected again.
I'll hold it.
Mine's not connecting at all.
Right, we're going to do it a different way then. It's not worked again. No bloody damn Nightbot. Oh, I might be disconnected. It might be working. Can anybody in chat just say hi, just so we know that you're there? The last one I've got is Devil Vapor.
Yeah,
that's
what
what
as well.
I've got, we're still streaming, so
Yeah, we're
unless
still
the
streaming
chat's gone,
without chat.
I don't even know if
It's like we've
people
lost
are
chat.
Wow, what a time for the chat to go with. Draw.
I've just tried typing in chat and it says error. Try again.
Oh dear. It's down to YouTube then, isn't it? It's not down to stream. Sorry, something went wrong.
there. So what do we do?
Try reloading the page. I've done that 4 times up to now.
Are we still streaming?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still streaming. We've just lost chat.
Right, people. We've obviously got a problem with chat. There's something not right.
Can we restart the stream?
We can do, but we're like 52 minutes into it. Do we want to do it on the Facebook page?
I know.
Right,
Chat.
it's working. It's
Keep my
working. It's
BBs,
working.
Yours is back, is it?
Yeah.
Keep my BBs on.
Yes, mine's just come back as well.
Hey, you're back.
Yeah, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. I ain't got a clue what happened there.
Oh, weird.
Right,
Shall-
but Aidan, in Nightbot, did it have everybody who entered in the keyword?
Let me just go into where will that? No, unfortunately, chat embedded isn't available for your YouTube yet.
Hey? That's not right. Something wrong there because I've done my draws on it without any problem.
Should we try iWinner?
You could do, but unless you've got something connected in there for it.
If not, I know exactly what we're gonna do. Oh shit! iWinner. It's not there, is it?
No, because you've not got anything in the command.
Okay, the first person who tells us how long Flat Cap has been vaping wins the first prize. I think that will work.
It may do.
Restart Nightbot and work again.
Ryan's braces, I think, was the first.
Yeah.
Is that right? We're restarting now, but obviously, yeah, that's the winner. So is Ryan Braces the first winner?
Ryan's Braces was the first person to say
Yep.
5 years.
Yep, 5 years. Well done, Ryan's.
Right, we're joined. So, should we try for I winner commands? Should that work or?
We haven't got anything set up for it. I've been in commands, I don't think. I can try it.
Orion's is piffing it as well.
Right.
Who was the second?
Vaping Scotsman.
Yep.
Vaping Scotsman.
Active users.
I think Ryan's wants to piff it.
Yeah.
We'll be piffing all night.
Piffed.
He's a bit piffed.
So, Mush the Snowman. No, who's got it?
Vaping Scotsman, I think.
Vaping Scotsman, yeah.
Yeah.
With the
Second one.
correct answer.
We will get Nightbot working. It's just one of them things. We've tried, and for some unfound reason, it does not like me.
No, it doesn't.
I'm going to think of a question for my one.
Well, do you think we should do something that people put on on our Facebook page?
Trouble is, there won't be a lot of people on it at the moment. I'll think of a question when it's ready for to do my giveaway. I'll think of a numeric question.
Guys in chat, if you haven't been and liked the page, go on to the Three Men in a Vape page and give it a like, and also join the
three-man group.
So, Flat Cap, what do you see your channel moving into? I tell you what, you've got some brilliant camera work. I'm loving your up and closey bits. I'm loving the way you're showing the products. And I tell you what, your camera sharpness is absolutely fantastic. How did you get around to it? I love your background as well.
Well, you do know I'm in my garage, right?
I'm
in a damp, cold garage. Yeah. No, I'm just using a camcorder and the webcam really, and just trying to do the best I can with it. You know, like all of us really. Just trying to make it look appealing and show people a thing or two, I suppose.
So
but
is that your scooter behind you?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm a bit of a scooter boy. It's a modern one, but I've had Vespas and stuff in the past. But yeah. The hard bit for me in the whole reviewing thing is the knowledge you guys have got on some of a lot of the stuff that come out, before now. I've always been into vaping and that kind of thing, but I've never really, kept tabs on everything that's coming out. So some of the reviews, people are talking about, oh, this drip tip, oh, it's similar to a device that came out 3 years ago. I'm like, man, I've got so much to learn. I've got so much to learn. But, taking each day as it comes, I suppose.
Right.
Did you follow a lot of shows then? What did you watch? Or who was the reviewers that you watched?
Well, to be honest, I was a bit of a silent watcher. I kind of dropped in and out of different reviewers, watching whatever I was interested in. I was more watching if I was interested in a mod, I'll search on YouTube and I'll just click on whatever one I fancied. So, when I eventually kind of got into the reviewing thing, I was watching reviews from it and I was going, oh, I remember seeing one of his videos before, so I'd never really kept tabs on who was who and, what was what, but it kind of come to light when I got into reviewing myself. So, yeah.
Are you thinking about coming to Expo?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to Expo on the Saturday, yeah, I can't wait, absolutely can't wait.
Brilliant.
I said to my wife, because I don't have many friends that are vapors, and I said to my wife, and I've got tickets, and I've got tickets for a Vape Expo in May. I said, I don't know who to invite. And she went, no, she doesn't vape, she doesn't smoke, nothing like that. She's not interested. Every time I talk about vaping, she rolls her eyes, bless her. And she's like, oh, I'll go. She's like, it's a day away from the kids. So, yeah, she's coming along with me. She's looking forward to it as well. So, yeah, can't wait.
Well, all of us will be there. Make sure you come and grab
all
of us.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Just to Vaping Scotsman, if you message Little Bro Vapes, if you go onto one of my videos, which you've been on before, just find the email, send me your address, and I'll get it out this Tuesday. See you, mate.
Bobster, I think you're wrong there. I think more the sound and the looks of James Blunt.
James Blunt.
I'm getting a lot of David Beckham comments.
No, you talk
Could
properly.
be worse. You could look like Where's Wally?
Yeah.
No, we've already got someone that does that. They've got the
Yeah, Christian Bale. Yeah, I can see
Christian
that. Rob.
Bale.
So, where do you feel that your channel's going to go? Are you going to do any
yeah.
lives, or are you going to do out, or?
Yeah, I hope so. I've got ideas, but I mean, it's still really early days. Like I say, I'm still kind of learning on the job. So I'm just trying to take it real naturally, and just let things progress naturally. You know, I'm not trying to push things too hard. But I'm quite excitable. I get excited about something, and then I go in hard on it. So you know, it's I have to try and take a step back sometimes. Go one step at a time, Gaz. You know, so. Yeah, I'm just enjoying it. I'm just trying to enjoy it. I'm not put pressure on myself.
The way I sort of got into it was I did a hell of a lot of juice reviews. That's how you got into it.
Yeah.
Nowadays, there's just like loads of reviewers there, where there wasn't loads of reviewers when I first come in. Or my brother, you know what I mean? When he first started, there were even less. You started off with like juice reviews, and then you went into the hardware.
Yeah.
And that's how you got into it.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I've been really lucky that Click started sending me bits. Otherwise, I'd be in that. You know, I'd be doing exactly that, juice review after juice review. You know, they kind of got me going.
We still bought stuff. You know what I mean?
You
buy the stuff and you review it. The format was when I first started, like you did 3 reviews or 2 reviews a week, 3 reviews a week, and you did them religiously. Now it's all changed a little bit for me. I do it whenever I can fit it in.
yeah.
That's how it works. It's but it's fun though, isn't it?
Oh yeah. I'm enjoying it. Really enjoying
I'll tell you what, when you get involved in the community, when you turn up in May, mate, you're just gonna love it. It's gonna be. Is it your first expo?
Yeah, first expo. Yeah. And you're right about that's the thing that's kind of surprised me the most. Is like I said before, I never really used to be involved with chat or anything. I'll just watch a couple of reviews, and kind of getting into the community and the way people are. I was surprised. I said recently about other reviewers, you know, like yourselves, kind of welcoming me in and, you know, supporting me, and I thought it was going to be quite competitive, which you know.
It never used to be competitive, but nowadays it is a little bit competitive. Every years ago, every reviewer used to help everybody else out. Now it's got a little bit more competitive. But the thing is when you turn up, you know, like me, Mark, and Dino's been in there, Vic, all the lads, Chris, they're exactly the same. They're all lovely blokes, and you'd be welcomed in, mate. Honestly.
Oh, that's great.
It's a good giggle as well.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. Well, one thing that does wind me up is people, like, if you're reviewing products for whoever, and so, you know, you give them a mention, and people go, oh, sell out, you're just trying to get stuff off of them, you know, you're just sucking up to this company, that company. It's like, well, no, I'm just, they're sending me something, and I'm reviewing it. That's as simple as it is. You know, that's the only
We've got Dino in chat. He deals with him really well, and he's really good at stuff like that. And I think he had it on Twitter.
Oh, he is brilliant on Twitter. Yeah.
I think somebody were trying to slag him off about what he'd got and what he hadn't got. Now, when Dino first ever started, he bought a lot of his own stuff and he did his bits. Now, if people send it, he's there to review it, and he's banging out the same as Vic. I won't say TVP because he doesn't bang them out that often nowadays. More joking, bro.
He's had like two in 2 days,
though. Banging them out all the time. What's that done?
that's just finished.
Do you bet that happens normally?
A Coily is born.
Ooh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Jay Stocksbridge in. The wonderful. I've got his stuff here as well. I want to say a big thank you. Big package of all. You've got some as well, didn't you, Salford?
No, I don't get. Oh yeah, sorry, yes I did. Yeah, James did. Yeah, they're all here. I've got them to do. Yeah, I did put it up on site.
I have actually give 2 away to one of my friends who are massive custard fans. I have give 2 away to them.
Right.
See another one, MF. they forget to realise how much time and effort it takes to make a review. And even if you don't like it, you've got to test it for a week or two.
I had no idea.
MF, you are totally, mate. I tell you, just hit the nail on the head. That's what I was trying to get out. And they also don't realise that you sit in front of this camera, and if your mouth's not working, especially when you talk as fast as I do, and you're trying to get everything out done, it doesn't always work. So you could maybe I could do 100 takes. And it might be the start of it. Me going, yo, yo, yo. Oh, fucking hell, why have you just said that way? So bang, I'm going to go again. And then you do it, and I do it a little bit different to you lot, because obviously you do the up and closey. I have to refilm it, because I can't do the up and closey. I have to refilm it to its side. Then I have to imprint it on my actual review. And then you've got to push it out. And then you've got to spam it, put it wherever it needs to be. That could take 3-4 hours, 5 hours, maybe even more. And the people don't realise that.
It's easy for people to criticise when they don't actually sit there and do it. I
always forget stuff. When I did
we all do.
When I did my Jackaroo review, I forgot to vape on the damn thing. I had to like cut it in the middle of the video. I was like, oh, God. That's the most important thing.
We all forget to give some point of information that we've sat in front of us to make sure that we're going to do.
Yeah.
We all do it. Me and Aidan do it often.
MF, I'll tell you what, MF is one of the biggest ones you need to look at. Is because he started off, he used to use his phone. That's what he used to use. Oh, really? So it wasn't like he had cameras and like how... I used to use a little camera like you did, but a crappy one. But MF started off on his phone. The majority of his stuff on his phone, and the quality that he got, absolute corking reviews. But yeah, it's hard work.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, it takes so much of your time, and like my brother, it takes over your life. You know what I mean? Because my brother goes to work and then he reviews.
Yeah.
That's why my juice reviews, I try and bash them out in less than 3 minutes, because it's just too stressful just editing otherwise. You know. 8
months. You were just saying that, MF. 8 months. 8 months.
8 months. On his phone. Wow. Yeah.
To get his reviews out, and you got to think he was doing the up and closes with it, and then he was doing his straights as well.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. A lot of us have paid our dues. I haven't got a lot of money. I'll tell you, it's the straight. I've got 4 kids. And I've got a wife, and I've got a home and a family. I had to buy a computer. You have to buy your lights, your stuff. You don't just get it given over 6 months. You know what I mean? You have to work for it, don't you, Salford?
Yeah, well, I'm 20 months in, and I'm only just starting to get the odd item here and there. You know,
it's hard work.
It is.
But I'll tell you what, the hat's off to you, or the flat cap off, to the quality of your videos, mate.
Oh, no, I appreciate that. No, yeah, I'm just... You know, like I said, I thought it was really competitive when I come in, so I immediately thought, right, I need to set a standard for myself now. But obviously, I'm trying to learn how to review as well. So, yeah, it's been pretty intense. But no, I'm just trying to do the best I can, and you know, be as honest as I can.
Backing it. It's like Adam were backing you last week. Adam's an absolute fantastic bloke.
Oh yeah, unbelievable.
Obviously, I've spent a lot of time with him on Last of Summer Vapes, and. He thinks the world of you. He thinks that you're a really good reviewer.
He's a lovely bloke. Yeah, no, he's a real nice guy. Yeah.
Simon, any questions?
No, I haven't got any. I've enjoyed listening. I'm a good listener.
Yeah, I know. Apparently, so
what do you say, Salford? Hey?
What was that?
I love Ellen. No, Ellen's lovely. His wife's absolutely lovely.
Well, if it weren't for Simon, I wouldn't be on this tonight, so thank you, Simon.
Yeah, more than welcome. Good to have you on.
Yeah, no, it's been absolutely fantastic. I've really enjoyed it. Simon, what we're going to do about this giveaway, we're going to leave it till next week, or...?
No, we'll do it. We'll do it. I've got a question, and the first person to answer the question right gets... I'll tell you again. It is that
Once again, people, if you need to get over to Flat Cap and support him...
Yeah, come give him a sub. He's a good reviewer.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Masala coily, new colour, just not personalised, already branded coily. Can of cotton, full pack of, sealed. Vape Bonza, RD8.
I'm using Canada in this today.
Ooh,
you said you didn't like it.
Bonza.
Well, I'm giving it a try in different things.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bill.
Bonza 1.5 RD8 and a tin of Nature Vape, 3-core, parallel, fused Claptons. There's about, I think there's either 6 or 8 coils in there.
Just
So.
go back over what you've done because that was quite quick. Look at what you're going to get, people.
Sala Coily. Brand new colour. Can of cotton, full pack and sealed. Vandy Vape, Bonza, RDA sealed, 1.5. And a tin of Nature Vape 3-core parallel fused Clapton coils, which I think there's 6 or 8 coils in the tin. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've got to get over to Flatcap and subscribe to him as well. What is the question?
The question is, since I owned the online coily store, how many orders have I processed? And the number is between 1 and 100. And we'll see how close people get.
Right, so you want numbers to start coming up then, don't you?
Yeah, I'll send you a...
So
you
then,
can put the
Gaz,
numbers in
what
there.
do you do in your day life? What do you work as?
I'm an electrician.
Oh, wicked.
Ah,
Yeah, I'm a director of an electrical company. I've got 2 business partners, and yeah, so I know all about Ames law, which is probably why I'm made for vaping. I think that's why I love it so
Yeah.
much. I'm just made for it. It runs in my veins. So
A
yeah.
lot more than I would. I don't touch them. I call them bombs.
Sorry.
All met
He
mods
calls
are
them
bombs.
Bombs.
is that
That's
it?
what I call them. I call them bombs.
Bomb!
It's a bomb. It's a bomb. It's a bomb. Run
Oh, no, I
yourself
love
over
it.
No, it's the reason why.
I just love it.
What happened was, we were going back a couple of Christmases back. We did a big show, me and Mark, Last of Summer Vapes. Not a big show, but one of our shows. And we got into a great big argument. I'm sat there in a Santa suit. And it actually reminded me of that. What's that thing with Eddie Murphy and that other bloke? It's like an 80s movie.
Trading places.
Trading places.
Yeah,
and he sat
yeah.
down there trying to put the fish in, you know, when he's absolutely
Oh, yeah.
pissed as fuck. So I'd had a good beer, like proper like near Christmas Eve, and I'm like, bollocks. We're having an argument about mech mods. And what I'm saying to him is that if somebody doesn't know Ohm's law, they don't know
it's-
battery safety, and they get a mech mod, then
Yeah.
it's a bomb. And my brother's going, no, it's not a bomb. It's their fault for not knowing. I'm saying, no, but it's still a bomb.
Oh, it's got massive potential to cause all. That's the problem, and that's why vapors get stereotyped, because the people out there buying these mechs not knowing what they're doing with them.
Yeah.
It's a big problem.
And it goes back to your bricks and mortar and stuff like people who don't know what they're actually selling to
Yeah.
say, look, if you don't know what your Ohm's law is and you don't know what you're doing, I stay away from them. I stay to every device I've got is regulated. Even they can go wrong.
Basic Ohm's law is out there on every bloody thing. You know, to learn basic Ohm's law is not hard.
Only takes a nick though, doesn't it?
Yeah, battery safety is another thing.
Yeah.
I mean, we should
Yeah.
all
If you've not noticed a
whether you
nick,
use it, whether you're using regulated or unregulated, you should check your battery that's all the time.
I'm watching the numbers, but no, there's a couple of people with close. Nobody's got it yet.
Yeah.
I've sent the numbers through to you and Ed as well, Salford. So
Yeah,
keep an eye
I've
on
got it. I've been watching as well, and I've seen the couple that was very close.
obviously you've got to get close to it. I'm not using that picture, by the way.
Why? I put it through for you for censorship first, and I didn't know whether I might offend you.
I don't mind.
That's all right.
I think it should be used.
Do you think?
After all, I've got a girlfriend, not mine.
Yeah, but I have to black the screen. So what's the number? I don't even know the number.
I've sent it to you.
Did you?
Yeah, I'm going to show.
And don't say it out loud.
No.
It's okay. You'll work it out anyway.
The last person to make the order, if he was in chat, he would know, because the number's on the invoice.
Ooh.
I tell you what, it's a good prize as well. Are you going to actually sit down there and do it to the nearest one, or?
No. I can tell you it's bigger than 50.
Yeah, I've got loads of people messaging me going, tell me the number.
I keep on saying, give us a 10 and I will.
Vaping Smurf, it's
The
bigger than
biggest thing is
50.
MF's, he just wants a batch vape.
Mike, you're a cheat.
No, he's not. No, he would never do that. I think he actually reviewed it as well to get over his channel and look after him.
889. Good grief! I wish 889. I'd be sat on a beach somewhere.
I just want to know when as soon as we hit house. So, what does your family think about this then, Gaz? Are you doing it all? And...
Yeah, done, sorted.
Yeah. No, they've all been quite supportive. It's funny. I always say like
we have a winner.
Just 2 seconds, let him talk.
No, it's all right. That's cool.
I'm just letting them know so that stop putting numbers in now.
Yeah, go on, bro.
Yeah, no, I was just saying. It's funny. No matter what hobby you're into, there's always a kind of a serious side to it, and there's always a lot of people that know everything about it. And no, they've all been really good. I've got quite a young family. I've got a 5-year-old and twin 1-year-olds. So yeah, a boy, girl. Yeah, so it's pretty hectic.
You're wearing that flat cap. You're bald, aren't you, son?
No, we're all good. We're all good.
It's going, son.
I've got a full head of hair. Yeah, it's going a bit grey though. It's going a bit grey. Yeah, no, they've all been really supportive. The hardest thing for me is obviously, like you were saying about the youth vape, and obviously a bit different with a 5-year-old and 1-year-olds, but like my 5-year-old's really interested. If I get something through the post, he's like, "Oh, what's the new puff you got, Daddy?" And I'm like, "Well, you know, he wants to know, and I want to show him, but at the same time, it's a real hard situation. Do I show him?" And
it happens.
Yeah. So I mean, he's pretty good. He understands it's daddy's toys, but
the thing about it is though, is my children sit here, and they I've got one at 7, one at 10, one at 11, and what happens is they actually copy it. So they go, yo, yo, yo.
Yeah, my little boys start going, let's crack on, which is what I say all the time. So yeah, it's it is tough. It's a moral dilemma, but you just
one of the lads who used to come on last summer vapes is WN8, and he was a great reviewer. He doesn't review really that much now, but he used to rub his hands and he's go, okay, because this big thing from like Manchester, everybody goes, okay, and he claps his hands. So we all used to take piss out and going, okay.
Really, because I do that as well, don't I?
It's just something from Manchester. I watched something about canals. The only reason why I watched it because it actually come up on YouTube. Look at this woman's hatch, and I thought it was something different, but it wasn't. It was just a canal in Manchester that had an hatch that they actually. Yeah, it don't matter. Yeah. So right then, who used to win?
Gary F. 1872. The answer was 84.
Gary, you have won the great big giveaway. So make sure you get hold of Simon Coyle. You can do it on his Facebook page or you can do it on his email address. And also, if you just let me know Scottish Vapor, and I will send it out to you as well.
Or the Vaping Scotsman, whichever you prefer.
Pardon?
Vaping Scotsman.
Or the Vaping Scotsman, whichever you prefer.
What did I say?
The Scottish Vapor.
They were close.
Close but no cigar. Yeah.
They could have been worse. Well, it's come to that point of the evening. We're 20 minutes over the show, boys.
Well, it's been going all right, hasn't it? No
blame chat. It's chat's fault.
It's chat fault. Yeah.
Chat's for crashing. Yeah.
There we go. Lovely.
Now I've got the streams crashed on me.
Stream has.
Yeah. On me. It's all right. It's back again.
Mine's saying it's fine on this side.
Yeah, no, it'll be YouTube. Don't worry about it.
I'm so sorry about the technical hitches. It's not my fault. Everything looks good.
It's all your fault, Ed.
We'll blame you anyway, Aiden.
Did you put your picture up?
No, because I can't find it.
Oh.
Okay, no, we'll do it. We'll add a scene.
I'll put it on the Facebook group.
We are going to go black people. Talk Salford or somebody else.
Talk? What you want me to talk? I don't know what to say. You know I don't speak much. I'm doing a Simon, you know that.
So
I'm going to get a technical picture up by...
The story behind this picture was we were sat having a conversation earlier this evening and Aidan froze on screen.
Yes, he did. Are we going to get this picture? Are we? Or is it only to stay black?
It's on. Everybody's seeing it now. Come to me,
Can't
big
see
boy. I'm moist.
Oh, there it is. Come on, big boy.
I can't see this. I've got to see this.
Do you? Flat cap, do you? You told your wife or what? That's me and my white hair.
She's probably
Now,
watching.
You see, you've got how many kids you got now? 3?
3, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I've
Game
got 4,
over.
mate. That's what happens to you. I'm only 22. Should I stay to that?
There's a bit of Brokeback Mountain going on there,
7
isn't it?
chins.
I don't know where you got the pictures there from, Odin. You've taken that down now, haven't you? Yeah, you have.
I am now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you get over to the wonderful Flat Cap Vapor. We'll pass it straight over to the wonderful Salford.
What am I going to do my part?
Yeah, because what we're going to do now is we're going to do the Salford. Wait there, we've got yours. There we go. Let's play your intro.
I've got an intro.
It's Salford's quote of
made
the
it.
week.
Your quote of the week.
And am I live?
Yeah, of course you're live.
Right, thank you. Thank you, because I can't see bugger all. Right, first one. Time is the soul of the world. I've just seen the picture. Pythagoras said that. Second one. The fool wonders, the wise man asks. That's very true.
Mm,
It is
Very
very,
true.
very, very,
so
true.
true.
Do you know who said that? Benjamin Disraeli. You know,
He's got a wonderful country.
Neanderthal.
I want
Knock.
I want to hear a quote of the week from Salford. One that's your quote of the week.
One that's mine.
Yours.
I don't have any that aren't full
You'll
of.
have to think that's your homework. That's your homework for next week. You have to think up with your own quote of the week.
Well, I normally give my quotes of the week to you in private chats,
No, I know, but they're not repeatable.
and that's why I'm not saying me own. Yep, that's it for quote of the weeks, guys. That's it. And that's all I've got. I can't give any Salford quotes because they normally involve guns.
So, say goodbye, Salford.
Guys, you guys in chat, you make the show. Thank you very, very much for coming over. Don't forget to give that subscription over, to Flat Cat Vapor. Great to have you on the show. It really was. And to listen about your story of how you become vaping and when you become a vapor and why you become a vapor, which is very good because I wish more people that had children or just having children to do that myself. Thank you to the wonderful Simon. I love him loads, really. And, of course, to the funny guy over there that keeps the show going. Yo, yo, yo! His little bro. Thank you very much.
I thought that was him then. That was such a good impression.
Practicing.
We'll pass it over to the wonderful Mr. Coyley.
Thank you very much to everybody in chat. Really enjoyed it again tonight. As Salford's just said, it's you that makes it, you that keeps us here, and sort of keeps us sane. Congratulations to both winners, and thank you for everybody who had a pop at that. Very much appreciated. Thank you to the lovely Mr. Salford. Always good to have a bit of banter with you, sir. And to the wonderful Aidan for keeping things together as usual. And thank you to Gaz, Mr. Flatcat, for coming onto the show. Very, very much appreciated. Great to have you on here and learn a bit more about you. And thank you to all the spanners as usual again for keeping things straight in chat.
Flat Cat
That's
Bro.
it. I'm done.
Yeah. Thanks so much, everyone in chat, especially the David Beckham comments. I'm going to tell my wife that. Yeah, that's brilliant. That's really nice. No, thanks, everyone in chat. And obviously to you three guys, Salford, Simon, appreciate you in the first place, Simon, speaking to me, and Aidan. Thanks so much for having me on. It's my first time in a live show, so yeah.
Having you back, bro.
A little bit nervous at the time, but I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed myself. So thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest thing I'd like to say is everybody in chat, you're a star. All the people who are actually our spanners, thank you so much. Chris, Mr. Ryan Braces, I love you loads, Alan. All the one, Mr. Bill Richards as well. Absolutely fantastic. I also want to say thank you so much to all the people who are watching this on the after show. You don't have to watch it live, but thank you so much for watching this on the after show bit. You know what I mean? Thank you very much for tuning in. Also, make sure you join us next week. We've got a new guest. What's the guest next week?
Sweet. Well, hopefully Swedish Vapor. I need to confirm it this week, but yes, hopefully.
I hope you're going to confirm it. I've got questions.
Yeah, Hot Rod's. He's the designer of the Hot Rod RDA. So
he's got questions.
I've got questions.
I
might play devil's advocate.
Devil's advocate. Here we go. Yeah.
Everybody in chat, you have made this stream. Thank you so much. And again, people, look after yourselves, and we will see you next week. Same bat channel, same bat time. That's what GBV says. So I'm nicking it. We love you loads. Look after yourselves, and we'll see you again. Bye-bye. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another edition of 3 Men and a Vape Show with our special guest, Soliomi. We was going to have TVP on. He's on his way. Well, he must have been posty things. But he is on his way, and he will join us as soon as he does get home. But it has been another week, and we do have my fantastic brother. It is Expo tomorrow. Well, we're all going down tomorrow. I can't wait. It has been a week. We'll start off with Salford. How you doing, Salford? You all right?
I'm fine, mate. I'm fine. I hope everybody else is all right, and everybody out there is all right, and they've had a good week up to now.
Oh,
usual for me. Stay at home. Stay at home. Do fuck all.
And how are you doing, the wonderful Mr. Coyley himself?
I'm very good. Thank you very much indeed.
And my wonderful brother. It has been a week, well, just less than a week, because I normally come on your show on a Thursday. How are you doing, brother?
I'm all right, matey. I'm doing quite well. Ready for tomorrow.
I can't wait, mate. We've got actually the Tour de Yorkshire coming through here. So, the roads are all shut off. So we're trying to, fit in between it to make sure we can get off nice and early. If not, we'll not get off till late. So, yeah.
Get a bike, you'll be straight through.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. It'll be absolutely fantastic. Right then, we'll start the buffet off. We'll do like we normally do. Also in chat, make sure you tell us what you are vaping on. So we'll go over to the wonderful... Who did we do last week? I'll tell you, we'll start off with Salford.
Start off with me, with my small amount of little bits of stuff. I haven't got much, actually. As usual, on the gate, got it on the old Zealous with my tobacco in. The EQ with some salt nick tobacco in. The Dead Goat on the recurve Swan car with that green slushy in it I like.
How are you getting on with that Dead Goat?
Love it.
I've been mega tempted to buy it as a combo. How much did it all come to?
Oh, well, I ordered the Goat originally, but I ordered it from the States and I got it with import duty and what have you. So what should have been like 30 odd quid cost me 50 quid. Then
the deck's about 20 quid, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I didn't buy it deck separate, so I bought the Dead Goat originally, and don't forget the Goat originally. The Dead Goat is just an accessory, the build deck and a top cap, and I got that from Herman's in Liverpool.
Yeah,
still the Germans in Liverpool.
Liverpool.
Yeah, the bombed our chip shop.
I better get on with this. I'm on the Yumma Puff that I've just done the review for, the one I've had for a while. I finally got a review out for it today.
The Hufflepuff.
For 24 quid, you can't complain.
You can't, no, not at all.
It's solidly built. That's what gets me about it.
It's just a very nice name, isn't it?
Yeah. I've got the iSub B, which I purchased this week, which is on test.
Got it, Gaily Bops.
And I've got that, the King's Collection, the lemon custard in that. I absolutely love that. The Van de Vape disappearing tank, the Kylan V2, it disappeared on me for nearly 3 months. I'm not staying in the house. Finally got the review out for that as well.
Where was it? Just by curiosity, really?
Don't laugh. I've got a cupboard right here. Right here. It was at the bottom of that cupboard, and I chucked a load of old shit on top of it. Instead
but you had to wash it, didn't you, afterwards?
It wasn't that type of shit. But it should have been in the cupboard here. That's why I couldn't find it. And I quite like it. I find it really good. The flavour's really good from it. And I've got King's Custard, the banana cheesecake cheesecake. They've got the banana cheesecake in that. That's quite nice. And the only other thing I'm on this week is the Nord that I purchased for. I have to do at least one starter kit a month, so I bought this in. I've got the mouth to lung, the 1.4 ohm coil in at the moment, but I did buy another pod for it with the coil, so I'm going to put the sub ohm coil in that and try it as well.
I think the sub-ohm coil's better.
You know what? It's too airy for a mouth to lung coil.
Mm.
It really is. It really is too airy. And in that, I've got some of that Wick Liquor. There's Bob laughing. Boulevard.
Oh, it's lovely Boulevard.
Nice. It's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's it for me. That's all I'm on.
We will pass it straight over to the wonderful Mr. Coyley, brother. What are you vaping on?
So I have, start off with that. That's been over to Bury with me this week. That's the Mage 2019 on top of the...
Is that the one that stops working when you actually get into Bury?
Do you know, exactly the same thing. So I thought it was my... I know everybody think I'm absolutely bonkers, but... So I thought I had the issue with the Zeus X. As soon as I got into Bury, I'll just call it Bury, it stops, it starts dry hitting. I'll do 3 pulls, then it'll just dry hit, and I'll have to leave it a bit to settle down. And this, I put on, I thought, I'm going to go with this week, it'll be all fine. Went with this, exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing.
Oh.
And what I had to do, I have to unscrew the top to let some air bubbles out, and then screw the top back down again.
I know this sounds silly. Do you go over the Pennines?
Yeah.
Do you think it might be the altitude?
I don't know. I've not got a clue.
Or do you think it's just a Yorkshire tank and it doesn't like Lancashire?
Well, possibly, yeah.
Or of the tanks?
It sounds stupid and people think I'm talking out my ass, but it absolutely does. And it works absolutely fine all the way across the Pennines, all the way from across Yorkshire, fine. As soon as you get into Bury, it starts being a bastard.
Like most people in Greater Manchester.
Yeah. And in that I have got still the Just Jam custard. No, I haven't actually in that. Sorry, I've got the Yorkshire Vapor hazelnut latte in that one, which is really nice. Really like that. Obviously, I couldn't have anything else. I've got the Kelpie, which arrived with me today, and absolutely love that to bits. On top of the SL class,
Looks good.
and in that, and A.
Looks good.
Absolutely love it. So, I mean, I've only had it half a day. I've used it half a day, but so far, absolutely spot on. And that's why I've got the custard in. I am also on the Lost Vape Orion Q with Tin Lady Lemon Tart Nick Salts. I am also on the Trinity Glass Mech. With the Kennedy 25 on top of that, and in that I'm trying this. So what came with my Kelpie, they really enjoying that. So I'll have to order a bigger bottle of that. And finally, I'm on the Fatality M25 on top of the Druger mod, and in that I've got the Shock Rainbow Sweets. Which, again, absolutely up to bits. I have a story about the Fatality, and a word of caution. If you do get a Fatality M25, be really, really careful when you're washing it under the sink. It has a tiny little Ultim airflow block that sits inside. I don't know if you've ever seen the Fatality, but there's a big square hole in the bottom of it. There's a tiny little Ultim block that sits in that with, the tiny little air holes in it. I was washing my black one last week under the tap in the sink. The little bit came out straight down the plug hole. So I had to order one from QP Design in Canada, and I ordered 3 or 4 while I was there. So I thought they were only like $1.99 a piece, and I thought I'll have some O-rings while I'm on, and I'll have something else. I've got some spare glasses while I was on, which I can't remember what it came to. It was about 30 quid for the whole lot, including shipping, maybe 30 quid.
That's not bad.
Yeah, and until then I got the message from UPS today, you owe extra shipping on that. I might as well have just bought another Fatality M25 because there's an extra 20 quid import tax to pay on it this morning.
That's a nightmare. They do it all the time.
8 quid of that. 8 quid of that's an handling charge, isn't it?
It's ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous. £8.11p handling charge.
Yeah, absolutely bonkers. So, but yeah, the M25 is brilliant. Fortunately, I've got the silver and the black one, so I can still. I think you probably still use it without the block in it, because the big 30mm one, just has the big hole in the middle. It doesn't have the block in the middle of it. So yeah, just be careful if you get one. Don't wash it down the plug hole.
Oh, lovely. Just while we're here, ladies and gentlemen, before we go on to my wonderful brother, Mobro is 2 subs away from 600. Please, if you've not gone out there, go and give him a good sub. He's a fellow Savs member, a really nice bloke as well. I think the world of him. He's a really nice kid. I'm really gutted. I don't think he's actually coming to Expo. I'm absolutely gutted. But please get over to Mobro's channel. I'm sure Chrissy Boy, who's in there, will stick a link in for us if you don't mind, bro. But please get over, give him a sub. He is a nice lad, and he deserves it. Right then, if you're wondering where TVP is, we have obviously got our wonderful guest, my brother, but he'll be coming on a little bit later on. Our guest, though, for this week, my wonderful, amazing Soliomi, a brother well, he's actually my brother, to be honest with you. He's not from another mother. It's the same mother. And some people think I came out first. So, bro, what are you vaping on?
You were my baby brother.
Yeah, did you? We was triplets. I was actually thinking today, right? Are we the only two brothers who actually review?
As far as I'm aware of, yeah.
I don't think there is I can't think of any if there's 2 other brothers or 2 family members who actually review in the vaping community. I'm thinking about that today.
Well, you've got Jules and Steve, haven't you?
They're man and wife.
Yeah, I know, but
does Steve really
family
review?
members? There might be someone in America or somewhere like that, but to be honest with you, no, I don't.
No. Right then, bro. What are you vaping on?
Right, I dug out this old RDA. This is the Helm RDA. I dug that out and I put that on the Turin. I just fancied something a bit different instead of me new stuff. So, vaping on that one with my homebrew lemonade, which I thoroughly like. I've also got the truck with the Aquitas on there. I'm using basics on that one, which is the raspberry and black currant on there. Got the Kelpie. I've got to admit, good little tank, I've got to admit. So got that on the Urus. In that one, again, I've got basics, which is Melon Melody, which I'm thoroughly enjoying. I'm also playing around with that dual tank, that disposable one, and I've got to admit, I totally agree with you, Aidan. It's better than the Preco. Really is better than the Preco.
The only thing you've got to worry about that, bro, is you've got, the bung, they get brittle after a while.
I've not had a problem.
Mine got stuck. Because if you look, the actual lip that you put your fingers on it, your nails, and you pull it up, eventually it gets like little brittle, and you sort of like rip it off. So then you can't get it in. So when you're trying to pull the lip off, it pushes in.
All right. To be honest with you, this is the same tank that I've been using since Jam-like, and yeah. Fortunately, the drip tip that comes with the Preco
fits
tank.
It, yeah.
Fits it perfect. So yeah. Been enjoying that one. In that one, what have I got in that one? I've got the Nova Juice, the twist, melon twist in that one. I've got the last bit of that in there. And finally, but not least, I have got the Vaporazo Aurora Play. I am absolutely loving this.
A review's just come out of that, hasn't it? And where can we find this review?
You can find this review at solomreviews.com, or you can go to my channel at YouTube. Just type in Solo. Hey. That's what I'm vaping on. Drink-wise, I'm on the red label.
Well, absolutely fantastic. I haven't actually got a lot. Obviously, we're all getting ready for the wonderful expo. I can't wait. Honestly, I'm proper giddy. Proper giddy. I've got a couple of pod systems on the go. I have got the Tugboat by Augs Vape. Very funny thing, this. And the thing is the bottom bit looks exactly like the top bit, but one's a charging bit and one's a bit that you actually, obviously, your pod. So sometimes you think, no, it's coming out, and you're actually sucking on the USB. So, but the other thing as well with this, you can't get the pigging pod out. You have to like proper force it. So when you get it first off, you're like proper yanking it, which obviously I've done a couple of times in my life, but you have to proper yank it to get it out. But apart from that, I really like that. And in that, I've got some pod salts, Dr. Salt's menthol in that. Then I've got the IQ1. This is absolutely corking. You can actually change the airflow on the coils and everything. But the only thing I don't like about it, it hasn't actually got a window for your juice. So you're constantly having to take the top off and then actually take the pod out itself to have a look how much juice you've got. And if not, and if you forget and you go to take a drag, you just burn your coil. Not very good.
No.
So they could have put like a window on the side or something else like that. But apart from that, the vape from it is really, really good. And I like the fact that you can dial the actual airflow directly on the coil itself. And in that, I've got some Dr. Salts where the actual labels fell off. Dr. Salt's strawberry in that. Then we have got the Kelpie. My review came out for that yesterday. I really enjoyed doing that as well. It was a bit of a chore. So I don't do loads of builds and stuff like that. So I enjoyed doing it. Really loving this tank. Flavour machine. And very simple to use.
I think if you're a person that's never done rebuilding before, I think that is the perfect tank to choose.
I love the bit where you can fit your coil. You get it like that, and then when your coils come, so you can fit it in that way. Or if you wanted to do it the other way, you can do it as well. So I do. It's pretty simple to build on. It's a little bit different to wick. Obviously, you've got to have a shorter amount of wick than what you'd normally have. But yeah, once I had a fiddle with it, I got it right. And in that, I've got some Rochford Project, the Black Vine. Unfortunately, Jay's not going to be there at the expo this year. I think Dal's going to be there, but he's going to definitely be there in October. We're hoping to catch up with him. He's a brilliant bloke, isn't he, bro? And then we have got the Steam Crave RTA. I am absolutely loving this. Again, this is it. For such a big tank, it's a flavour machine. And I've got some cookies in this, and I've got any of this left, but I proper do love this tank. And that's me. That's basically us done. We got to 20 past. That's pretty good.
Good.
I want to. Can I jump in? I know it's your show and everything, but I just want to question this, and I wanted your guys' opinion on it. And it's something I got asked today. As a reviewer, we review pods and we also review tanks. Now, if a tank is not top fill, we kind of complain.
Yeah.
If it's bottom fill. Why are we quite happy for pods being bottom fill?
I guess that's because it's a norm, isn't it, for them to be bottom fill?
Mm.
It really is. Well, I think because we look at the tanks being bottom fill as old technology. I mean, that's a perfect example. That tank, fit and finish on it is absolutely brilliant. It's bottom fill.
Mm.
So by the time you've filled it up to where you can do, you turn it upside down, you've got half a tank of juice.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's why we tend to look at bottom fills as old technology.
Yeah. I was talking to a guy that's got the latest K-phone, and obviously that's bottom fill, and that's where the conversation got into it. And I thought, oh, that was a good one to.
I think also with the pod systems though, why you can't really have a top fill on them is most of them have got that sort of design where there's nowhere to really fit a top fill on it. So you're gonna have to take the pod out anyway. So it is simpler to put it on underneath it than it is to maybe put it on the top, because obviously it goes in your mouth.
Wasn't there? There was a pod where didn't you twist the top of it or something like that? There was something. I'm sure where you twisted the top of it around. The Me Fit you used to fill through. Was that from the top as well? The Me Fit you got a list.
This one's through top.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Me pod's not. That's the bottom.
Me pod. Yeah. Is it?
The Me one was yelling about.
Yeah.
Just a big shout out to everybody who is in chat, and thank you so much for getting Mobro over the 600 mark. He's now on 601. Well done, Mobro. Absolutely fantastic.
Awesome,
and thank you very much, everybody in chat, for doing it. It's always good. Sorry we haven't said hello to everybody in chat. We'll give you all a big wave. There's quite a number of you in there. Ryan's going to see you tomorrow, bro. Can't wait to see you. Yeah, it's a funny thing. So that Me one is a top fill.
The Me one, you take the whole lot out. The coil comes out to fill it.
But I was sure the little Me pod you lifted the mouthpiece off to fill it up.
Yeah, the other little one, Louise has got one. She
Me pod. Yeah, Matt's got his.
No, upside down.
Is it? No.
Yeah,
No.
it's upside down.
Well, this one's filled front side, doesn't it?
The smart one.
Yes, filled front side.
You just
Again,
have to be
I
awkward.
prefer them when they're side fill because I don't know about you. Sometimes you get a little bit of an airlock on them. Now, the good thing about the ET Auto, that's got two sides, so you can lift them both up at the same time, and you don't get that airlock, and you can slightly tip it to it, and you can feel it actually getting the full 2 mil out of it, where sometimes when you do use these pods, you get an airlock in it, and you're not actually filling it all the way up to the top. So it's always nice to have that little bit of an extra... that's another good thing about the Kelpie. It's a big kidney well in there for you to fill it.
Yeah.
I was showing you my kelpie. I've got the light bending kelpie.
Yeah. Did anybody? I'm not going to get into the drama of it all, but there was a post about somebody putting the review up early and stuff like that of the Kelpie. But Dean, Devil Vapor, he put one up. He actually put his up before it was actually released. It was a cardboard copy cut out on it. It was absolutely brilliant how he put it. It was funny as hell. It was proper giggly. Another thing as well, I'll just tell you all this as well. TVP messaged me, said that he was coming on the show. If you could come on the show. And I said, yeah, no problem. So I messaged Mark. I says, TVP's asked if he can come on us. Instead of come on with this. I missed the without.
He didn't.
So TVP's going to do naughty things over us. So it is that time of the evening where we actually get to a little bit of news. So which bit of news do you want to start off with? Newton or bottles?
We'll start off with the good news first.
So we're going to go to the Newton. There we go.
So this was a good news story for a change. I've hunted high and low this lunchtime. Even gave it even gave up my lunch to try and find a good news story. Have you quite finished now?
Yeah, we're Sorry, we all make faces when we put the screen up.
And the story is Newton to put public health in motion. Professor John Newton, Director of Health Improvement at Public Health England, has been elected to be the Faculty of Public Health, which is the FPH, next Vice President. Professor Newton has been an outspoken supporter of tobacco harm reduction and vaping. The FPH is a membership organisation for nearly 4,000 public health professionals across the UK and around the world. The registered charity sees its role as to improve the health and well-being of local communities and national populations. Professor Newton previously worked as Regional Director of Public Health for NHS South Central and Honorary Professor of Public Health and Epidemiology at the University of Manchester. There's a whole load of the stuff goes on in there. It said, there's another good bit in there. Professor Newton oversaw the PHE revolutionary evidence review that drove a dramatic shift in the acceptance of vaping in England. The main findings of the review were that vaping poses only a small fraction of the risks of smoking, and switching completely from smoking to vaping conveys the substantial health benefits. E-cigarettes should be contributing to at least 20,000 successful new quits per year and possibly more. E-cigarette use is associated with improved quit success rates over the last year and accelerated a drop in smoking rates across the country. Many thousands of smokers incorrectly believe that vaping is as harmful as smoking. Around 40% of smokers have not even tried a cigarette. And there is much There is much public misunderstanding about nicotine. Less than 10% of adults understand that most of the harms to health from smoking are caused by nicotine. The use of e-cigarettes in the UK has plateaued over the last few years at just under 3 million, and the evidence does not support the concern that e-cigarettes are a route into smoking among young people. Youth smoking rates in the UK continue to decline. Regular use is rare, and it's almost entirely confined to those who have smoked. So for me, it's a good news story that somebody who's sort of massively behind the vaping was part of this evidence review, has been put in charge of this FPH.
And that's from the University of Manchester, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what's your breakdown of it? Break it down. What
Oh, you're putting me right on the spot now.
Break it down. Check the bed.
Well, I mean, the thing for me is we've talked time and time again over the last however many months about getting the message out there, getting the right message out there, getting a consistent message out there, particularly across health bodies, whether it be pharmacists, whether it be dentists, whether it be doctors, nurses, health trusts, whatever. And you would hope that sort of somebody being put into that position is going to be able to help that cause.
Yeah.
I mean, the percentage. I was reading a study the other day that the percentage of actual pharmaceutical companies in the UK and doctors as well, a lot of them don't know about, or should I say, don't know enough about e-cigarettes to actually promote them.
I did a full live on Monday about it.
Mm.
On Monday afternoon.
I think it was something daft like only 6%. I think it's something daft like that actually recommend e-cigarettes as quitting cigarettes.
Yeah. I dual used.
How low it is.
I dual used. Tell us in chat what you did. How did you go straight onto vaping, or did you used to dual use? Did you stop straight away, or see? I used to dual use a lot, especially when I were at work. So I'd vape, and it also depended on what device I had. Now, if I just had a built-in battery sort of thing, if I were doing a long shift, say a 12-hour shift, then your battery didn't last that long. And I wasn't as prepared as I am now. You know, taking batteries out here and stuff like that. I didn't used to think about it. So I used to have a packet of cigarettes with me. So I'd nip out and have one of them for a break. And then I'd vape while I was there. I never really smoked that many cigarettes, only when I went out. But what did you do, Mark?
Excuse me.
Right. I never started vaping to quit smoking. It was more when I started back in 2011, it was when the smoking ban was all well and truly kicked in. And I was gigging up in Redcar, and the hotel that we was in was, it took me 15 minutes to get out of the hotel. So by the time I'd gone outside to have a cigarette, by the time I'd gone back up to my room, I was ready for another cigarette. So we'd stopped off at Tesco's, me and Jam, to get milk and supplies. You know how you do when you get in your hotel. And I spotted 10 Motives. It was a disposable cigarette, and that's what I tried first. And I thought, yeah, that'll do for while I'm in the hotel, because vaping was allowed at that time. And from there, I was dual. When was this? This was probably about February-ish time in 2011. And then through the rest of the year, I started learning more about e-cigarettes and things like that. And then I went on to Smoking Angels. They're proper disposable ones that you could take the cartridges on and off and that. And then, but I don't class myself as fully converting from smoking to vaping until August 25th, 2011, because that's the last time I had a cigarette.
Wow.
Just looking in chat, there is quite a lot of people who dual used. A couple are saying that when Nick salts come out, they started using them. So yeah, there's a. Oh, we've got an echo.
Yeah.
Go on now. Go on. Get on.
That was strange. Yeah, there was quite a number of them saying that they dual used. Did you dual use, Salford?
For 7 years. For 7 years, I dual used. I'm like Mark. I nearly didn't have any intention of stopping smoking, really. It was only because of what it was doing to me that I decided in the end that I was just going to vape only. So for 7 years, I was smoking up to 76 and vaping as well.
Jesus. Did you have the patches, the gum?
Oh, I'd done all that lot. I had the patches, well, not the gum because I don't like it. Inhalator, all that stuff, all failed. You know, it lasted a couple of months and I was back at 6. But yeah, I dual used, and in fact, my first channel on here was a Red Vapor Man, and it was when I was a dual user, and it didn't go down very well, as you can well imagine.
No, it done. There was a reviewer. He was on Twitter a hell of a lot, but I'm not going to say exactly what his name was. He actually was pretending that he was doing reviews on vaping, and he had a big fat ashtray behind back of him. He'd forgot about it. We all went tab ends in it, and it broke him. He actually changed his name. Yeah, it did.
By Depot.
He put him.
By default.
Diabetes, yeah. I want to say diabetes then. By diabetes.
Was it a woman behind you going, shame, shame?
At that time, not to hang around and quote you, never mind, just say anything.
When we first, well, you know yourself, when we first started reviewing, there were so many faux pas that you weren't supposed to do. And they all sort of went out the window. You weren't allowed to do juices that look like certain things, and you weren't supposed to have affiliate links. It's not good, and all this stuff. And
Yeah, I remember them. You remember them? What do you mean you've got an Amazon wish list? That's disgusting. Sell out.
no, everybody's got an Amazon. I actually forgot I had an Amazon wish list till somebody mentioned it.
Well, that's just begging, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've got one that's had 0 views.
I don't know whether you can actually look if somebody's who actually watched it. Gary says that he went straight to vaping. What about you, Simon?
Yeah, I dual use for the first 6 months. I told the story about me being told that if I stopped smoking, I could have a dog, which was something that I'd wanted for years. But when I first started vaping, I've issues, but I have to have the safety of something. So I still carried cigarettes just in case. You know, I couldn't get on with the vaping, and when I started rebuilding, I had the cigarettes because when I first started building my own stuff, I was just making mistake after mistake and getting dry hits and horrible flavours and all sorts of stuff. So I was sort of just backwards and forwards between cigarettes and vaping and cigarettes and vaping, and then October 2017. I said no. October 2016. I said that's it. I'm stopping. I'm not having any more. It was Stoptober. I was in a Facebook group and we were doing like a Swaptober where anybody who wanted to could swap to an e-cig for the cigarettes. And I said if they're going to do it, I need to show willing and set an example and do it myself. And I've not had a cigarette since.
Well done.
And for me, it was the habit bit. It was the bit of if I've been into a meeting, coming out and having a cigarette after I've been in a meeting, or after same thing after a meal, all that sort of stuff. That was the thing that I had to get out of. I didn't miss the actual smoking, but it was the habit bit that I missed.
Obviously I've told this story plenty of times myself. I was obviously singing, and we were going to Wales, and they actually brought the smoking ban in first. And I decided I was going to go to the garage, and I got one of them black Cigalite ones where where it glows up blue at the end, and the cartridges were like low, medium, and high. So I took that with me, and that's how I started really. And I was dual using. Then I sort of went back onto cigarettes. Then got one of them pens, but the battery kept running out, and you never seemed to get the drag that you wanted from it. It was never satisfying. And then I went on to an Atlantis 2 and PVI, I think. Is it called PVI, Matt?
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
PVI 2, I think. I went on that, and I did really, really well. Then I went back onto the Stinkies, which was a bit of a bad one. Then I had a mini stroke, and then it was like, right, I'm just going to stop. And that's when I went on to Last Summer Vape. So since then, I've not had a cigarette. I've not touched anything. So I don't even crave anything now. And I do 0 to 3. Sometimes the pod salts are a bit more, like 20 milligram if I fancy it. But yeah, I cut down.
You've been like that though, aren't you? You've never been a heavy smoker.
I can't do a Welsh accent, to be honest with you. That's a chunk. Where's my sheep? Yeah, no, I've never been a massive smoker. No, I smoked 10 cigarettes normally on a day, but I'd probably only smoke 6, and I've 4 left for the next day, and then buy another. Like rolling.
See, me, I'm one of these people. I'd have smoked camel shit and bus tickets, me. Honestly, I was terrible.
I'm really surprised you can't do a Welsh accent. Instead, these are. Nice
to see you, Mark Nature Vape. I bet he's been a busy boy just lately.
Oh, I bet.
But yeah, it's one of them things that you dual using. I know quite a number of people are still vaping and dual using, but I always say to them, it's not the one. When I've give kits to people, which I've given loads out, and they say to me, and they'll go out for a cigarette. They go, I'm still vaping. I go, hey, look, don't worry about it. It's the ones that you're not smoking that matter. If it's cutting you down.
I think that's the only problem when people are transitioning from smoking to vaping. They kind of beat the sends up, don't they? So like, yeah. I've had a cigarette.
Yeah.
It's a bit like that.
Weight Watchers. Just exactly like Weight Watchers.
Go on.
Well, me and Simon absolutely love that sketch from Peter Kay. It's absolutely fantastic, isn't it? Just 5 stone in a day. Absolutely fantastic. I love a bit of Peter Kay. Right, we have got...
They all started all right. I mean, I broke him ale.
Yeah, and I had a fry up. Margaret's lost a pound. I've shit a pound. Right then, are we going to do the bad news bit?
Yeah, because I think it's interesting.
Can I just congratulate Mark, first of all, in 425,000 views? Absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, that, bro. We are slowly creeping up as well to 3K as well. So if you can get over, if you've not subbed to my wonderful brother, get over to Soliomi. He's I think you're roughly around about 200 away, are you?
Yeah, just something like that. I think it's 2,800 now. I am.
Yeah. So yeah, he's about 200 away from the 3K. So get over there and subscribe to my wonderful brother.
Thank you.
Right then, the next bit of news.
So this one's one from the US. The story is an obscure safety rule could shut down the vaping industry. With the attention of FDA regulators focused squarely on the supposed teen vaping epidemic and pod vapes like Juul, a new action by another federal agency threatens to shut down vape shops and e-liquid manufacturers, and it may already be happening. The Consumer Product Safety Commission, CPSC, has quietly amended guidelines for e-liquid containers, and the changes could mean that millions of bottles of e-juice on vape shop shelves and in warehouses will be declared non-compliant and subject to recall or even destruction. The restricted flow requirement states that an open bottle, when inverted and squeezed continuously for 5 seconds by a 5-year-old child, must dispense no more than 2 millilitres of the liquid. Obviously, no glass bottles could pass such a test since the contents would flow out freely when the open bottle is tipped upside down. On February the 20th, recently appointed Republican CPSC Commissioner Peter Feldman issued a warning via Twitter to his 97 followers. Non-compliant e-liquid would be subject to an immediate stop sale order. So there's anything else that's of interest? I mean, that's pretty much it. It just seemed like a ridiculous rule. That story goes on for quite a long time. I'll stick a link in the group.
Yeah, TB, I pressed the wrong link and the outro come on. Sorry about that. I did click it straight away off. Sorry about that, people. Yeah, so they're trying to make it so that you can only have like 2 mil at a time. Correct.
Yeah, when squeezed for 5 seconds.
Mark, you had a really good point. I'll let you tell you about obviously the transferring into bottles sort of thing.
Well, I can understand why they're doing it. It makes logical sense when you sit down and say, right, no more than 2 mil. I can totally get it. But what about domestos? What bleach or something like that? Are they going to do it on that as well? I mean, let's face it, there's more home accidents with chemicals like that, detergents and things like that, especially in America. If you go and actually have a look at the studies, there are more poisoned cases of that kind of ilk rather than actually vaping, with e-juice. So it's all right. Also, when you think about it, yeah, 2 mil for us drippers, that's not a problem. It's not going to be a big thing. But most people, what all they'll do is transfer it from one bottle into another bottle that will flow. So what happens then is the old lemonade in domestos in a lemonade bottle. You're defeating the object. It's the same like what I said to you before we went live. It's the same with the 10 mil bottles. I understand the logic behind it, but you've solved one problem but created another bigger problem. What you was trying to stop was obviously children getting nicotine, which I totally understand and I get it. But the creation of only can allow 2 mil, you're creating another problem because people automatically will do exactly what we're doing now, putting it in a bottle that's not child cap, and I could definitely fill more than 2 mil out of this. So you've solved one problem but created a bigger problem.
Salford, do you think it's a load of people sat round a table that don't vape that are coming up with ideas about things that they don't really know and only taking stuff in what they've heard?
Well, this is based on America, isn't it? And you've got the FDA on one side and they see something on the other side with this bottle thing. Now, when you do read the article in full, what it says, if you're compliant with one side, with one rule, you're non-compliant with the other. So is this just another way of trying to ruin the vape industry in America? Because that's how it looks when you read the article. You know, I don't think it's really anything to do with save the kids from getting hold of the nicotine and swallowing it. I think it's more to do as another sneak attack at the vaping. I really do, because you have to really read this article all the way through, and it tells you it means that they'll take bottles off the shops, at the warehouses, all that lot. They've snuck it underneath really, really cleverly, and even if these companies start making the bottles compliant at a cost, they've still got to go through the testing stage, so they might fail on that. So you're talking on what, $1 million to put something through at the moment. So it's definitely one to kill the vape industry in America, isn't it?
Is it only to do with e-juice?
Yeah.
Or is it bottles across the board?
Yeah, no, just to do with e-liquid. What they've done is, in I think it was 2016, they made a rule that it had to be child safety caps on it. Right? Most companies was already doing that then. We was policing ourselves before then, weren't we? So what they've done is nice little sneak attack underneath to make it more difficult to put vape businesses out of business, and that's how the article actually reads. Because if you're going against two government bodies and you're compliant with one which makes it non-compliant with the other, you're on a catch-22 situation. You're never going to win. You're never going to be compliant.
It's another obstacle that they're putting in the way, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's an obstacle you can't get over. Because if you go to this, is it the CIS something? CIS something?
Yeah, I know.
If you're compliant with that, you're then non-compliant with the FDA deeming rules. Right? So if you're compliant with the FDA deeming rules, you're not compliant with the CIS, whatever it's called, their rules. Catch-22 situation, you can never win. You're never going to be compliant. Is that not just an attack on the vape industry in America? That snuck in.
I'll tell you one thing, what they will, and it's inevitable. I mean, I've been watching this for many years now. You can see where it's going. This will go to prohibition, and it'll be Billy
easy for you to say.
Bathtub juice that you'll be saying.
Well, it actually says that in the article. This is going to push it to the underground, and people will be putting it in all sorts of bottles.
Yeah.
Can you imagine them all running around with Tommy guns and stuff like that, with the great big suits on? Going, here, do you want some peach? What about a lemon?
Get yourself
Shout out to Paul, Vape Don't Smoke. Love you, brother.
Get one of those old wagging things, you know, like the moonshine.
We laugh and joke about it though, and on about moonshining, but that's how it's going to end up.
Yeah.
It will end up that way.
Well, it will if they're going to put this in place and it's catch-22, and you're not compliant for one or the other. It's going to do, isn't it? There's nothing else you can do.
And then you'll get that bit as well where people do the bathtub stuff, won't they? And it'll make somebody ill, so then it'll be all bad again, won't it?
But see, it's again like I said right at the beginning, the solving a problem but creating a bigger problem.
Yeah.
But the thing that gets me is we're four blokes sat here. I don't know if any of us got university degrees. I certainly haven't. But we're four blokes sat here, you know, on small salaries and everything else. There's people in chat can see all this. You get these people, these scientists and whatever they are, politicians and everything else, that be getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. That either they can't see this or they're so blatantly stupid that they don't realise that everybody else can see it. That's the thing that gets to me.
I think a lot of it is to do with they're so blinkered on keeping vaping as a still part of cigarettes.
Yeah, as a tobacco.
So blatant that they just want to stop it. That they're not interested in the other side of it.
I think somebody said in chat as well, it is a lot of it they're using Save the Children, aren't they, really, as well?
Yeah.
In the name of the children.
It's the last thing now, isn't it, really, when you think about it? They can't really say that there's no long-term studies. I mean, there's quite a few people nowadays that have been vaping over 10 years.
Yeah.
I mean, so no one's grown 3 heads or anything like that.
Apart from Salford.
When they was talking about sneak attacks going in the American government, you see that one slide in there, the attack on me.
That was sliding, didn't it?
It was very smooth.
Yeah. It were almost like Tango Man went.
Watch out,
Oh, that's it. You nearly went pop.
In fact, when you watch this show and you play the rewind of it, you'll see the Tango Man go.
Play it really slowly. He's got two coilies in his hand. In his hand.
You could be the Tango Man.
Yeah. Belly's gonna get you. Well, we're getting into the last 10 minutes of the show. We've got to talk about Expo. I know, Salford, you're not going, buddy, and it is such a shame, mate. I'd have loved you to be there. Jay, nice to see you, brother. And also a big shout out to Paul. I think I've already done that. Expo. Woo! I can't wait. You're not coming till the Friday, are you, Salford? Coily?
How dare you confuse me? No, I'm driving down, well, setting off lunchtime Friday, so I should get there mid-Friday afternoon, all being well. So, yes, I'm working, unfortunately.
He's not going to get there. I'm going to puncture his tyres now.
Yeah. Well, me and Mark are setting off, and the wonderful Jan, tomorrow, and I think we're roughly going about 11 o'clock-ish. We'll get there for about between 1:30 and 2. All booked up, all done, sorted and dusted. It's going to be such fun. I just so can't wait for it. Because Mark will tell you, the jam was such a letdown. We travelled all that way. Poor old Marky had to drive. And it was such a letdown. It just felt like we were in some sort of hall with loads of juice. Where
we did it in a day.
You can see why the attraction of Expo, especially in May, because we've now got what is it 3 or 4 halls?
Yeah, something like that. It's going to be huge. Have you seen the map?
Yeah.
Oh, it's massive.
And you've got some big vendors there as well, and there's going to be lots of shinies. I'm hoping there's going to be lots of new stuff that's coming out because we have been a little bit short on the new stuff, haven't we?
Oh, yeah. There's going to be a lot more pods. Pods seem to be really kicking out now.
I know everybody says about what you shouldn't take. What I want to tell you, though, is like your water situation. If you don't want to carry loads of water with you, everybody says take loads of water with you. There is actually a news agent that's in the actual NEC itself, which as you come out the actual front doors of it, you go a bit up, just over across from the Witherspoons, you can buy a bottle of water in there for about 80 pence. So I just thought I'd let people know that. Make sure you got some deodorant because you can get very, very sweaty. Comfortable shoes. Make sure you get some... Don't even think about that, Mark.
No, it was just last week's show that just reminded me of.
Jay, I sent you a message and told you it was sent yesterday. So, so you get comfortable shoes. Make sure you got some baby wipes with you as well. And bring your own drip tips. Or make sure you have an handful of them.
How did you know about the comfortable shoes? It was them 6-inch heels you took last time.
Yeah, that was the problem. I was sat there in the stilettos.
Every time, doesn't it?
Don't go there. But Billy!
Yeah, I want to go there.
But Billy!
I want to go there. I want to touch it. Slowly. I want to stroke it. Don't stroke it. Also, the alcohol's very expensive there as well. You know, I love a drink, so I'm taking a few of my own. But if anybody is there and you want to buy me one, I'll be quite. I'll never say no.
Saying that, Aidan, how many Vic t-shirts have you bought?
In fact, I'm hoping because they should be sharing that beer fund out. I think.
Yeah.
To all the guests that have been on. Is that your mech arm there?
Yeah, that's my mech arm. Mech elbow.
So the biggest
mech
thing.
elbow.
The biggest thing that I'm looking forward to is meeting everybody. It's a real shame Gailey Bops isn't going to be there. I'm gutted, and neither is Bunny. Mobro's not there either, so there's a few missing. There's other old ones that haven't been there for a while, you know, like Gary, Sinner. But there is the other ones going. There'll be Andy there as well, which should be good. What are you looking for, Mark? What are you looking forward to?
What am I looking forward to? Literally the same as you. I mean, I've said it many, many times before. I love my shiny shinies, as you all know, but it's the social side of it. It literally is and there's two sides of the social side as well. You've got the meeting your mates, the reviewers and things like that, meeting you guys and that, and then it's meeting the people that support you and watch your channel and they come to you and say hello. It's them that I like. That's my weekend.
It's very shocking sometimes as well when you walk around, especially we're not the biggest of reviewers. So it's lovely when people do come up to you and you get yo and solo and people. I love it as well when vendors that you've worked with. One of my favourite stories with you is when you walk past I can't, were it Serious Vapes or something like that, and a little tiny Chinese woman just come around pointing at your hat. Dolom, you do review.
Hopefully we'll get some Chinese vendors that speak English this time.
I love going to the battery stores and asking them what ma they are. They go ma, ma, and then they start shouting at each other. You know, like in a Chinese restaurant. You know, it sounds like they're shouting at each other, but they're probably not. And then they just hand you a leaflet, don't they? Read.
The best one was at Jam, though. Honestly, that was so funny when we was talking to them two Chinese, and it was like, Jay, you know Jay Review. Everyone know Jay Review. It's like, no, who's Jay Review? Jay, you know Jay.
The best thing about it is it's live vape and chill, which is Jay off the Sav Show. I do the Sav Show. Sav Show, absolute corking bloke. He was actually at Jam, and he actually teaches this lady English. And we went to their stall, and we were like, Jay, do a review, the biggest reviewer in London. And so I says, I don't know him. So then they showed me his card. And I went, oh, Jay, I said, I do a show with him. You do a show? Oh, yeah. So I showed him a picture of him. That's not Jay. I says, it is Jay. She says, no, you look too old. It is, honestly, it's Jay. I do a show with him. Yeah, it's going to be fun. What about you, Mr. Coyley?
Just again, social side. I think the only thing that I bought at the October one was Madruga mod. That was the only thing that I bought. There wasn't anything that I was really wanting to go down for. But yeah, just I would like to see if there's any of the Rebirth RTAs there, because I would love to get my hands on one of those. But other than that, nothing other than the social bit.
Well, you've always seemed to miss this Friday, because last year you went to watch Rick Astley.
And
you didn't get there till the Friday night. But are you going to get here a little bit earlier than like 3-4 in the morning?
No. I should be there for 3-4 in the afternoon. Cause
are you going over to the expo to catch the last bit, or are you going to leave it till Saturday morning?
No, Saturday morning. It's my birthday that day, as I've said. So.
Oh, lovely! Yeah, we'll be having a little drinky poos.
We will.
5 years older than me that day.
Sorry, that'll never. That'll never happen, Salford.
IVC, it's nice to see you,
Vic's just put in chat.
Pardon?
You seen what Vic's just put in chat?
Yes, I am. Yes, thank you, Vic. I was over the moon. I was shocked to win his What's Up competition or his giveaway on Sunday.
What did you win?
I can't remember now. He went through. Even Vic couldn't remember, because he was having to look back at his previous What's Up to find out what it was that he was giving away. But I whatever it is, I'm really looking forward.
It's a lucky bag.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. So,
I used to love them lucky bags you got as a kid.
I know.
You always got them one, them parachute things where you used to throw them and he used to come down.
Yeah.
A parachute thing that used to throw.
Yeah, it used to be a man, didn't it, on a parachute? You used to get used to
soldier
make
on
them
a
up.
parachute, and you throw it up in the air and it open up and
Well, that's what they're supposed to do most of the time. It all just like clunked up.
standard up. Yeah.
So we have the last little bit we'll talk about is my wonderful brother. He is our special guest. It's absolutely fantastic to have you on, bro. The Expo special. You've obviously been around the review scene for quite a while. I think we're getting on to your 4th year this year. I think in August, isn't it?
Yeah, 4 years.
You've a staunch reviewer, constantly reviews out week in, week out for all that time as well. I think what you've like nearly enough 500 videos as well.
To be honest with you, yeah, I must be coming up to somewhere around about 500 videos.
About 500 videos. Like I said, 425,000 views, which is a hell of a lot of views.
Yeah. I was sat on toilet this morning, as you normally do. You wake up in the morning, straight to the toilet, Vaping, and it came up on my phone. I thought, wow, even so, like, it's something I don't really keep an eye on too much. I mean, obviously you check your subs and things like that, but yeah, 425,000 views. That is so like wow.
So obviously, as a reviewer, same as Salford, you do get your ups and downs where you don't feel like doing it, and you get the bits like Salford's had your computer don't work, your mics, you have troubles doing bits and bobs. How have you overcome that? How have you carried on so long and getting the reviews out week in, week out? Because people are going to remember you have got you do work 55 to 60 hours a week, full-time job.
I know this is going to sound mega corny, and it really will sound mega corny, but I've got such a passion for vaping, and not just for vaping, but for the vaping community. And I always say that if one video can make someone think, I won't mind trying that, and go from a cigarette to vaping, so like I've done my job.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. I love this community so much. I have never met so many wonderful people. I really haven't, in a genre, should I say? And yeah, it's that, and it's that passion and that drive to keep on doing it week in, week out. When sometimes you just don't feel like you want to do it. Health-wise, have not been great, so like. I've struggled with that. Computers going down. I mean, I've had 2 computers go down on me, and should be paid more, shouldn't I, if they've gone down on me?
I was thinking that. I wasn't actually going to say anything while you were gushing.
I was just thinking, they've gone down on him twice and he'd only paid once.
So yeah, that's it. That's how what keeps me going. I mean, sometimes it is hard. We all know it's hard. Some days you come home from work and you think, God, I don't really want to do this, but you get that drive and keep on going.
We've said it many times. Us 3 lads have said it as well when we've got on a show. Like obviously we were on the last of Summer Vapes together, and we used to do that week in, week out. I think we probably only in the all time that we did it, probably only missed maybe about 4 shows. I think, yeah, which is pretty good. What did we do? 2 years, did we?
2 years, just over 2 years. And that 2 years we missed 4 shows, and 2 of them were Christmas. Yeah.
What we did as well with that is we used to sometimes get, like me, Simon and Salford do, we sit here and sometimes think, fucking hell, could do without this. But we did it 2 hours stints, but like what we do as well, you have that laugh and you have that giggle, and after the show you think, do you know, that were absolutely fantastic, I'm really glad I did it.
Also, I mean, it's like going to expos. It gives you that... When you're doing a review, as a reviewer, you'll understand, Aidan, being a performer. When you're performing on a stage, you get the audience response.
Yeah.
And you know if you're good or you're not good. You know if the gig's going well. When you do a review, you're on your own, you're looking at a camera, and that's it. That's as far as it goes.
Yep.
So when you go to expos and places like that, or you go to events or meets or things like that, and people come up to you and say, I've been watching you for ages, or it was you that got me off cigarettes, and it's so like, it's them moments you think, yeah, this is so well worth it. It really is.
Yeah, it does give you that little bit more of a G-up, doesn't it?
So expos, always I get giddy about it, because you get that buzz again.
And as we've said before, I know I don't want to keep banging on about the community side of it, but the bit where you sit down all together, Vic's there, and obviously Mama's going to be there, Steve, Dillygaff. You meet, because obviously we were on the Vape UK network, and we were all massive big family who were on there, no matter what happened to it, the other bits. We were a massive family that stuck together. We all helped each other out, and it was just brilliant to meet up. And that's the thing, sitting down with everybody else who you've met all the years. Because you talk to them week in, week out, whether it's in chat, video calls, and then when you meet face to face, it's just like you've been together all the time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Did you feel that when your first time, Simon?
It was great. I my first expo was last October. I've been to Vape Collective it was 2 or 3 months before that, but Expo was the first one that I've been to, and just the welcome that you get from everybody, and you're just made to feel. I mean, I think I was probably the newbie there at that time, but everybody just made me feel so welcome. Everybody was so nice. It was just brilliant. Absolutely loved it to bits. And like you say, Mark, the feeling, the sort of community feeling, everybody being part of that family. It's great. Absolutely fantastic. Love it to bits.
Big shout out, Danny. Well, it's got to that point. We're on the hour point. It's been an absolutely fantastic show. I just want to say thank you so much to Mark for coming on. It's always nice to have you with me, bro. And it's Expo tomorrow. No, can't wait. People, we were supposed to have TVP. He did message me today saying he wanted to come on the show, but he hasn't got back in time. So unfortunately, he's not joined us. But Mark, you've done the biz, bro. You've done the biz, innit? I'm going to pass it over to say his goodbyes. Oh, no, we're not, actually. No, we're not. No, we're not. All right. I do it every week. The thing is, it's there below me.
You forget to put my bird on every week, don't you?
I love to put your bird on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Salford's Quote of the Week.
Oh, it's Salford's Quote of the Week.
Right. This one's quite apt, actually, because of what we were speaking about before with the bottle thing. This one needs to happen in America. 10 people who speak make more noise than 10,000 who are silent.
That's a good one.
Mm. It's very apt. They need to speak out more. They need to get more vapors together and have a bigger voice and get their voice out there. There's still a lot of vapors over there who are sitting in the background and not doing a thing, and they're going to lose. They're going to lose vaping over there.
I know we're going to maybe go on to another subject here. We were right for a couple of minutes. Because also make sure you get over Lethal's is in about a couple of hours, I think, time. He's not on at 9. I think he's got another guest on, so I think it's a little bit later. The thing with that is the actual advocacy people who are doing it. You know, like your NNA. What's the other one? That is it. Something, whatever it's called. Vic was on about it on his show. Them sort of, they're like in bed with Jewel and with ICOS and all them sort of people.
UKVIA.
Yeah, UKVIA, that's the one. I think we're missing a sort of working man's advocacy group that you could join who knows that they're actually completely and utterly behind vaping.
You see, we were talking last week, weren't we, about that report by that Dr. Mac something or other, who's saying that the PHE aren't giving the right advice on vaping and things like that. I noticed when I was looking through the news today, there was a little story in the Portsmouth or the Bournemouth Gazette or something like that about some vape guy who'd stood up to this doctor, whatever his name is, and said that he was, he hasn't got it right. But that's the frustrating thing, that the people that do stand up get very, very small press coverage, don't they?
Yeah.
That's the big issue.
Which is obviously like what Salford's saying, that there's so many of us. It's about time maybe somebody in the limelight or a bit bigger reviewers or whatever, or maybe we could come up with a new advocacy group, especially here in the UK where we can fight a little bit more.
There's a quote I love, and it's from a film called Sucker Punch. And the quote is this one: "If you don't stand up for something, you'll fall for anything."
Yeah.
And I love that quote.
Yeah.
Great quote, that.
The biggest thing is that we are the converted, and which is the thing of why people watch these shows and stuff. We need to be getting on board the people who are not the converted and push them. Right then, we'll go back to Salford so you can say your goodbyes, brother.
Right. Thank you guys for coming and joining us again tonight. Without you, as I say every week, we don't have a show. It was wonderful to have Mark on, of course. I've never casted with Mark before, and I've always wanted to.
Oh, bless. So
that was it. That was good for me. I got something out of it. And, of course, the wonderful Simon, who slid one under the door there, took me by surprise.
Slide one in.
And I've been good to him tonight. I've not said a thing, have I? I've been good to him, and he still had a dig at me. But he loves me, really.
I do.
And, of course, to the wonderful little bro Vapes, who keeps the show going. And, without him, we don't have a show, because it'd just be sniping me and Simon, I think.
It'd be fun, though, wouldn't
it? Yeah, wouldn't it just?
Yeah. I think I'm going to come on your Friday night show, Salford, and we can just have 2 hours.
Please do. Anyway, guys, thank you very much, and I'll hand it back over.
Over to Simon, Mr.
Yep.
Collie.
Thank you so much again to everybody in chat. As Salford says, without you, we wouldn't have a show. Thank you to the spanners who've looked after chat. Thank you so much to Mark for coming on the show. It's the second time I've been on a show, or you've been on a show with me, and I've been on Last of the Summer Vapes. Was it once or twice? I think. Which I
Great.
really enjoy being on a cast with you. Absolutely love it. And thank you to the wonderful Salford. And I'm sorry I didn't really mean to have a pop at you, Tango Man. And to Aidan, as always, for looking after everything. Thank you
Brother
so
from
much.
another
Really
mother.
appreciate it. Absolutely. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much. And thank you to all three, because you've all three used Coily in your reviews over the last few weeks, which has been lovely. Absolutely wonderful. So yeah, and anybody in chat, looking forward to meeting you at Expo if you're going to be there. Great.
You'll not miss him.
No, you won't.
He's the one who's like, you.
Let's turn sideways.
He's done on the ground.
Especially if you get Paul McCartney next to him as well, it'd be like proper bouncers. That'd be great, because both of them are absolutely huge. Over to my wonderful brother.
Well, guys, thank you very much. It's been an absolute joy. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. So, yeah, thank you very much for having me on as a guest. I want to say thank you to everyone in chat for saying hello. And hopefully I'll see all of you guys at Expo starting as of tomorrow night. So, thank you very much. Thank you, bro. Mr. Coily, Salford, thank you.
Big shout out to my co-hosts. They are absolutely fantastic. The one and only Salford. Make sure you get over and subscribe to him. Congratulations on your 850, bro. We are 150 away from that 1,000. If you've not subscribed to him, get over to his channel and subscribe to him. He's a down-to-earth corking reviewer, and I love him loads. So get over to his channel and support him. Also to my brother from another mother, Simon. I can't wait to see you Friday, mate. I can't wait. It's been too long. If you haven't got a Coily yet, why haven't you got one? Go and get a Coily. That's what you need. Down to my wonderful brother, who I love so much. I can't wait until tomorrow, bro. We are on the trip. There we go. Show it off. I'd also like to shout a big shout out to my wife. It is her birthday today. Happy birthday, sweetheart. I love you so much. She's amazing, my wife. She copes with a lot with me, as you can imagine. As you can imagine what I'm quite like. Also, I'd like to thank everybody in chat. You make the show. Without you, it is absolutely nothing. To all our spanners, thank you so much for supporting us. I do appreciate it. If you are at Expo anytime over the weekend, make sure you come up and see all three of us. We were there, my brother, Simon, me. Please come up, say hello, shake an hand, have a selfie. It'll be absolutely fantastic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there will be a show. Is it called a post show? Post Expo show next Wednesday, same time, same back channel.
And don't forget, Gailey was saying in chat, I think they're doing an Expo party show, aren't they? Because they're not going. They're going to do a special.
Yes,
Expo
Saturday
party
night,
show.
isn't it?
Yeah.
So don't forget to. Will that be on the Bitches channel?
Not sure.
Then we haven't got a Coily. Get out and get one now, because you'll need a V1 and a V2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We were talking about that last week. It's all under hush hush. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so much, and we will see you again. A good nighter. Start streaming and yo. Eventually, ladies and gentlemen, we should be live. I'm just checking if we are live. I think we are live. We have had a little bit of problem with Mr. Coily. That is why we are a little bit without him.
Here we go.
He's had problem with VC has like redone an update, and 1 minute we've got sound and next minute we haven't. So he's going to call back in, and maybe if we'd have got it all sorted, we'll get it sorted. If not, we're just going to carry on with the show without him, unfortunately. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have got our special guest, the one and only Big Huggles, Gailey Bops. It's lovely to see you, honey.
Thank you for having me on.
Oh, eventually we've got you on.
Yeah.
We've all been ill, and now
we've known each other, and I don't think we've even cast with each other.
I think we've done a couple of charity stuff together, but I don't think we've actually done a full show.
I know, that's awesome.
It's great. I'm way chuffed. I'm way happy. And we've also got the wonderful Salford. It's been 3 weeks, brother. How are you?
Still a bit rough, but getting there. Some
He's
people
still a bit
say
rough
all the time anyway. But I'll tell you what, no Simon. Silence is golden.
Oh, don't you gang up my Simon.
That's it. No.
He might not be here, but I've got his back.
I tell you what, though, you could see the stress in his eyes. If you could have seen Mr. Coily, he was proper stressed out. We've had the wonderful Zan on trying to help us out as well. Just before we do start, it is Gaily Bop's and Zan's anniversary. Big love to both of you and congratulations.
We made it. We've not killed each other yet, so we're doing something right.
It's true love. That's what it is.
It must be.
Right then, let's do like we normally do. We'll get on to the buffets. We'll start straight away to the wonderful Salford. Like we said, it's been 3 weeks, brother. What are you vaping on?
Not a lot, believe it or not, because of this virus. I've not been on a lot, mainly mouth to lung stuff. So I'm just on the gate with my own tobacco in most of the time. I've been on the Zillion, which has got got in it. I can't even remember what it's got in it. It's one of the 88 vape ones. Never mind, one of them.
It's got one of them in it.
It's got one of them in it. The Kelpie on the Shogun, and I'm nowhere near the camera because I've moved the camera. And in that I've got 88 vape as well. Got the Lime Zest cooker.
Ooh.
Which is very nice. And I'm on the Slide, mouth to lung. Again with 88 vaping. This time it's the lemon sherbet. That's all I've been on. That's it for me, believe it or not.
It's the Slides from Innikin, isn't it?
It is, yes.
How are you getting on with it?
Okay, it's all right. I've got the 0.48 coil in there, the micro 3D mesh coil on mouth to lung, and it works. It works down to 2 holes though, and it's all right. It's not bad. I don't think it's absolutely brilliant, but it does work as a mouth to lung. So
now you're all nice and better. You're feeling a bit better then, if that makes sense. What I've just said.
Yeah, I've still got headaches and snotty nose and all that lot, but I'm a lot better than I was last week.
Oh mate, it totally wiped me for 2 weeks. It was absolutely terrible.
I think it's been the rounds. Zan's not been okay either.
And you've been suffering as well, haven't you, with your migraines?
I have. The migraine's been really bad, but I think that's more to do with the air pressure and the weather. It's just been really bad. So.
What did I see you saying? What was it? Put your feet in hot water and then eat an ice cream or something?
Yeah, if you put your feet in a basin of warm water and put a pack of ice or frozen peas or something in the back of your neck, it helps to stop the blood flow to the brain. It slows down the blood flow to the brain. So if you've got a really bad migraine, headache, sinus headache, anything like that, then it can help with it. And I also rely on ice lollies a lot. I eat a lot of ice lollies when it's really bad. The coolness just helps to bring, because with the migraine you also get a temperature as well, so it helps to bring that down.
That's one of the most horriblest. I know obviously migraines as well, but that's sinus headaches you get. You know, when you got a cold and it's here and you just don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
I used to lay backwards on the bed and then I'm going to say let my wife massage me, sinuses.
Too much info.
I've been doing it all day today. Massaging me sinuses and obviously it relieves it. But yeah, that's one of the horriblest pains ever. That.
Yeah, the neti pots are really good for that.
I use Sudafed as well. I use.
Yeah.
Well, Gaily Bob, so what are you vaping on?
I've got quite a lot on the go tonight.
That's what I like to hear.
So I have my Ryan Q, and in that I have a very, where I'm on YouTube, I have a very special wee mixture, shall we say, that's medicinal.
Yeah.
Okay. I also have Mannequin 2, and on that I've got my Kelpie, which I'm absolutely loving. Thank you, Victor. Love you. I've got the IPV Vit, and on that I've got my FP.
That looks nice.
And in that I have Chris's Killer Custard, which I just adore. And I've also got my Osmosis Plaque, and on that it's the Orth Next Mesh, the new tank.
Yep.
And in that I have Daily TV's Blaz Berry.
Blaz.
Yeah, Blaz. So that's what I'm on.
What do you reckon to the off tank or the off the Next Mesh? What do you reckon to it?
I'm kind of mixed on it, Aidan. I like it. The flavour's amazing on it, right? But it's noisy. It's really noisy. Right. And that annoys me. I like a silent vape. So I find it quite noisy, and I just don't understand why they've put that silicone lip thing on the inside of it.
There's actually one at the bottom as well.
Yeah, I find it quite annoying, especially like with your larger type bottles trying to fill. But other than that, I mean, it's a good tank. It is a good tank. It's one that I would happily spend money on. You know, and the flavour's just amazing from it. The flavour is amazing.
What did you reckon to the drip tip? It don't fit on properly, does it?
No, it doesn't. I mean, I've constantly got to push mine on. It's very, very loose.
It's got like a little lip underneath it as well, which looks like it doesn't fit on properly. And obviously, like Mark, he's got OCD. He wouldn't be able to get on with that. He'd be like, he'd change the drip tip.
Every time I go to vape it, I pick it up to see, and I look against the computer to see if it's actually sitting, because there's a couple of times I've vaped and the drip tips come off my mouth.
It is a really good, really good vape. I did 3 of them all at once as a review. I did the Next Mesh, I did the Falcon King, and I did the Raptor, which were out the other day.
Right.
The Raptor and the King were better flavour in my mind than the Next Mesh was.
Right.
The Raptor's got a couple of its own problems, same as the King. I do love the King bit because I don't know where it is. It's got this button that you press and it just flings the door open. I like that.
Yeah,
I like that bit a little bit better. On the Raptor, as you're pushing the top fill open, it's very, very loose and it doesn't go enough across, so you can't put any big nibs in there.
Yeah.
But it's good flavour.
It's a good tank. You know, as far as stock coil goes, then I would recommend people buy it because it's a good tank. It's just that for me, it's just I'm kind of past the stock coil stage. Do you know that way? I'm more an RDA girl, as you know. Although it's tanks that I've got on the go tonight.
Well, the thing about these mesh coils that are coming out now, though, the flavour you're getting from them are absolutely corking. If you're out at work or you don't want to be taking a drip away, you've got to constantly keep dripping.
Exactly. For ease of use, it's ideal.
It is.
It's ideal.
Right, I'm going to tell you what I'm on. I've got a few things going, a couple of pods. I've got my kilo. In that, I have got a little bit of apple ice in there, which is really, really nice. That's my go-to-bed vape, that. Just quite nice and simple. Then I've got the PAL 2, which I'm loving this. Really, I took that out to the pub the other day. Just so nice and stealthy. In that, I've got, it's their new cheap range, I think they're calling it, from Dr. Salt. So this one's called Shorter Fill Mint. And they've got a number of ranges.
Are you impressed?
Yeah, I quite like them. This one's all right. This is like a Murray mint, this. I haven't tried... I've got a number of flavours, but I haven't tried any more of them yet. But I'm going to do a review this week on them. Because I think they've done a big push this week for the release.
Yeah.
They're selling Nick shots, I think the actual Salt Nick, for 50p. Which is pretty good, isn't it? Nick shots as well at 50p. So... stuff. The whole thing is, it's
argue with that,
you can't know, cheap juice, but it's not bad. The ones that I've tried aren't bad. And what I've got that in, I've got it on the Ironclad review, just out of that today with the Frogman Sea Tank.
Wow, that's bright.
Oh, it is, yeah. They did give me one, which I'm pretty lucky. I don't know where I put it. They did give me the camo version when I were at Vape Jam, which is a little bit better. It's not the greatest product that's ever come out of Vaptio. If you watch the review, you'll be able to see the problems with it. It's not the greatest one Vaptio's ever done. Then I'm on the, without breaking everything, then I'm on the Ice Stick Mix, which I really do like. And on top of that, I've got the Raptor. And in that, I've got My Ice Mango Bubble Mint.
Yes.
I love this.
Right, okay.
Do you not like it?
I hate mango.
Do you know what? You can't taste the mango. It's just slightly there.
Even when we reviewed them, the bitches, we reviewed them a couple of weeks ago, right? And I'm really impressed with the whole line.
Yep.
Bar a couple, but mango to me just tastes like sweaty socks. I hate it.
Yeah.
So, of course, the night that we were reviewing it, I was tongue-tied and called it Bango Mumble Bint, didn't I?
The Bango
I can
Mumble
understand it's probably a really good juice. It's just that mango's not my profile. So anything mango I get, I give to Joe.
Just give it away.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, you can't really taste the mango in there. I just like that bubble mint on its own because it is just a spearmint and it is really, really nice. I've had that 2 days and it's nearly gone. Gone. But you're totally right. The range is absolutely fantastic.
They're good juices, yeah.
Yeah. We all met them at Expo, didn't we?
We did.
Nice set of people. And then I've got this strange little device here.
Oh, for God's sake.
I don't know what it's going to fit on.
Dildo saying, shut up.
Yeah. It is the Merlin Nano. Now, they did the Merlin RTA and they did the Merlin Mini. Now, this is the Nano. The flavour from it is really good. And in this, I've got a tobacco, which these were at Expo as well. This is the Venezuela land. I'll tell you the actual profile on this because I had to get the little thing. It's Virginia tobacco with rum with naturally sweet aroma associated with the famous soft and whatever taste. So it's tobacco with rum. Yeah.
Sorry.
It's definitely a really good mouth to lung, but I'm not really into the tobacco. But I thought I'd try it. I'm going to do a review on them. It's not actually that bad.
Does it come with its own Cobra?
I think so. It should come with its own sick bucket, I think. Tobacco. I'm not a big tobacco fan. I seem to like them in pods though.
Yeah, I've tried a couple of tobaccos in the pods and that I've had, but no, I've stopped smoking to get away from tobacco. I don't want to fucking taste it.
And then the last one, but not least, I'm on the rim, and that's got the Steam Crave on it, the RTA Light on there, mouth to lung or direct to lung. I've only just set this up today, so I haven't got really much to say on it. Not bad though. Be nice if I turned it up. But the only thing I would say is the deck's a little bit complicated. You have to change your coils around a little bit to make it go straight on it. But yeah, not bad flavour. And that's roughly me. Let's just have a little look at chat. I'm so sorry that we've been ignoring you, and I'm so sorry we are a little bit late.
Thank you for all the anniversary wishes, folks. Thank you very much.
You've got quite a lot of them as well, haven't you?
Yes, thank you.
See, that's how big you are loved. See, I always got you as the mama of our sort of vape community, because obviously we were on the same network with the Vape UK network. And when I came on there, Mark were already on, and we come into last at Summer Vapes, and you were like the mum of the group with Bunny. And when we've gone to the expos, you're the mum who looks after everybody and sorts everything out, aren't you?
I was for my sons, yes.
Yes. Always looked after us.
I just like to make people happy and know that everybody's all right.
Yeah.
If you're not going to be happy, you'll get clout out there.
Well, I've no idea what you could possibly mean, Salford. No idea at all. I'm pleading innocence on that one.
You can't do that on you. It is the rim, though. It is the rim. Yep, you've always looked after us, and it's one of the things when, like I said, we go to the expos and bits and bobs, we know where to go to. And it was like that straight away. As soon as you came onto the network, you were looked after. Do you miss the family bit of the network? You know, like now we've all sort of like gone our separate ways. We still stay in contact, but do you miss that sort of bit where we were all together?
To be honest, no, not so much, because towards the end of the life of being in VUK, and it was a stress, it was a pressure, it was, you know, for me, it had run its course. And we still, even though that's no more and we're all on our own channels, we've still got that sense of community, do you know what I mean? We still get to see each other at expos, and, you know, we're still messaging back and forward with each other. And, you know, just because you're not maybe talking with people day in, day out the same way, it doesn't mean that the friendships aren't just as solid, you know. So that's why you know how upset I was when I didn't think I was getting to Expo, and I was so excited when Zan surprised me. And for me, that's what it's about. It's about getting to come down and get my cuddles and see everybody, you know.
Well, we just got back from the actual awards ceremony, and I had to take a double take because I didn't know you were coming, and it was absolutely fantastic. Great cuddle. It was nice to see both of you there.
He surprised me. It was awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of miss. You'll know, Aidan, you know, like for a lot of years we did a lot of like VC calls, big group VC calls, and we would have right laughs, and especially through the night with us with insomnia and stuff like that. So, but I mean, we still do that to a certain extent with Zoom and calls like that. But no, it's just I think the friendships that we made at our time in VUK will stand the test of time.
Yeah, it's like, well, you know yourself, when we do get to the expos and we're all together, it's like we haven't like left each other. It's like we've just seen us the day before. Exactly. Which everybody who were in the network, and obviously we've got extra friends who have come along and joined in there as well. They've got the same sort of relationship with them, which is absolutely fantastic. That's what the community's about, isn't it?
Isn't it? Isn't it? That's the best thing about vaping for me. It's the people. Always has been. You know, I think because of my personal circumstances now with my health and not being able to get out very much or socialise very much, you know, I socialise through the computer a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And it's for me, it's just about the people. Because Anne gets fed up listening to it, do you know what I mean? So I've got to start talking to somebody else.
But you have the same sort of thing, don't you, Salford? Obviously, with your own health and that, you don't get out loads as well, do you?
Don't get out at all.
No. So this is really your sort of like communicating to people on the outside.
Yeah, it is. I use it for everything. Everything. I mean everything. Shopping, everything. Talking to my daughters and grandkids and everything.
It's wonderful though, Dave, isn't it? Because when you go from being very isolated because of health issues to then having that outlet, it's great.
Yeah, it's great until it goes down. The internet goes down. It only has to be down a couple of minutes, doesn't it? And you're like pulling your hair out.
Well, I can cope. I usually pick a book up. But do you know that way? It's like, usually we have 5 teenagers running through. What's going on? What's going on? There's no internet. Panic. The world's coming to an end.
Yeah. We have that with Daniel. Obviously, he plays on that Fortnite, which is like proper addictive.
Yeah.
If he's not on it, we have to make him come away from it. You can have so much time on it, but even then, you can just see he's so angry because he can't go on it. But as soon as the internet goes down, I unplug it. Or if I'm doing a show, because I won't let him stream as well as me streaming, because obviously, potato internet. But it's a nightmare. All the kids running down. But YouTube's not working. My pad's not working. We never had that though, did we?
Hey, Pasty, how are you, darling?
I really should have done a couple of call-outs on the... Do you want to do it, Dave?
I'm so excited because Vaping Pasty is coming to Expo in May.
All
We're
right.
finally going to get to meet her.
Oh, wicked. I think there's quite a number. Are you going in October?
We're planning on it. Touch wood, everything goes to plan. We're planning on it.
I'm not. Sorry, I'm looking for my drink. I'm not sure what we're actually going to be doing. I'm not sure if we're going to maybe me and Lou come down on the Friday on the train, and then stay over on the Friday, and then go on the Saturday and the Sunday and come back home with Mark. We're not quite sure yet. I'm hoping Lou can come to this one.
Yeah, she was missed at the last one.
Yeah, she hasn't been to the last two, so I've sort of like been on my own. Mark's, well, I haven't been on my own because I was with Paul McCartney both times, which were really good. And it was nice to.
He's a lovely guy.
Yeah, he's really, really nice. Been a very good friend to me from the beginning. Right, lovely bloke. And we had such a good giggle. On both of them, we were there. He's such a funny bloke and all. Yeah, do you know the Scottish one? Have you set a new meet-up? I know you had a little bit of trouble with the last one. Have you set a new one up?
Yeah, the next one's going to be on the 3rd of August at Vaporize in Glasgow, but this possibly may be the last one that we're having at Vaporize. We're looking to actually grow it and maybe do like a mini Scottish Expo type thing next year at some point. So we're trying to get as many people up for this next meet as we can to see what the interest would be like, whether it would be worth us doing that or not. But yeah, 3rd of August is the next one, so we're looking forward to it.
You might see me because we've been talking. Paul's coming down here. He's coming down here sometime in July, somewhere around my birthday. Cool. And we did say that I'd be coming up there and spend a weekend up his end. So it might be, if I'm not working, it might be something to go. It'd be great. Yeah, I love going somewhere different.
I know.
Have you got? What about you, Salford? Are you going to go to the Liverpool one? Is that actually on the Jam?
I don't know.
We've had so many rumours about it being cancelled, but the website's still up and they're still selling tickets. So.
And I've not heard any. I've had nothing back from the Manchester one. I don't think that's going to go ahead at all.
Andy, stop moaning and get your arse up here.
Well, he went to Stuttgart, didn't he? He went to the German one.
He drove stupid hours to go to Stuttgart for 5 hours.
Well, just for 5 hours?
I know.
It can't be any worse than what Vic and Chris had to do. That were a nightmare for them, wasn't it?
God, yeah.
Well, it was. Zan was absolutely done in for a week after all that driving.
Yeah, I bet he did as well.
But yeah, no, that was an absolute nightmare for them. Their journey was horrific.
What do you think, Salford, about the way they split it up? Obviously, they had the juice in one section and then they had the hardware in the other. Do you think that's a better way to do it?
I thought it was fantastic, the way they did it. Yeah, I really do. I mean, it's got to be much better, hasn't it? Because when you're wandering about and you're looking for hardware, you want to look for hardware, don't you? And you don't want every stall just to be a juice stall and the odd one hardware here and there, like it was at Manchester. I thought it was brilliant, and the builders section and modders section, absolutely fantastic. Yeah. It really was. It looked really good.
Bill, behave, I'll be sick.
Please don't set her up. I have to be very careful what I say because you know what I'm like. I'm a bit close to the bone. I have to be very careful when
You
we
don't
sit
have to
down
be
there, because if not, she'd be boking and walking off.
That the tells you it was just.
And then I get shouted at and looked at. But yeah, it makes
I
sense.
think the Stuttgart thing, I think that's something that they should definitely bring into Expo here, because from my point of view, somebody who's very noise sensitive, the noise in Expo can be overwhelming. For example, in May there, Zan and I had to leave about 1 o'clock on the Saturday afternoon because it was so noisy, it triggered my migraine, and I had to go back to the hotel and sleep. Whereas if they had somewhere like a quieter hall and then the noisy hall for the juice, it would be so much better. You know, as far as I'm concerned.
The one back in October made, obviously, my brother's wife, Jan, made her poorly. And it actually made me poorly, especially on the Sunday. It got to about, say, 1 o'clock-ish, and all of a sudden the stage kicked in, and it was just drum and bass. And you could feel it.
No, see, I would have went up and fucking slapped Sunday.
I think we left at 3 o'clock afterwards. It was just so bad. But I must say, this one in May wasn't overly as bad as we've had it before, is it?
Yeah, it was all right. I think it was a combination of things, because I didn't know I was going to Expo, and I literally, Zan woke me up and said, right, you've got an hour, we're going to Expo, and you've never seen my arse move so quick out of bed in all your life. And I forget, I jumped, do you know what I mean? It was that, and I hadn't been well the week before Expo as well, so I think it was a combination of all that, and then the noise. But yeah, no, I mean, it's still worth it. Do you know what I mean? It's still worth it.
It is, yeah.
Fantastic.
Especially meeting up with everybody, and also, like I said, you get to see all the nice new shinies.
It is. It is. It was amazing. And you know what? Especially, obviously, Bunny wasn't with us in May, which was a big letdown. You know what I mean? But Em and I being there together, you know, it was amazing. And what happened? You know what? VapeTube did and Vape Around, we bringing all of it over for the reviewers and that. That was amazing, and is having our own kind of seating area separate, which was fantastic as well. Yeah, fucking zebra juice. That zebra nearly got a bit in the balls. That way, so it was like, but yeah, no, it was fantastic. It really was, and I think, you know, if they address things and the problems right, then it could really continue to be the best one, because all the others are all falling, they're all stopping, aren't they?
Yeah. Vape Jam was
the
just
one that
terrible.
we used to have in Doncaster, where you were the camp.
Yeah, the collective, Bill might be able to say a little bit more about that. I was so surprised that they didn't do it again, but it just needed organising a little bit better than it was before. They needed to get a little bit more hardware in there. And the venue that they picked is a really good venue. All outside, camping. But yeah, I think it was a really good event, but there just wasn't lots of footfall for it.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people turned up and then saw that there was hardly any. You could walk around it within like 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So if they put a bit more thought into what they're going to get and who they're going to get in there, I think it'd work. Because it's sort of central Doncaster, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's the hardest. I mean, obviously for us, we're looking at something for Scotland, because travelling down to Birmingham all the time, I mean, it's a right trek for us all up here. Do you know what I mean? To do that all the time. So we're looking to do something, but we want to grow it organically. We want it to grow as needed and as required, rather than put on this big show and have no footfall or nobody there, you know. So it's trying to grow it organically. So.
How long does it take you to get down? Is it about 4.5 hours?
To Birmingham, about 5.5 hours.
That's a long trek, isn't it, that?
Yeah. Well, Zan and I didn't stop in May there. We just came straight down, and we were 5 hours. Which in that Subaru is not ideal. You've got to unfold yourself as you get out the other end. Right, okay.
Stretch it out. I remember once you brought Vic down, and it looked like Vic had got his knees sort of like up to his. Like you could just see him crunched in like that. It's like you'd have to push him in.
He loves Zan's car. He sits in the car and goes boom.
I can sound like that, I know. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful Flat Cat Vapor who is in chat. He has got a different type of show coming out on Saturday night, which I'm really looking forward to this.
I'm very excited about this. I think it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, and he's such a great lad as well, a decent reviewer. If you're not subscribed, get yourself over there.
Yeah, he's really nice, guys.
What is it, Gail? Is it, if you know Salford, is it 9 o'clock, I think? Saturday?
9 o'clock Saturday, I think it is, yeah.
Reviewer versus reviewers, or reviewers versus reviewer.
And his first guest is UK Vapester.
So I think it's something a little bit different.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I think, that a Saturday night show, I mean, I know with Gaz it's not always going to be a Saturday night, it's going to be fitted in as and when he can around his real life stuff. But to have something like that on a Saturday night will be great. I think, I mean, you'll remember TBC, Aidan.
Yeah.
TBC was the big kind of Saturday night show that Vicky Mays in London did on VUKN, and since then there's not really been any kind of, although there's been live shows, nothing with a kind of a format, so to speak. So I think it'd be really good to have something like that back again.
See, obviously you do yours late nights on a Friday, don't you, Salford?
We do.
I do, yeah.
I'd always try and shout you out, but I never know whether you're going to be on or you're not on. But I do always try and shout you out.
Thank you.
Which takes us quite nicely on to your show, which has been running now, what, for over 3 years?
3 years. Yeah.
We've had a couple of member changes, but obviously it's been the start, you two, of Bunny and yourself, and it's been going for a long time. It is a very fun show. All of you, I would imagine in chat, have seen it. It's on a Friday. Now, one of my biggest things I want to ask is, you've gone over to Twitch.
Yes.
How have you found it? How does that work as well? I'm not really into the sort of Twitch. I know it's like gaming sort of side of stuff. I know you get coins and stuff.
When we left VUKN and decided we were going to go out on our own, we had a long talk between us, Bunny, myself, Brew and Zan at the time, about where, we were going to fit in, were we going to stay on YouTube or what we were going to do. And at the time we felt like we wanted to do something a bit different, because we are a bit different. But also as well, we were very aware of YouTube and all the changes that YouTube were bringing in, and the negativity towards vaping shows and reviewers and things like that. So we thought we would just make the jump early on, and we went to Twitch. So we went to Twitch for a couple of reasons, because you've got a lot more freedom over in Twitch. You can play music, you can discuss things on Twitch that you can't discuss on YouTube. And we just thought it would be something a bit different, that way, because the majority of live shows and reviews are on YouTube. And we knew it was a bit of a risk. We knew that we might lose out on, a lot of viewers and subscribers and whatever, but I mean, Bunny and I were ill. The first show that we did on our own channel, the two of us were up being sick all day. We were that worried that nobody was going to turn up. It was ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? But then we decided we went to Switch, and it's went from strength to strength. And then obviously just a few weeks after we moved over, our beautiful Em joined us. And yeah, we like it. It's a solid platform. It's really good. But we did decide to go to Twitch with the long-term view of dual streaming to VapeTube once VapeTube's live streaming capability comes in.
Yeah.
So although we do our show on Twitch, we upload it to VapeTube and we upload it to YouTube after. But we will be looking at dual streaming once the live capability comes in for VapeTube.
And Em just fits in perfectly with you two, doesn't she?
She does.
Yeah.
She's the brains. She's the brains. I know Bunny won't mind me saying that, but she really is.
The thing about it is you had a number of people come and go out of your sort of like your format.
Yeah.
Some fitted, some didn't. I know you got on with a couple and didn't get on with another couple of them, but it gels this three, doesn't it? Like how we had Mark and Adam and like I've got the same here with this show. You sort of gel, don't you? You know when it gels.
I mean, you obviously, you've been casting for a long time as well, so you can. It's very different when you're casting a show with somebody than it is just sitting in a conversation with somebody. There's a difference to it. So yeah, we've had quite a few bitches come and go, but since Em joined, we invited Em on as a guest one week, and literally we came off the show and Bunny and I just said straight away, we need to get her on with us full time. She was just awesome, do you know? And we knew that as her confidence grew and she came out of her shell a wee bit, she just fits in great with us, and we're totally comfortable with Em, and she's comfortable with us, and we just seem to click. We just seem to click.
Salford, you did a show with what's his name from Australia, right? Nice lad.
From Damo,
didn't you?
Vaping in HD. Yeah.
So you, I don't know how you. I've never asked you this. How did you actually get to meet him, and how did the show come about?
Right. Both of us are subscribers to Chris Empire Vape Co. And Chris allowed Damien to put his first reviews up on Chris's Facebook. So I went and watched a few, and I commented on them and what have you. And then Damien got in contact with me, and we was chatting for a long time, and then we decided we was going to do a show. And of course, the time difference is a bit difficult, so that's why it becomes 12 o'clock at midnight till 2 in the morning. And that's how we went along, and become good friends well before we started the show. So, you know, it's just one of them things, you gel with people, don't you? You know, if you've got the same sort of humour as well, that really helps, doesn't it? You know, and that's just the way it happened. And it carried on for a while, but unfortunately Damien's health is getting worse, and he's pulled away from doing anything on YouTube now. But he pops in on the Friday every now and then to show.
Yeah.
I thought he was going off on his bus as well, wasn't he?
He is, yeah. He's it'll be a couple of years' time. He's bought a bus. He sold the house, didn't he? And he was having another house built, and then had a few other problems and what have you. And then was told that possibly end up in a wheelchair if he carries on doing the job he's doing now. So they decided on this life change, him and his wife, where they buy a bus and they actually go down their own continent, which neither of them have really seen. It's such a big place, isn't it? You know, so they're working up to that. They bought the bus from the other side of the country, though. That's what got me.
So they had to see half of it to get it.
You know, like go 2,500 miles away or something. So the guy drove it to him. Anyway, he's ripping out all the old stuff at the moment and putting that right. So of course the money's going into the bus at the moment. But he's got a massive big trailer at the back as well with generator and everything else. You know, I think it's 20 odd foot long. So you got a bus at about 20 foot long and that at 21 foot long. You know, it's like a 40 foot walk going up the road.
Like a bendy bus.
Yeah, exactly.
That sounds awesome, though.
Yeah.
Would you do that, Gail?
Oh, aye.
I'd love something like that.
I would love to do that. It's always been my dream to drive across America. It's always been on my bucket list.
Route 66?
Yeah, just to drive from one coast to the other. So yeah, I would do that in a heartbeat.
I'll send you over a link on Facebook. They come up with like loads of deals. I find them on like Amazon and different places, and they put these voucher codes and stuff. And there was one on there to fly. I think it was something like, say, the 2nd of March in 2020, and you come back on the 9th. And it was £214 to fly from Manchester to New York, and that was a return.
Wow.
That's absolutely amazing, because I've always wanted to go to New York. I've always wanted to take Lou, have a look round and just see what it's like.
Zan surprised me with 5 days in New York a few years ago.
What was it like?
Oh, it was amazing. It was awesome.
Have you been as well, Salford?
No.
Oh,
I'd love to.
You see it on all the films and the TV shows and all the rest of it, and I'd always wanted to go to the States, do you know, that way. So anyway, him being my husband, he said, oh, by the way, you better pack a case, we're going to New York tomorrow. And I was like, oh, okay then. If I must. So it was a once in a lifetime, do you know what I mean, trip. He booked us into Midtown Hilton, and we spent like 4 days. We walked the length of Manhattan Island, and it was out of this world. Did all the touristy things and Statue of Liberty, and we did a lot of the tours.
How long ago was this?
3 years ago.
Right, so you were vaping then, weren't you?
No, it was just before we'd started vaping that we went. So yeah, we were still smoking at that time.
Did you notice any vape shops?
No.
You wouldn't be looking, would you?
No.
No, at that point, I mean, we had originally started vaping in 2009 before our wedding, and we lasted about 16 weeks, and then we started smoking again. So it was like 3 years past in May there that we actually started vaping full time again. So when we went to New York, we were still on the cigarettes. We weren't really kind of paying attention to a lot. We did notice that we were among very few smokers.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a big thing in the States, because we would come out the hotel and sit outside to have a few cigarettes or whatever. And you know, you can see people frowning at you for smoking. Yeah.
Is it San Francisco you can't smoke outside at all? Or?
Yeah, well, they're talking about totally banning everything in San Francisco, and all vape gear sales are going to be banned as well. That was one of the news articles today.
There was Simon's set a couple of news items up. One of them is a little bit rude. Well, it's not rude, but it's in that sort of category. And the other one was about the NNA. They was on about obviously the new the new Nicotine Alliance.
That's it.
Yeah.
Got it out. They have been saying that obviously here in the UK it's been absolutely fantastic with the way people have been stopping smoking by vaping. And what they're saying is that if a flavour ban did come over here and also in the States, that how it would stop the amount of number of people vaping and not smoking. What do you think of that?
I don't think so. I think it'll just drive it underground. I think people will DIY, because there's no way they can ban the flavours altogether because they're food grade flavours.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you can get your PG and your VG in Boots.
Yeah.
You know, the only thing people might struggle with is the nicotine, but we thought that with the TRPR, and we can still get it.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, the way it is in this country, they're very pro-vaping compared to a lot of the rest of the world. So I know that people say whatever happens in America tends to come over here, but in this instance, I don't think so. I think it would just drive everybody back to bathtub ruin.
Yeah, well, even in America, it's just going to send it underground and make a nice black market, innit? That's what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
You know, the same would happen here if it was the same situation here.
It's the same. Obviously, you're looking at like prohibition again, aren't you?
That's exactly. And prohibition never worked.
No.
It's never worked for anything. I mean, as soon as somebody says to me, you can't do it, I'm like, I'm away to do it. See you later. You know, that's just me. I'm awkward that way. So don't tell me not to do something.
It's like when you tell a child not to do something, they go ahead and do it right away, isn't it?
Exactly. I think it's
obviously it's been said on plenty of shows about how blind they think that us as people are, especially in the US, about how they're trying to stop flavours and how they're stamping on vaping and stuff. You can obviously see that it's to do with money, and they must think we're absolutely stupid.
Absolutely. It always comes back to money, doesn't it? Always. And at the end of the day, you know, big pharma, big tobacco, the amount of trillions of dollars that you're talking about, even over here, I mean, they're here now. You know, they're putting that in. They're banking on the fact that the mainstream media are going to pump out all the propaganda shite that they want to pump out, and that people are sheep. They'll follow that. They'll believe it. Yeah. You know, I mean, we're already the converted. We're already the educated. We know better because we've taken the time to educate ourselves. But they bank on the majority being sheep and not wanting to do that.
And they use the biggest thing as well, don't they? Save the children.
Oh, fuck off. Seriously, just fuck off.
I love it.
I was 13 and smoking a fag and having a drink of whiskey. Yeah, to fuck, we've all done it.
every child does, don't they?
Exactly.
We all experiment.
They're going to do that, eh?
If your children was going to do, and again, obviously you've got to be 18 here and 21 in the US, if your children are going to try smoking, I would much rather them try vaping than smoking, wouldn't you?
Well, here's the thing, right? Our 17-year-old, we had just discovered that he was smoking. So, obviously not very pleased. I've had the conversations with him and all the rest of it. Anyway, being 17 and thinking that he knows everything and we know nothing. He was continuing to smoke. So he's now vaping. We've got him vaping because at the end of the day, we would much rather he was vaping than smoking, you know, for his own health. Don't get me wrong, as mum, I'm still a bit like, I don't like seeing him doing it. Do you know that way? But it's the lesser of two evils, isn't it? Because he's going to go and do what he's going to do. I'd rather he was vaping.
Especially at 17, it's a very funny age, isn't it, 17?
Yeah.
Because you're somewhere between still being...
maturing at 12 anyway.
Yeah.
You know, all males kind of stop maturing at 12, so he is kind of 17, 6'5", and about 12 years old. So.
Yeah. But we still, even though in the same way we still think we know it all. Obviously, I remember when I was 17, and I still think I'm a know-it-all now, but I was even worse when I was younger. You know, you're going to drink, and you're going to try this, you're going to do all the things that you... Because you want to be a grown-up at 17, don't you?
Of course you do. Of course you do. You think you're an adult, you think you know everything. But hey, it's part of growing up, isn't it? It's part of the journey.
Yeah, it's part of life.
They're going to try different stuff.
No, he's 6'5", he can get away with everything.
Yeah.
That didn't last very long till he got put in his arse last week. No. Sit down and listen.
See, obviously, you know how small Mark is. My mum were smaller than Mark, but my mum were exactly the same as you. She only had that little look, but believe me, she could move. And if you knew when you were in trouble, you knew when you were in trouble.
One look works wonders.
Oh yeah, just one look.
Resting bitch face. It took me a long time to do, perfect this resting bitch face.
That's another thing with people with me. Do you know, as soon as I change, because normally I'm smiling, I'm laughing, I'm joking, and if you try and be serious, they think you're being funny.
Yeah.
They go to me like, because you've just gone serious, you're talking about a subject, they think, oh, he's being funny. No, it's just, I'm not just trying to make a joke out of something, I'm actually being serious. Everybody waits for a punchline.
I know.
Right, well, we'll touch on this next bit of news. Now, I'm going to actually put the... I haven't read the entire article about this.
Before you start it, how would you go about reviewing this one?
I haven't got a clue.
Oh, you're not talking about this monstrosity that's aimed at children, are you?
No, this one's definitely not aimed at children. What I'll do is I'll put the screen up. It's to do with a bizarre app that links vibrators to vape pens to give randy users a buzz. Sorry, I'm reading it as it's coming across. A buzz whenever they inhale.
And the longer you inhale, the better the buzz.
And it's called, yeah.
Hey, I'm cheeks now.
So it is called the Vape-gasm.
Yep.
They've got 3 different colours. They've got the white one, the blue one, and the pink one.
Currently available in the USA.
I just can't believe it. And I can't believe that this was his first news story that Simon was going to put out. And I was like, wow, is it because we've got a lady on?
Right, so let me get this right. You inhale and it vibrates.
Yes.
No. It's Bluetooth link to a vibrator. So when you inhale, it then sends a signal to the vibrator. and they're thinking of coming out with one for men soon. How do you review that one? I want to know. I watch a review on that one. Never mind how else.
Who has reviewed them?
The best thing about it is as well, if you ever watched, obviously deaf people could only watch television at 12 o'clock because obviously that's when it comes on. He just did the exact signs now, didn't he? And when it vibrates,
and you get the buzz.
Is that how you get your buzz? Is it from back of your head? Look at that!
I did all the ball patch.
Orion's braces, some people are going through 100 mil a day.
It's a mouth to look at. I bet somebody's doing 200 mil a day on it.
I want to know who came up with that idea. Seriously.
It's some company that they invented a similar thing for the Super Bowl. So when your team scored, the vibrator went off. It's weird, only available in America at the present, but it's soon coming to the UK.
See, when I first read it, the only thing I had in my head was Phoenix Nights when they had them love balls.
What, the Chinese love balls?
Yeah, and she was behind the back of the bar. It was Mary. Do you watch Phoenix Nights? Have you seen it? And she's behind the back of the bar. So obviously they've inserted them, and she's trying to say, well, that's I ain't saying that word. Inserted them while they're working. You can actually get them by remote control as well.
Can you?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. But
yeah,
I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
I'm educated on this show tonight.
I've seen them in on summers. Not that I go in there very often. It's just when I'm dribbling on the window. I meant, yeah. But yeah, it's...
Surely that's got to be a joke.
I thought that myself, but no, apparently it's true.
It's true, yes. They're on sale in the States at the moment.
And it's called, I'll stick it back up again.
Vape-gasm.
Why did I just say that? Yeah, it's called Vape-gasms. And if I look at the price, it's $19.99.
Yeah, it's going to be sold for 16 quid over here when it comes over or something.
You seem to look into this a little bit more than I have.
I read the article properly. I've got 3 on order already. What are you on about?
The best thing about it, the review's coming soon. What do you think about it in chat? What does Betty think about it in chat?
I tell
Just
you
hope
that
you don't lose your vape.
cheeky bum wank, doesn't it?
Well, you know what? I thought that exactly when I was reading the article. I said, here's one for Dino. Definitely.
But the things that they think about with vaping, I don't know if you saw it. I'm not sure if you touched on the pictures once. Was with that one about the pacifier? They did it with the. Did you see it? How stupid was that? And it was really weird as well.
I know. That just conjured images of me of grown men in nappies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? wanting their nappy changed and bottle fed and tip fed. No, get fucked, no. Whatever floats your boat, but do it over there.
Yeah. I don't mind a bit of role-playing games. It's not too bad, that. But getting dressed up as a baby, that's just stupid.
Well, it's fetish stuff, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Whatever floats your boat.
See, eventually you are going to end up in a nappy, but I don't want to be doing it now. You know what I mean? So you can go to your kids, look, change me.
I'm not quite at the 10 a lady stage yet, thanks. No, I'll put that up for another couple of years.
Lou, if you're watching, I'm not going to say a damn thing. It must be one of the biggest things as well in a relationship where, you know, you can just look at her and she's been giggling, you know, that little thing where they pushed it. She's weird.
Talking of it, I have only ever done that once in my life, and it was a couple of weeks ago. I was sitting in here on a Zoom call, and I didn't see him, but Zan was behind me, and he's got one of these, you know, the blow machines for like cleaning out things, right? And I didn't realise, and he turned it on behind me, and it hit right in my ear, and I absolutely shit myself, and I get such a fright, I wet my knickers. I had to get out the camera and run to the fucking toilet, and fucking slapping him off a camera. They were looking back on.
I haven't actually I haven't got myself into that point yet. But obviously my wife's had 3 children, obviously with the cancer as well, so that's her excuse, the poor lass.
Yes, the other thing is, you know, you've got to do your pelvic floor muscle exercises and all that.
You know what's happening to that face, isn't it? Like you're stuck in a weird original.
Maybe that's what the would be good for.
Yeah.
Yeah, exercise them muscles.
That's... I still can't believe that. They come up with some right things. It doesn't help the vape community, though, does it, really, when you come up with the novelty stuff?
No, it really doesn't. Especially if they're saying they're marketing it to children, and then they come out with shit like that.
Yeah. Not good at all. So, what's coming up on the bitches this week?
This week, we have Vape Detective. As you know, our lovely Tony, who passed
big
away.
love, Tom.
Yeah. And we said that we would carry on Vape Detective in memory of Tony. So we haven't done a Vape Detective for a wee while, so we'll be doing Vape Detective on Friday. And we're also going to be doing the out-of-box review for the K1.
I used to love the Vape Detective. It was on roughly around about 4 o'clock, wasn't it, on a Saturday?
It was great. It was great.
I actually watched a couple of his reviews again the other day, which was nice to see.
I miss him.
Yeah.
He was such a darling, man.
Yeah, he was a lovely bloke. I was lucky enough to do a couple of Friday night shows with him and Chris. And obviously I'm a Liverpool fan, and we had the same sort of sense of humour as well, which...
Yeah.
Because he was so easy to get on with, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh man, I hate quizzes. I'm always on lag.
I'm same. I'm commenting, thinking I want to get on this really quick, and then you're on to the next question.
That's the problem with doing it, but we wanted to carry it on, and maybe
you did right. We tried to sort a quiz out and try and run it on here, but we had the same thing, didn't we, with the lag?
Yeah.
Well, we do quizzes, as you know, with bitches. We've done quizzes for about 2.5 years. We do that every week, now and again. Everybody seems to enjoy it because we stopped doing it for a while. We thought everybody was fed up with it, so we thought, we'll stop doing it. And then we were getting messages when you're doing a quiz. So we do it. Can I have a running thing now where we run things over a kind of a 6-week period? Because we're on our own channel now as well, we're not limited to just female guests.
Right.
So we can have anybody on, like yourself.
28th. It's 28th,
Yes,
isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
We've had Pud Puffs on last week with us. We've had Mobro on. So it's great. We can just have whoever we want on now.
He's again another lad. Get over there and subscribe to him. Pud Puff, absolutely brilliant bloke.
And he a squeal.
We sat down there. We got absolutely hammered on the Saturday night. We'd had a good giggle. He'd brought his book fast and all sorts. We had a right good giggle.
He's a lovely guy.
He's a really nice guy. And also Mobro. Obviously, I do sabs with him. If you've not got over subscribed to him, make sure you do. Another good bloke as well. He done off make me laugh with his impressions as well.
I know. You're right, Ryan's it was Tony that called them onions. And I still call Alan onions because of that.
Yeah,
I still call them onions because of that.
Mobro's Vic's pretty good as well, isn't he? Dum-de-dum-de-dum.
And we're recording.
Yeah, Mobro's very, very good at his...
He's great. I love Mo.
He's a really good bloke.
I didn't really know Mo very well until we did the 24-hour charity stream. And we had it off straight away, do you know what I mean? And it's like we said at the end of that stream, we couldn't have picked anybody better to do all that 24 hours with because we all got on so great and it was brilliant, you know, and Mo and I became really good friends and everything from that, and it was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. And it was great until he started greeting and then he set us all off crying.
the thing about it with Mobro is you'd have to go very far to fall out with the lad because you know what I mean. He's a very sensitive lad as well.
Back horizontal.
Yeah. He was a very good addition to obviously the Sabs when he come onto the Sabs. Obviously, it were really good. He brings another dimension
I love
to
Mo.
it.
He always puts a smile on my face. See if I'm having a shitty day, he always puts a smile on my face.
Yeah, he's a good lad. There's quite a lot of up and coming vapors reviewers now. Absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
It's not an easy market to come into. Like maybe like when I came into it, it was not so saturated. And obviously I had an hand up with the network and with Mark. But nowadays they're coming in blind, really, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's not as simple.
The thing is, we've been going 3 years, but since M joined us, we've kind of made a change of direction. So we're now doing live reviews, because none of us are wanting to do the whole talking to the camera. I couldn't talk to a camera on my own, do you know what I mean? I don't know how you do it. I need my bunny and my M there to kind of interact with, do you know that way? So we're doing the live reviews now, and it's great. I'm really, really enjoying it. You know that way, just doing something a wee bit different as well from the standard.
The norm, which is a lot of vape shows. See, there's a lot more people going live now, isn't there?
Not up and coming reviewer, right, Vic?
I don't know if you noticed, but we've got a up and coming reviewer, somebody called Vaping with Vic.
Yes, my cherub.
Must be coming up and coming, must be.
Aye, must be.
Well, it's been a little bit bad, hasn't it, with the monetisation as well. It were a little bit sad to read about. Obviously, it cuts down the income of his business because, obviously, for years and years and years, he's putting out 2 reviews a day near enough. And
I don't know how he does it. I really don't. I worry about him, that he's going to run himself into the ground. Because people forget, do you know what I mean? Vic doesn't cook very well.
No.
You know, you don't see that on his reviews and on his camera, but people forget that sometimes, and it worries me that because he works so hard at it.
Do you know when they said about how much they had to travel when they were at Stuttgart? The first thing that popped into my head, I actually messaged Vic, was that it's going to absolutely bugger him up because we both know as well when he's around expos and stuff, it's very hard for him to get around. Most of the time he's sat down because of that. Yeah. And I thought to myself, if he's going to do all that travelling, that's going to proper wipe him out.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean, his face, he was like a pig in shit here. Zan picked him up in Glasgow and I'd made them all breakfast because I wanted them to eat something before they got on the flight to go. So, of course, they had these rolls and tatty scone and square sausage here and his tea before they went and got a pig in shit. He was quite happy.
He messaged me as well obviously we both were on that Vape tier, we both did the trio kit. So we were both actually in... he put me in his blog as well, which is really nice, thank you very much. But we were both on the Vaptail stand, so he sent me the picture of that as well, which was pretty good.
Yes, I love my cherub.
Yeah, it's a lovely bloke. So then, Salford, what have you got coming up on your channel this week? Are we getting any reviews out? Now you're getting a little bit better?
Yeah, I've got some juice reviews to do. I've got some 50-50 stuff as well, which we don't see a lot of do these days, really. I've got a couple of them to do. I've got the bombers to do this week, and I've got a couple of other items that are in the cupboard there. And I've just got a couple of items in as well, if you can remember what there was. I've got the Recurve 2, the dual in.
Yep.
And I've got that Artery PAL 2 in as well. And I bought one of the old Novas, Geek Vape Novas. But I'm not going to review that. That's going to be a giveaway for when I get 1,000 subscribers. So in about 3 years' time, when that's antique.
Let's be honest, you're not far away. I think you're probably, 100 away, if that?
About 106, 109, something like that at the moment.
So come on, people, if you haven't subscribed to him, make sure you get over there to Salford and give him a sub, corking review. It's going to be nice to see you back. I know what it's like when it wipes you out. I'm going to look forward to the PAL review.
Don't you think, Aidan? Don't you feel like that? Sometimes you've got to just take a couple of weeks to step back. Because I think if you don't cast and you don't review, people don't realise just how much work you put into it.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have to just take that step back for real life stuff. Do you know that way to kind of reset? And
the virus just flattened me. Of course, I live in the worst place in the world for viruses, don't I? live in a block of bleeding flats.
Yeah.
So any sneeze around me, because I've got a very low immune system since I had the cancer.
Yeah.
And obviously that never comes back to, being fully okay. So anybody just sneezes near me in the lift, that's it. I've got it. They just have to breathe on me and I've got it.
I am offended. Misleading title. Hi, Dean.
Another great bloke as well, Dean. Big thumbs up to Dean. But yeah, I suffer, obviously, I suffer from bipolar, so I have massive ups and downs, and that's why my reviews are very sporadic. Yeah. You might get like 3-4 of them in a row, and then you might not hear from me for 2 weeks. It's just how I am. The live shows I love doing. I love being around people, so it does make you feel a little bit better.
It lifts you, doesn't it? I mean, I can't wait. I look forward to my Friday with my bitches every Friday. Do you know that way, with my girls, and being and interacting with everybody in chat, and I just love it. It does. It lifts my spirits. It gives me something to look forward to. If I've had a really, really painful week, it gives me something to fight towards.
And just a banter and laughter alone is helpful, innit? It's healing in its own way. So I love it. I love doing lives. I like doing lives better than I do doing reviews.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
True.
That's why we don't do recorded reviews. We just do. We're bitches. We do what we want.
I've been called a bitch many a time as well.
Do you know I can believe that?
The Devil Vapor says he's not a good bloke. I kill butterflies and punch their flappy fucking eyes off.
You're welcome, Mo.
It's always nice to know, bro. The wonderful Paul McCartney, nice to see him, brother. Big love.
Hey, Paul, shout it out. 3rd of August in Glasgow, in the next Vaporise meet.
I think I might be coming up to your house on that day, Paul. I think I'm going to be staying over with you and your cat, because you're a strange cat man instead of a strange cat lady. He likes his pussies. But
I would like to make them again.
Yeah, we're back on the pen. This week, what have I got coming up? What have I got coming up this week? Obviously, we did the sub-ohm tanks last week. This week, we're doing the mouth to lung. So we've got this one coming up, which is
I'm not going to sell that to me anytime soon.
I've got nothing else to put it on, and you can't work out what you'd actually... The straight glass I might try.
It might look like I said, orgasm, but other than that, no.
That's from Orgs Vape, that.
What's that restaurant in the sky that goes round like that?
Yeah.
That moves. Is it? Where's that? Is it?
Isn't that in New York?
No, it's Seattle.
No. Is it Seattle? Yeah, it is, isn't it?
The big, is it the... Oh, I can't remember the name of it.
We'll be fucked for a quiz, won't we?
Yeah.
What's that spinny restauranty thing? It's been in a couple of films as well, hasn't it?
It was Seattle.
It's been in a couple
Sears Tower. There you go.
Sears Tower, yeah.
Right, you've got 6 points. I'm sorry if people's messages are getting deleted. I need to sort Nightbot out. I think I need to sit with...
very picky, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I haven't got the settings. It took us, 15 weeks to get it sorted. We tried it every week, didn't we? And it just didn't work. We even did. It took us 20 minutes to do a giveaway.
Just doesn't work on your channel. Just doesn't like it.
To be honest with you, nothing works on my channel, really, if I'm honest. Poor old Simon.
Yes, well, I meet at Vaporise in Victoria Road on the 3rd of August. I'll message you on Facebook and give you all the details.
Yes, I'll be going up to his. Nice to see you, Biscuit Vapes, one of the Donny lads. Well, it's getting down to that point of the evening. The wonderful Lethal Coils is on after us at 9:30. He was supposed to be on at 9 o'clock, but he's gone to 9:30. He did let me know. So make sure you get yourself over there and check him out. Lovely bloke.
Who's he got on with him tonight, do we know?
I'm not sure about his guest. He didn't tell me about that.
Ah, right.
I'm unsure.
Need to message him and find out.
He did tell me that he's on at 9:30, because obviously he's been doing a little later ones. All depends who he's got the guests on from, if it's been the US or UK. So he is on at 9:30. So then, it's that point of the evening. Salford, are you going to do your quote of the week? I need to put your wonderful picture up before we do that.
Why not?
There we go. Look at that baby.
Oh, it's Salford's
Oh,
quote
she's
of
so
the week.
beautiful. You got to admit, she's lovely.
I'm saying no.
At least she's got hair. Right, okay. This one's especially for Simon, and he can't even answer me back today, which is brilliant. That's my little snipe at Simon. Right, this is an Abraham Lincoln quote. Better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to speak out and remove all doubt.
That's a good one.
That's for you, Simon. Love you, Simon.
But to be honest, it should be me as well. I should just keep my mouth shut, because
Do you want? It doesn't happen.
Don't say nothing. Do you want to say your goodbye, Salford?
Yeah, I will do. Guys, in chat, without you, we don't have a show, of course. And, thank you for coming over and being patient with us for all Simon's foes and woes with his microphone. And, of course, it's lovely to have Gail on and to chat again, because we've only ever been in a chat on a conference on, like, the UKN and one charity show. Yeah. So it's lovely to have. We need the rest of the girls on as well at some point.
Lovely.
Yeah. I'm dead easy. Wait till you meet that Bunny and that You've got no chance.
I've met Bunny in person and had me cuddle, so
she gives the best cuddles.
Oh, she does, and she gave me a seat as well.
You can't even.
I was highly honoured. Yeah, and of course, yo, little bro, for being patient with the rest of us. It wasn't his fault this time now, which makes a change. And guys, as I said, thank you very much for coming over and being patient with us.
We'll pass it over to our very, very special guest, the one and only Gaily Bops.
Thank you so much for having me on. I've been really, really looking forward to coming on with you guys. It's been a delight. It's been an absolute delight, and so lovely to spend time with you and get to do a wee cast with you. So thank you so much for having me on. I watch you every week.
Oh, you're a darling. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully we'll have Simon back next week. Big love to him, because he really wanted to be on the show today, and obviously with technical problems he's not been on. So big love to you, bro. Don't worry about it. We'll sort it out. It's normally my computer that's messing up. Big huggles to the one and only Gaily Bops. I love you so much. You are the mama of the vape community, and you have always looked after me and my brother, and we love you so much. Thank you very much for it. Thank you so much for coming on the show. It's been nice, absolutely wonderful to be on the same stream as you. And I can't believe we've not done it before. It's strange. And I can't wait till the 28th as well to get onto your show.
Yes, you're going to be on the bitches with us. I can't wait. It's going to be fun. Exciting.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, everybody in chat, thank you so much. You make this show. You people are so special. Thank you so much for sticking around with us. Thank you so much to all the spanners for looking after us as well. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next week we'll be back at the same bat time, same bat channel, and I promise you we will be back, 8 o'clock. And there's one last thing to say, people. Look after yourself and keep them juices flowing. Good nighter.
Good night, everyone.
Yo, people, and welcome back to another 3 Men and a Vape show. It is a Wednesday. It is 8 o'clock-ish. My computer decided it wanted to restart and do an update just as we want to go on, but it would not be the same without it. We have got our very, very special guest, the wonderful Vaping with Vic. I'm sure he doesn't need really any introduction. I think we all know who he is. We have got the wonderful co-host as normal, the wonderful Salford Vapor, and Mr. Coyley. It has been 2 weeks, lads. Are we all right? It's been a week. It's been a week.
It's been a week, yeah. Ahead of yourself. You've been across the Pennines, that's the problem.
That's the problem, yeah.
Yeah. Step
Can
back in
everybody
time.
tell us in chat that you can hear us? Don't even do that. Don't even do that. I've had enough stress for the last 25 minutes. It's not the greatest. And we've got the wonderful Vic Mullins. How are you, brother? Always nice to see you.
Yeah, doing all right.
You had a good day?
Nah.
Down at the office.
Yeah, it was one of those days.
Was it? I hate one of those days. I've actually had a really good day. I've been with Paul McCartney. He's on his way back now, all the way back up to sunny Scotland. I think he's halfway there. He's got a 5-hour drive. So if you are listening, he said he might stop over and have his sandwiches that my wife's made him. So I hope you're enjoying your ham sandwiches there, brother. But yeah, it's been a great day. And I've been down to Chris's shop, which has been brilliant at Empires. Got myself some of the Enigma as well. I've just filled it up. It is really nice. It's got some complex flavours in there.
It does.
Do you think?
Yeah.
I could definitely taste the pear.
I thought it was fucking apple at first.
Did you?
I think it's just got the right name. It's a fucking enigma.
Yeah, it's definitely. You can definitely taste that pear in there. Right, now everything seems to be like it's running. I will get the chat up. Right, I'll tell you, we'll do a quick buffet. We'll go across and we'll go straight away to our wonderful guest. What are you vaping on, Mr. Mullins?
Vaporesso Gen with the Kelpie sitting on top. Go and buy one now. Yay! SX Mini with the black Kelpie on top. Go and buy one now. Thank you very much. Aspire AVP with some of Les Pickens tobacco in it with 12mg stuff. And I've got the Rebirth RTA with the Thor 2.
Oh, that's nice.
And that's it.
And that was a commercial by Vaping with Vic.
Yes, it was. Go and buy a Kelpie. Thank you.
That's how you do it, Salford, as quickly as that.
Yeah, I do apologise about Nightbot. I've turned it off, so how the hell it's still working, I haven't got a clue. So we'll go over to the Salford. Just only put a couple of emojis in, just don't put 8 of them in.
You're over to me, are you?
We'll go to you.
Me. Right, all I'm on is True Tank, on tobacco, recurve jewel with some peanut butter and jelly.
What mod's it on, Salford? Salford? What mod's it on? You didn't say what mod it was.
It's not a recurve.
Oh, right, sorry, you did so. Well, you said the recurve jewel, didn't you? You said the recurve mod, sorry.
I shouldn't have to explain that that's a recurve mod.
I couldn't see because you didn't have
that
that angle.
penguin, whichever way you look at it, on there.
All right.
Come on. The Kelpie on the Shogun, of course. Go out and buy one, Vic says. And I've got some. What I've got in that? I've got lime zest cookie in that nobody likes only me up to now. And the Bombus on top of the Mechman. Vic, any ideas why they call it a regulating mod, a Mechman?
It's because the original plan for that mod was to be called the Iron Man, and they couldn't do it. Obviously.
Right, yeah. So there you go.
I thought you said Mechman's dick.
Do you have a wobbly door on that Mechman? Because I have a wobbly door on mine, and I can't use it because it is just
Mine
so.
was all right.
But really. No, mine's
nuts.
fine. It's just you. It's just you. That's all.
Yeah.
Just yours. And that's it for me. That's all. Oh, besides my pipe and my slippers I've already got on. That's it.
I do like
That's
that
it
pipe.
for me.
It's a bit of the Sherlock Holmes type of pipe, isn't it?
It's the old man with slippers.
You nearly knocked your
Right,
camera
that's
over
what it
then.
is.
Everything we're
I
going
know.
then.
That's the highest I've had my foot in years, believe me.
So we'll go straight over to the wonderful Mr. Coyley. How are you, brother?
I'm very well. Knackered. 2 days over the Pennines again. Same time as you as well.
On the decent side of the Pennines.
No.
That's what I went to. Just to let PUBG know, I'm so sorry. I've turned Nightbot off. For some reason, it's still doing the spamming of symbols. Just be careful on symbols, people.
So, I've tried to get some Vic related things in tonight. Well, this isn't Vic related, but I rarely vape on a stockpile tank. I'm obviously on holiday next week, so I'm trying out a stockpile tank to see what it's like before I go on holiday. So that's the Falcon King. Are you listening, Aiden?
Yeah, the Falcon King.
How rude. Yeah.
I'm not.
Falcon King with on top of the paranormal, and in that I'm addicted to this stuff. The Cherry Bakewell by Home Baked. Absolutely love it to bits. But I honestly love that Falcon King. Absolutely love it to bits. That's going on holiday with me to Lanzarote next week. I also have the Kelpie. On top of the Asmodeus Lustro Stabwood, and in that I have this, which I bought a while ago, and I stuck it on a shelf, and I've not vaped it a lot. It's Doe Brothers. I think is it apple pie or apple crumble or something like that, which is really nice. It's got a bit of like a bit of cooler in it, something to make the apple, like the green apple, stand out. So it's quite nice. Also on the topside carbon, recurve dual on top of that, and in there, as last week, I have the rhubarb and custard by Moorish Boof.
Moorish Boof.
Moorish Boof. Another Vic related one, Digiflavor Siren. So downstairs I have three things. I have a pod, I have this, and I have a true tank sat downstairs. These ones that I use in the house. So the Digiflavor Siren on top of the Aspire Speeder, and in there I have Just Jam Raspberry.
Very nice.
And what else? Oh yeah, I have a sort of Vic related because it's Scottish. The Claymore.
Oh.
And on top of the Claymore, I've got the Kennedy 24.
Very
And in that I have the King's Custard. As always, whenever I use a mech, it's always King's Custard. And finally, I've got pod-wise. I've got the Orchid, which is the most frustrating thing ever. Because the flavour on it is
I don't think your wife would say that.
Absolutely brilliant flavour. It's like it's variable, so it's got a little screen on it. I don't want to shit kind it's going all blurry into it, but the battery life on it is absolutely shite.
Yeah.
It's horrendous. 50, 60 pulls I got off it, and that's it. It's gone. It's dead, and that's a 950 mAh battery. So what I thought I'd do is I'm going to vape on this all night, so you can see it's, well, for the next hour, so you can see it's full now, and we'll just show you it at the end of the show when we're finished.
There's obviously going to have to be a...
Just before you start, Aidan, do you remember that little comment you gave to me to see how that's how Vic does it? Do you remember that just before?
What?
No, it's completely gone out of my mind, Salford.
I thought it might have done.
There was actually a comment in chat which was pretty good as well, was saying, has he got anything left on his desk? There was quite a few on there.
I've got, what else have I got? I've got a topside dual normal, but there's nothing on top of that. I've got a...
Oh, we're doing that one, are we?
I've got an old Coolfire 4, the 18650 TC. Yeah. See, now you're all putting me to shame.
And that's not even the office. Can you imagine if that were the office?
Oh, there's another 100 mods in that cupboard behind me.
I keep having to rearrange stuff. I have to keep putting stuff up in the loft because I run out of space on my shelves. So, and that's it. I'm finished. I'm done.
You're finished. Well, I'd like to say thank you very much to everybody who's joined us tonight and everybody in chat, and thank you very much to all the spanners as well for joining us. That's it. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Well, obviously, we have to. I've got on the Kelpie with the Banshee, which I love the Banshee. We always got to put the Kelpie out there. Go and buy one. We have then got the Vapemon Gearbox, which I love that. It's just a nice looking thing.
I like that mod.
With the Falcon King on top, with some Enigma. Finally got my hands on it. I'm on my first tank of it, which I'm thoroughly enjoying. And last but not least, the Cold Steel from Ambitious Vapor 100 with the off tank on it, with some of my yo juice. You can get that from Les Pickin at the Juice Cabin, which is a bit of a, it's called Tactic, and it does look like there's loads of baked beans on it. I know it does. And I also know it does look like there's like loads of cheesy whatsits, but if you like a Tic Tac, get yourself over there. It released yesterday, which was so nice to go down to his store. If anybody is around Featherstone, Pontefract Way, get yourself there. It is absolutely huge, and the store is. The downstairs is just full of juicers and mods. Upstairs you've got his clean room and everything. That man has got more concentrates than just absolutely everything. And what he's been doing, Vic, you'll probably know a little bit more about it than me. He's been getting the tobacco leaves, and it's called, what's it called? Is it webbing?
Naturally extracting.
Yeah, naturally extracting it. Puts it in like a tub of like when you do like a home brew. Leaves it for so long, and then he has to go through a cleaning process to make sure it's obviously you can use it. But yeah, it was just fantastic. The amount of different tobaccos you can get.
Yeah.
And he's had to import them as well, which you have to go through a load of rigmarole. But yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. You've reviewed quite a lot of them, haven't you, Vic?
I've reviewed about 7 of them so far. I've still got another 6 that I need to go through.
But yeah, absolutely fantastic stall there. And also a big shout out to Empire. It was great being down there. It was lovely to see his stall. We had a good giggle there with Paul. So yeah, it's been obviously it's my birthday week because it's my birthday tomorrow. So it's
Is it?
Yeah, my 40th tomorrow. So
40.
yes, my last day being 39. So I'll never be in my 30s again. I feel all old now.
That's it. Downhill from now on. Just think, in a year and a half's time, you'll look like Salford.
He's
Not young.
Yeah. Well, you're young at heart, aren't you, Salford?
Just had a tough life, haven't you, Salford?
So while we've got the man
come
here
on,
himself,
come on.
Vic, I did notice you did post. You've
Hold up to
just
be all your dad.
you've just submitted the drawings for the Kelpie Jewel.
Yep.
Any idea of when that might be out or
Oh, that's not going to be until next year.
next year?
Because the dripper's got to come out first.
All right. And when are we looking at that before Christmas?
September, Octoberish.
Oh, so we might have it for Expo.
Oh yeah, that's the plan. It's the dripper's gonna be out before Expo. That's what we're planning for anyway. And then let that sell for a couple of months through the Christmas period, and then January, February next year, we start thinking about the Kelpie Jewel.
So I'm taking it that the Kelpie has done pretty well then, because obviously they wouldn't have carried on with the line if it hadn't done pretty well.
Oh yeah, that's done not bad.
Because it's just hit the US now, hasn't it?
Yeah, it took fucking long enough.
Yeah, because there was a massive gap between us getting it and them getting it, wasn't there?
There was a fucking huge gap between the US getting it and us getting it. It's just that nobody would pick up EH Pro stuff over there. That's the problem.
That's strange, isn't it?
Not really. I mean, a lot of these big companies like Element Vape and Vapor DNA, if they're picking up a tank or a dripper that's got a reviewer's name on it, they're going to choose an American reviewer because they're bigger. Simple as that.
Do you actually find out how many have been sold in total? Then do you know how many have been sold in total?
It's over 10k so far.
Is it? Bloody hell!
It's over. Well, it's batches of 5,000. So the first batch went out. That was the one with the old. That was the one with the shit screws inside the packaging. Batch 2 has all shipped. They're on to batch 3 now.
Blimey.
So it's definitely shifting. It's definitely shifting.
I'm definitely looking forward to the dual coil, the single coils, and because the single, I get the flavour out of the single coil I get out of a dual coil tank. So if the dual coils, I won't double the flavour, but if it's better flavour than that, I'll be in the element.
The dual coils, it's going to be different. Put it that way.
So it's not like you just took the deck, made it a little bit bigger so you can stick 2 coils in it, and then off you go. It's going to be totally sort of different.
Yeah.
When are we going to see the Kelpie mouth to lung, the one I'm waiting for?
That's going to be after the Kelpie Duel.
Right.
So you'll have to wait.
Dripper first by October this year, hopefully, fingers crossed. Beginning of next year, Kelpie Duel, and then it's the Kelpie mouth to lung, and then it's the Kelpie mod, and that's the whole line finished.
Oof.
It's exciting times, though, isn't it?
It is.
It is. It definitely is.
Yeah. So I would have. Obviously, you were saying yourself about mouth to lung, weren't you? People thought that's what you would have done because you've always been a bit of a mouth to lung yourself, haven't you?
Yeah.
But
well, the thing about mouth to lung is it's not a big market.
Yeah.
I'm just being fucking honest here. It's not a big market. It really isn't compared to what mouth to lung tanks were like back in 2015, 2016, when everyone was doing mouth to lung RTA. But when the stock coil sub-ohm tanks hit, that's when you started to see the rise of direct to lung dual coil rebuildables for tanks, and that those tanks just flew off the shelf. So that's why I'm doing the mouth to lung last, because I'm a capitalist bastard, people, and I'm not just making these tanks for the good of the community. No, I want to make fucking money from them, right? Right, thank you.
But there you go, that's the honesty.
That's
Well,
just being
Of course
honest.
you are, you're there
That's
to make money.
You should
why I'm
make
doing
money
the
out of
mouth to
it.
lung last.
You should make money out of something you design, shouldn't you? If it's out there, it's no good
Yeah.
not making money out of it.
Well,
Nice to see you, Randy
I've
Smith.
done that mistake with the Digiflavor Siren 2, which Simon was mentioning. It was me and two reviewers that came up with the airflow system for that, and we never got a penny. Not a penny.
But you never even got mentioned on the box, did you?
Nah, well, they mentioned it. They mentioned it in the Instagram posts. Airflow designed by me and two Italian blokes. In fact, it was one Italian bloke and a Russian bloke, but
Sounds like a joke, that, doesn't it?
that does.
They're a Scottish bloke and an Italian bloke. All designing airflow. So, we normally do a little bit of news. Now, I didn't actually quite... sorry about that, PUBG. It's the stupid Nightbot. It'll be gone next week again. I got rid of it. It's come back. It took me 12 weeks to get the damn thing on, right? And then I can't even get the damn thing off. It's just my luck. We all know what it's like with me. We do a little bit of news. I didn't have time because obviously I've been at Empire, but I know my wonderful Mr. Coyley has been over in the news box. What have you got for us, Mr. Coyley?
There was a few news stories today, and I tried to pick up one of them, and Vic had picked up about the vape shops, so I'll maybe touch on that one. But the other one that's sort of linked to that, I'm going to play around with something tonight as well. Because
Don't
are you
think
two going to mess?
arrested
Are you?
for that.
No, because there's no splash screen.
You're not going to mess? But yeah, that's going to stop you messing about, isn't it? You've never seen anything. You're going to miss this, Vic. This is something that you miss that usually goes on behind the scenes. So, a Midland Hospital Trust has warned patients and visitors, if you smoke anywhere on our site, you will be fined £50 even in your car. Sandwell and West Birmingham Hospital's NH Trust has brought in a zero tolerance ban, and all smoking shelters are now off limits except for vapors. Bosses are warning that patrols will scour the sites at Sandwell and City Hospitals, dishing out fines to anyone they catch. Kevin Eva from the Trust said smoking kills, so smoking is not allowed on our site. That includes cars parked on our property. Our sites are patrolled by wardens backed up by CCTV to prevent smoking. If you are caught smoking on our site, you'll be served a fine of £50. The Trust has also announced, which is the thing that Vic mentioned in his WhatsApp, and it's been on Facebook and stuff like that. The Trust has also announced that vape shops have opened on the sites in a bid to cut smoking. Smoking enforcement officers started patrolling the site on July the 5th and work alongside staff, including security staff, to challenge people smoking on site. Cameras to support the policy are in place. They said the outlets are run by e-cig Wizard at Sandwell General Hospital in West Bromwich and Birmingham City Hospital. Using e-cigarettes outside is allowed on condition it takes place away from doorways, while smoking shelters have been converted into vaping areas. Goes on another few lines, but there's nothing much more to.
I just think it's a fantastic idea.
I think it's going back to what you said, Vic, about the hospitals out in the vape shops. It can only be a good thing, isn't it? And I suppose to a certain extent, has anybody got an excuse for smoking? No, they can go to a vape shop and buy an e-cigarette to get them past that time while they're either in hospital or while they're visiting somebody.
Yeah, but we still need one policy throughout all the NHS trusts, don't we? Because they're all so different. We still need one policy. Different. Yeah, one policy.
If I remember rightly, e-cig Wizard was the one that we did the trio kit for, wasn't it? It was Vaptio and e-cig Wizard that worked together on that.
I think it was, yep. I think it was.
I just think it's an absolute fantastic idea. The next, obviously, stage is to the old smoking rooms. We're talking about that, is to turn them into vaping rooms. Because I think it's one of the horriblest things to see ever when you drive past a hospital and you've got people with drips and on machines, and they've had to drag them all that way out
outside,
to go and have a cigarette.
Yeah,
Where if you're going to say to them, well, look, you go down there, they might even give them money off vouchers and stuff like that. If you go down to the vape shop, you can actually do it at outside the door as long as you're far enough away.
Well, it was over, I think, 12 months ago, maybe even 18 months ago, that the advice to the hospitals was to bring back the old rooms. You know, they had the smoking room, lounge, as a vape lounge, and also allow patients in single bed rooms to be able to vape. Now, they still haven't made a move on that, have they, even though they've been asked to sort of look at that.
You've got, I'll tell you what, to say how close that we are to the Americans and stuff like that, you've got to look how different we are to them. It's just massively, it's chalk and cheese, isn't it? You've got one stamping all over it and one that's embracing it.
Well, in America, it's all about the money because the states are going bankrupt. That's why.
I was watching your WhatsApp, Vic, and the thing that always strikes me whenever I watch your WhatsApp is how much detail you go into in these things. So, you know, when I look at the news stories, I'll sort of read the cover news story, but the information that you have on any of this stuff, when you're talking about all the states and you're talking about bonds and things like that, you know, you must have an absolute wealth of information stashed.
I like
in your head.
Yeah, I like reading a lot. Kills the time up in the studio as well when I'm waiting in fucking videos in code and just bring up vaping post or something, have a good long read. But yeah, there's a lot of states that are teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, and the trouble is with some of these states, like California, they're called sovereign states. Somebody actually explained this. I think it was Dyer thing actually explained it in more detail down in the comments. And these bigger states, the United States cannot afford to let them fail, because here's the thing. See, if you take California by itself, just get California and imagine the big earthquake happened and California went la 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 la, and everybody magically survived the big earthquake. So California is now an independent country away from the United States. Do you realize California's income is within the top 5 per capita, country based?
Great.
So if California was separated from the United States per capita would drop down out of the top 5 and California would go up to replace them.
Yeah.
They cannot afford to let California go bankrupt. They just can't, because if California goes down, it will take the rest of the states with it.
Yeah.
So
Well, like
that's why you've got San Francisco saying, "Oh, fucking ban e-cigs, keep buying your tobacco, ban fucking e-cigs." Now it looks as if Los Angeles is going down the exact same road, and that's where Grim Green stays. And if Los Angeles goes down, California's after.
Yeah.
California's after it.
And it's all down to the master agreement in it, and them spending the money in advance.
Bonds, master settlement agreement, tax income, the whole fucking lot.
A lot of them,
and a little bit sprinkled on top of that with the healthcare system over in the United States. That's why, thank fuck, I live in the UK.
You've got to think as well, they're about 10 years into spending the money in advance, aren't they? Maybe more.
Yeah.
And exactly like what you're saying, if you imagine the government have then got to try and bail out all these places. It's a little bit like ours, but in a smaller area. It was like a lot of the councils went to Iceland, didn't they? Obviously, I don't mean the food place.
Yeah, put the money in the bank.
Where mums go to shop.
Yeah, mums go to shop. I don't mean that. I don't mean they've all gone round and spent the money on them frozen tiger prawns. You know what I mean? I meant Iceland. Yeah, they ain't got the boar sausages. But yeah, they put all the money out over to Iceland, didn't they? And Iceland were giving money out willy-nilly to everybody on loans and stuff. And they didn't pay him back, and then
the bank went bust in Iceland. I worked for Salford at the time, and the councils that invested their money in that bank to keep safe because the new cuts were coming along actually lost it. They never got a penny back.
Oh, that's basically what I would say. But they put it in there originally because they were getting a better interest rate. That was the whole point of it. And like I said, they were still. If you remember at that time as well, a lot of Icelandic big businesses was buying a lot of London stuff. You know, like businesses that were down in London, and they all failed as well because it just went pop.
Yeah.
And like you said, none of them got the money back.
Yeah, well, you see, they didn't do the same as us, did they? They didn't create money for nothing, did they? That's what it was.
Yeah. Well, what is money really? You can just print it, can't they?
Well, they can these days. They can because it's not tied to gold anymore.
Yeah, not to the gold standard anymore.
But then the other point, just going back to something that I think was it 2 or 3 weeks ago, you mentioned about America being the sort of country of suing people as well. So all the American people that I think you said you told us that e-cigs were bad and continued smoking, and we're now dying of cancer, and they're going to be suing people left, right, and centre because they're.
You know for a fact it's going to happen, Simon. You know for a fact that there is going to be a segment of smokers in the United States that's listening to fucking cockwombles like Stanton Glantz. E-cigs are bad! And that segment of smokers who was put off of using e-cigs to give up smoking, they're going to keep smoking.
Yeah.
They're going to get cancer. They're going to get unwell. And then when the 10 and 15 year, in fact, some of the 10-year studies are already starting to come out now because 2009-ish, that's when some of the long-term studies kicked in. But when some of these longer studies start coming out in 2021, 2022, and it said, yes, the Royal College of Physicians were right, it is 95% safer. You're going to have a segment of smokers in the United States suffering from cancer who was put off from using this because of fake medical reports.
Yeah.
You're going to have Stanton Glantz being sued. You're going to have Stanton Glantz's university up on the dock, and the whole fucking house of cards is just going to go.
Yeah.
It'll happen.
But it's a lot like America, though, isn't it? Because it just takes another 20 years before they find out that they've just lied to them.
Yeah.
And it happens all the time. Do you think
I mean,
they're
hell,
going to
that's what
stand up and fight for it, though, Vic?
That's what happened. That's what happened with the Royal College of Physicians when, in the mid to late 1960s, the Royal College said, "We've linked smoking to lung cancer," and they were the first medical body to do it. It took 15 years before the Americans caught up, and that's how all the lawsuits happened.
Yeah. Yeah, it was late 50s, mid 60s, wasn't it, when they said it were tied to cancer?
1951, I think, was the first report with a link with cancer.
You still keep coming back to this thing about the kids. Somebody sent me a link. It was about a month old. No, it was about 2 months old. About all these organisations writing to all the social media companies saying that we want you to stop promoting e-cigarettes in one way or another because it's going to encourage children to vape. I mean, I'm a parent, and to be honest, given the choice between my kids smoking and vaping, I've got a son and a daughter. Son smoked. It was him that got me into vaping. He smoked. He switched to vaping. But I would much rather my kids, if they were going to do anything, that they vape rather than smoke.
Mm-hmm.
And if vapes out there for younger people to pick up, they're going to start picking up cigarettes. They're going to go smoking because you're not going to change that. Whether it's vaping, whether it's cigarettes, whether it's alcohol, whether it's drugs, whether it's whatever. They are going to do something one way or another, and if the option is there to have something that's 95% safer, then for me, as a parent, I would be much happier that they did that.
Well, it's like what Vic says. It's all about the kids. Save the kids. It's all about the kids.
Think of the children!
So, but what they also have been putting out there is obviously smoking's down, and they've also been saying that the teens the kids are down on smoking as well. But they then have to follow it back up with 1 in 4's tried vaping or 1 in 3's tried vaping. They've always got to put that little negative spin on it. But you've got to think between the ages of 11 and 15, 16, the amount of kids that tried smoking by that point anyway. Yeah. They're probably still doing now, but not as many. Like you said, they're probably trying the vape, but it's just what kids do.
I mean, it's historically it must have been. I know probably not so much now because you've got the likes of Sainsbury's and everywhere else selling e-cigs. But it must be more difficult, apart from buying it online. It must be. But we've had this conversation about online before. There's got to be an element of control from the parents that they're not able to go online and buy things online.
Yeah, you've got to have control of your children.
Yeah, but for buying vape stuff, up until recently, you had to go into a vape shop. So, and I'm sure. I'm probably assuming here, but you would assume that vape shops are probably more responsible than your local corner shop who's selling cigarettes and stuff like that. They're going to take or have a bit more control of who they sell e-cigs to, as opposed to your corner shop who's going to sell cigarettes and alcohol and whatever else.
A new shop's just opened locally to me. We went to. It's one of these shops where I'm not obviously going to name them. It's one of these shops where you go in, but they've got like the foreign sort of foods, and I quite like them. You know, where different types of sausages and meats and things like that. You know, I like a different type of sausage now and again.
That's Morrison's for Salford. That's foreign food. It's Yorkshire.
I finished off. I bought my stuff, and the bloke says, "Do you want any cigarettes?" He was selling cigarettes under the counter.
Oh, ho, ho.
And you know they're going to be snide, or they're going to be ones that he's probably imported, because all this stuff that he's got is obviously being imported. So in between the pickles and the sausages, they've probably got some Marlboro poo on in there or something. You know what they're selling out? I couldn't believe it.
It's like the old video vans, isn't it? That used to come around, going slightly off topic. You go in to get your video, and I'm going back to the old days of when it was VHS and Betamax. Did you have the video van came around to you?
Yeah,
yeah. You get your videos. I've got some videos under the counter. Do you want one of these from under the counter?
What, you used to get your blueies, did you?
Yeah,
No, I didn't. I was a good boy.
He did. Look, he's gone red now.
No.
Look how red he's gone. Look.
Well, you all know he's into his midget porn. under the counter stuff, that's exactly what you need. They're the ones that people need to be, and I think that's what happened with vaping as well, won't it? It'll all go underground.
Oh, well, in the US, it won't over here.
Yeah, there'll be a massive black market for it in the US. Because under.
That's the worst thing that can happen. Absolutely, without doubt. It's that, you know, we said before about you start getting people making juice in their bathtubs. I know people do it themselves now, but actually making it in the bathtubs to sell, and sell at a premium as well.
Yeah.
Everybody seems to be winding Nightbot up with all the symbols as well. Nightbot's going to like completely explode in a minute. He's going, just stop it! just leave it alone. So you have, don't worry about it. TBD. Just don't put any emojis. You'll be fine, brother. I'm going to say this all night, aren't I? Right then, Salford. Have we got any more news?
Salford.
Salford.
You're doing the news now,
Coily.
Salford.
I was looking at him. I was looking at
Right,
his
because
eyes.
he was looking at one that looks oldest of the lot of us. That's what it was.
So there was one which I sort of picked up on, but the story that I read was in the Times, and I have to subscribe to the Times to see the full story. So I had to get another story, but it didn't have the same title. But the title on the original story was Imperial Brands. It was something like drops dividend target growth to expand vaping products. That was the title, and it was basically about Imperial, you know, sort of changing their.
What they're saying there as well is they're dropping the prices of dividends. They're on about buying them back, aren't they, at a cheaper price?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, if you read the whole article.
Yeah, but they say it was in the Times, and it was basically saying that there were. I'll just talk amongst yourselves while I find the appropriate bit. But it said, while traditional sales of cigarettes have been declining in developed markets, e-cigarettes have also come under regulatory scrutiny following a surge in teenage use of the devices. The company's shares, which have tumbled more than 17% so far this year, as the wider industry suffered from an increased investor focus on ethical investments, rose 2.2%. But it said that whatever they were doing, and I said it's really frustrating because I can't see it, and I'm not paying bloody 30 quid or whatever it was for the Times subscription. But it was basically saying, you know, we're changing the way we're doing things around dividends, basically to target vaping products as opposed to tobacco products.
It's massive what they're going to start. Do you think there's going to be a tax over here on vaping?
It will happen eventually, but it won't happen until the shit show known as Brexit's over with, and it won't happen until after the next general election.
But I said, I think was it I was with Sean tonight, and I said I would much rather if it came to the UK, became like more like the States or somewhere else where it was more restricted. I would rather pay a bit of tax, not a massive amount of tax, but I would rather pay some tax on e-cigarettes, whether it be liquid or products or whatever, if it makes it more acceptable, it makes it more viable for the country to continue to invest in that sort of stuff. I would rather pay a bit of tax on stuff.
Is it 98% at one place on top of
Vermont, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Vermont.
That is just ridiculous. I wonder who come up with it. I tell you what, we don't want to go for the full 100%, but I tell you what, if we knock it down a couple, it doesn't sound as bad. It's like when you buy something for it's like when you buy something for $6.99, you think, oh, that's a bargain, but if it was £7, you go, nah, I can't afford that. Isn't it? Who come up with the actual figure? I tell you what, no, we'll go 95 because it's safer than 98. But no, sorry, we'll go to 98. That's what we'll have. What? That's just a ridiculous amount.
Yeah, but say the UK was sensible and said, right, we'll put 5% or even 7% tax on vaping products, but we'll use that money to invest in promotion and stuff like that through GP surgeries and chemists and dentists and all that sort of stuff. For me, I would be happy to buy that.
Yeah, but you know as well as I know, though, it's like the 10p bag tax. That 10p is not going back to save the world. That's going back into coffers to go and fight other people's wars. That's where it's going. It's not like they're suddenly going to go and sort out the plastic part of it, are they?
No, I suppose not. But
you don't even know where the money's going.
No. It never goes into what you think it goes into.
It's not like they've got. I tell you what, it's like a saving schemes at the local working men's club. Like we're going to put it down for children's trip. All them 10 pences that they're taking off you for a bag for life. I've got more bags for life now than I had before. I used to have them little thin ones. I've got bags for life. I've got hundreds of them. I just pay 10 pence instead.
Yeah, but you have them, that's the problem. You have them in the car. Every time we go to the supermarket, Helen will say, before I leave, you've got the plastic bags, yeah, they're in the back of the car. I always get out of the car, go to the supermarket, and shit, I've left the plastic bags in the car. Yeah. And I'm not going back now, so we've got a trolley full of shopping, so I'm going to have to pay for more plastic bags.
The other thing as well is I look fat enough. The last thing I need is 3 bags for life stuffed in my jacket, making me look even wider before I've even got to the shop. You've got nowhere to put your keys, you've got nowhere to put your mod, you haven't got anything, and you can't carry them empty, can you? Because when you carry empty plastic bags, you've got that feeling that you need to skip. Because they're just in the wind.
Why did they not stick with the old idea? I know this isn't vaping, like Sainsbury's, in fact, a lot of the supermarkets at one point started giving you those plastic, like the plastic boxes. You had your own plastic boxes, didn't you? I think you paid like £1 for them, something like that, when they first started out. And
I'll tell you the reason why I wouldn't do that, because like the bus companies, they'd start charging you for an extra seat. Because they'd do out bus companies to get an extra £1 or something off you. You can't really walk around with a great big box, can you, if you're not in your car?
No, but that wasn't the point. Most people go to the supermarket in the car, don't they? Most people would go shopping in the car, unless you get your shopping delivered. They go and do the shopping in the car. So if you have the option to have plastic bags still then, but you have the option to have the big plastic boxes as well. And you basically just hoiked your shopping into the plastic boxes. And I think Tesco's, you could scan it yourself as you're going around as well, so you didn't have to empty it all out at the end. It was great. It was a brilliant idea. And then they just scrapped it. Asda now are stopping doing plastic bags altogether. Home delivery. Not that Asda have ever had plastic bags anyway. We get or we used to get our shopping delivered from Asda. Every week they came without plastic bags. He turns up at the door. I'm in a rush, and you've got to empty all these cans of beans and God knows what else out individually, bring them into the house and keep going bloody backwards and forwards.
Also with them, you're trying to check if you've got all your stuff, because we did it for a while. Think, we'll get it delivered. And then what they do is, if they haven't got that item in, they give you another item. So just say you wanted a set of baked beans, then they give you some surf washing up liquid for it instead. It's like, that's nothing like baked beans. Why would I want that as well?
A lot of them now have a tick box for no alternatives.
But their alternatives are a little bit weird, isn't it? If it's not there, we'll just stick something else in.
Never have alternatives. Never have alternatives.
It's like they've got somebody called Walter in back. That'll do. Put that in there. Be fine. He wanted some haddock. We'll just stick some fish fingers in there. They're exactly the same. Well, they are really, aren't they? Right, we'll get off the actual sort of bag sort of deal of it. I've got a question for Vic. Obviously, you had a wonderful time in Stuttgart, especially trying to get there. You did a bit of a Phileas Fogg and went around the world in 80 days or 80 vapes. It was trains, planes, and automobiles, wasn't it? Really?
It was. Fucking hell.
The only thing it didn't turn into, obviously, you getting into bed with Crisco, and I hope that's not my hand. Obviously, both of you was very impressed with the way that expo was set out. Do you think that is going to be the future, maybe of our Birmingham expo? Because there is news as well that the jam is maybe not going to happen in Liverpool. Do you think that's the way forward?
I think it will be. I know that Jay Cox, the organizer, the head guy to do with the Birmingham Expo, he runs a vape shop as well. He actually went over to the Hall of Vape on business to business, which is the day that me, Chris, and them weren't there. We were there for the 2 public days. So Jay and I think it was someone from Vape Around and someone from VapeTube, all 3 of them were in to have a look at the Hall of Vape, how it was organised, how it was planned, and then they left before the public day. So I'm hoping at least that the UK Expo, the organisers of the UK Expo came back with a few ideas. They might not implement it for October, because that's way too soon if you think about it. The floor plan's already laid out for October and they're taking the bookings now. But hopefully they're going to implement something for next May, because the way I see it, the UK Vapor Expo's got a very, very big problem, and I said this in the special as well, because there was some Chinese companies that were turning around to me on Saturday and saying, Vic, we don't know if we're going to be at Expo next May, because we're going to be here. And if you look at what's happened with the timing, the UK Expo next May is on the first bank holiday. May, it's always in the first bank holiday. But Hall of Vape is now 2 weeks ahead. It used to be at the end of May, now it's the middle of May. So there's only a 2-week gap between the UK Expo and the one over in Germany. And there's vendors saying, we don't know if we're going to be there in May, because the way that Hall of Vape was ran, the way it was organised, the way it was laid out, the way it was policed was fucking 10 times better than anything that the UK Expo's offered so far.
You were saying about the security there as well, weren't you?
Oh yeah.
Was the plain closed ones just wandering around as well, checking that everything?
It was plain. You see, I'm an ignorant bastard when it comes to looking at people. It's like, oh look, there's a bloke with a shirt and t-shirt, and then Chris, I think it was Chris actually. Chris noticed it first. Chris said, look at the ear. They had an earpiece in, a see-through earpiece with that little cord going around there. Their security in plain clothes.
Because
that's what you want, though, isn't it? That's what you want. I mean, how many people had stuff lifted over the last few years?
I know.
TVP took his first one there, didn't they?
That's right.
Yeah, did you? And also in our reviewers area, we never used to use. It was set up for us before, but we never really used it. But this time round we used it because obviously Vape Around were kindly, and also VapeTube. They made sure it were all sorted for us. But even there, where our people were, there was a couple of things were lifted from there, weren't there?
Yeah, I think Roy lost a tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think somebody else had a smart kit lifted as well. I don't know who the fuck would want to steal a smart kit, but somebody stole a smart kit as well.
Also, there's been the last 2 expos, which is really strange. There's been a couple of scuffles as well, or confrontations.
Yeah.
Which obviously the ones we've been to before, there was nothing like that. Everybody were nice and friendly. But the last few, there's been a bit of drama, and one stall got smashed up in the last October, and so the extra security, because only one in Expo is the yellow jackets sort of walk around, don't they?
Yeah, and you can see them for miles away. And the trouble is with the yellow jackets, if someone's up to something and it's like, oh, yellow jacket, but plain clothed security on a regular circuit, like every 2 or 3 minutes, that's what I was counting at least, between staff, organisers and security. Roughly every 2.5 to 3 minutes there was some member of staff or security walking round. There was a couple of mods stolen, but nowhere near the amount you see happening over at the UK Expo. Nowhere near it.
TBD got a pod kit lifted as well.
Yep.
And obviously one of the big stories as well was the gentleman who went up and nicked a couple of the kits.
Oh, and he got caught because he had the branded shirt, the fucking idiot.
He had his Facebook group in his name. And then obviously he sent him a message saying you need to come back and pay for these kits, and he's like, I've only got 40 quid left. He says, well, leave the 40 quid at the stand and bring the kits back.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing though,
that is.
See, I don't know about you. Plenty of times I've wandered round and there's been people at juice stores, and what you do is you put your mod down and you try their juice, and then you put that back and then you walk off. And there's plenty of times I've gone to them behind the back of it, somebody's left the mod.
Yeah.
You should do it. I know when I was at Expo, I looked like a complete twat with my what's
No
it around my
comment.
neck?
Lanyard.
Yeah, lanyard around my neck with me. I have the little Lost Vape. No, it's not Lost Vape, is it? It's made by Lost Vape, but it's not called Lost Vape. With that, my mod stuck on the end of it, but I never put my mod down. It was always around my neck. And like I said, for looking like a twat for 2 days, I'm not bothered. I was quite happy.
Well, that's what
What's your
I went.
excuse rest at time?
Sorry,
What's your excuse rest at time?
same as yours, Salford.
I get this, Vic. I get this every week. These two, they're at it every week.
We're
They're
not
like a
at
married
it.
couple.
We're not at it, Aidan. That I can assure you.
It's bad enough that he comes over the borderline into my sort of area.
Tell me
That's
about
why
it. It's bad enough
for
having
2
to do
days
that.
a week.
So in terms of the expo, and you're saying about how the German one, Vic, how it was laid out, what made that better than like the UK one?
The aisles were wider, things were planned out a hell of a lot better. And it was in 2 separate halls. All the noisy bastards were in the juice hall, and the hardware hall was fucking silent.
Was it?
Silent, no music at all.
The last couple of expos has been a reduced amount of people, haven't they, been there?
Yeah.
Do you think it's coming it's had its peak here in the UK? And with that
Well, I mean-
one in Germany coming up and people seeing that's going to sway the difference?
I think one of the big reasons that the footfall for the UK Vapor Expo was going in, I mean, you look at it, in 2017 and 2018 you had Vape Jam, which was far bigger than the fucking sorry excuse that Vape Jam popped up this year. You had the meet in Doncaster, you had Vape Fest, you had the meet in Manchester. There was about 7 or 8 relatively bigger vape meets in the UK between 2017 and 2018. One of the reasons that a lot of people stopped going to expos because they concentrated on the smaller events. But this year, Jam's fallen apart. I don't think that's even going to be on next year, man. I don't think it's going to be here next year. The Doncaster meet's gone. The Manchester meet's gone. The London meet's gone. Vape Fest isn't on, and the only one that's left with any kind of organisation is the UK Vapor Expo. I think you're going to see
Bigger numbers.
massive footfall for the one coming up in October.
Right. So basically, we had too many meets, didn't we, in the short term?
We did.
And that's what happened. I'm hoping it's not because a lot of people are seeing the German one and saying, that's where I want to head to. I mean, they had that Modders Gallery, they had all that lot all separate and what have you, fantastically set out. Something has to be different here, doesn't it, to get people in there.
But I mean, what the UK Vapor Expo need to do, and I think this is the secret why the Hall of Vape was so damn popular, because Vaptio had Aiden on a big screen.
I were next to you, though. I were next to you.
Yeah, it was both of us actually. It was doing repeats between both our reviews for the same
that were
thing.
ace, that. And you were there. I messaged him, obviously, all the crap that he'd gone through. He says, "Oh, and by the way, you're and I was in your vlog as well. By the way, you're on the big screen again," which was quite good. It's quite international, aren't we? International.
Yeah, international
reviewers. But yeah, I love the idea of that, of where they split it. So you've got a juice end where you can have all that zebra juice shouting.
Yeah.
And then you can go and look at the shinies and talk to people.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
That Modders Gallery though. There was a few occasions I was tempted to whip out the fucking business credit card, but I knew for a fact if I started doing that, I would go back to a fucking bankrupt company. So I went, nope.
TBD says, so Vic, would you say Germany would be a better option for reviewers?
No. And here's why. Because Germany does things the same way that the American meets do it. You go to an American meet, a classic example is the meet that went on, I think it was last weekend, where Mike Vapes, in fact it might even be this weekend coming, where Mike Vapes is organising a reviewers lounge. You go to ECC, you go to NVE, and you look at the material, the promotional material, and it's like come and meet Mike Vapes, come and meet Jay Hayes, come and meet Zophie, come and meet this, come and meet that. The same thing happened over in Germany, but the emphasis was in some, and I had no idea how big some of these German reviewers are.
Same with the Russians as well, isn't it?
Yeah, you're talking hundreds of thousands of subs. And it was like, come to Hall of Vape, come and meet this German reviewer, Phil Basardo, big orange tube, Dimitri, who's a nice fella. But you go to Hall of Vape, you might be recognised, but I'll be honest, probably not, because I was recognised. It's not like UK Vapor Expo, which is our stomping ground. Every 2 or 3 minutes it's like, how you doing, Vic? That must have happened over in Germany about 5 or 6 times over the whole weekend. The emphasis at the Hall of Vape is for the German reviewing scene. Yeah. And that's the way it should be, to be honest.
Yeah, because it's their homegrown, isn't it?
It's their home turf. Yep, it's their home turf.
Is that going to be hit when I was on Mark's show on Sunday night with Dimmy? Dimmy was saying that obviously Belgium is hit very big on regulation of selling stuff. He said they can't even vape in the shops. They're not allowed to vape in the vape shops over there. But you said Germany as well. Now Germany's clamping right down on it and putting more regulation in place.
No, they're not. It's the exact opposite.
Yeah, they're whipping some, aren't they?
Yeah, Germany got rid of the 2 mil tank capacity last year.
I remember reading that.
Yeah, so I was over there, me and Chris, and there was a bunch of German folks staying at the same hotel as us. You know that Brunhilde tank that I reviewed? The fucking huge bastard.
Yeah.
There was people with that fucking huge, unstacked mechs. So the thing was like this fucking long, and that was like, that's my normal setup. Are you insane? But there was people using, there was loads of people using the Steam Crave Aromizer Titan with the extension glass, with the Steam Crave Titan mod. It was all big tanks over there, huge tanks.
That sounds like they're walking around with Olympic torch.
Yeah, it does. Some of them were.
Germany tried to write out the 2 mil limit anyway, didn't they, right from the start?
Yeah.
Of the TPD. That was one of the things they didn't agree with.
They did not like it. They didn't like it over in Germany. The German government basically forced the 2 mil tank capacity in, but they get that much blowback from it. They lifted it last year.
Yeah. So this is something else I raise as well. We hear all this about America, and you hear bits about sort of Belgium and Germany, but you don't hear much from the rest of Europe. So you don't hear about Spain, Italy, Greece, France, all those places. You hear very little about the regulation there, what's being done, whether it's being promoted, whether it's been over-regulated or anything like that. You hear very little from the rest of Europe.
Normally, Greece and Spain, they don't get monkeys, do they? It was like when the smoking ban and they brought in, everybody was still smoking all in the bars, weren't they? They just didn't get monkeys.
Yeah, they've got regulations, but they don't enforce it half the time.
You can't buy stuff. I mean, I go on holiday to Lanzarote. You cannot.
Greece couldn't be asked to get their own taxes, could they?
Yeah. I think there's two vape shops. I think in the whole of Lanzarote. One in the capital and one in not Playa de las Americas. That's Tenerife.
Yeah, because I think Spain hammered vape shops with a fucking huge tax.
Right.
And that's what shut a lot of them down.
I've thought about maybe going over there for something a little bit different. It sounded absolutely fantastic. Obviously, your experience didn't help with somebody defecating themselves in the... that is just so funny.
Well, the thing is, you won't need to go to Mordor Airport, better known as Edinburgh Airport. You could probably get a flight from Manchester.
Yeah, or Doncaster.
Or Doncaster, yeah.
So, most importantly, how much are the hotels in Germany?
Depends. I mean, the hotel that we were put up in with Vape around, it's a bit like Germany's version of the Premier Inn.
Right.
It's a little bit like Germany's version of the Premier Inn, so relatively cheap stay. The bar was a bit lacking though, although the beer was fucking nice, but spirits was a bit lacking at the back. But yeah, they do have their version of the Premier Inn over there. The only major cost you're going to have to swallow is transport.
Yeah.
That's going to be the problem.
Perhaps we should have a vape Jolly Boys outing, you know, like they did on Only Fools and Horses. We get a bus and we get on the ferry and go across to Germany on a bus. It'd be good.
Well, I mean, look at Andy. Andy drove there. Fucking insane. Andy Summerfield, he drove there. I don't know how he could do it. Honestly, don't know.
They were.
Now Nightbot's now wanted to get. You're not allowed capital letters. He's making his own rules up. Nightbot is not. I've not told Nightbot to do any of this. It's making its own rules up now. What's happening? Where's that come from? Don't put. Stop spamming caps.
Yeah, when you put too many capital letters in.
Yeah, that's right, balls. The bratwurst. Oh God, it was so good. There was it's a little like diner at the very back of one of the halls. The bratwurst and chips they were serving. Oh my fucking God, it was gorgeous. It
You're
really
not Salford.
was gorgeous.
You like a big sausage, don't you?
Yeah, I do. That's what
That's
she said.
Salford, I say. Yeah.
No, Simon, he's on about a different kind of sausage, you see. You know, it's just the way his mind is over there. He can't help it. You know, he's got to think of things that look like a phallus all the time. You know, what
Like
can
you.
say?
That's a big one.
I totally agree with you, Josh. F off Nightbot. I say I'm going to sort every week. I've actually took it off my channel.
Well, obviously you haven't, because it's still working.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
he's stalking me. I've got a Nightbot stalker. So yeah, it looks a good thing. Now I have heard, obviously Birmingham. The other big thing that I think Birmingham Expo, the NEC, is quite out the way. Somebody was saying there's a bigger venue actually inside Birmingham itself. You know, like near the town centre.
The thing is, though, that you're talking about Birmingham city centre. The parking there is going to be fucking atrocious.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
And very expensive.
Yeah.
We need one
Hall of Vape was at the Stuttgart Messe, which, I mean, okay, where our hotel was, it's right in the edge of the suburb of Stuttgart. You can actually walk out from the hotel you were staying in, and literally a 2-minute walk round the corner, you're looking at old German buildings. But the actual Messe, it was the same as the UK Vapor Expo. It's a complex in the middle of fucking nowhere. There's a problem. I mean, you look, classic example, what they done with Vape Jam in London Centre. Hold on. London City Centre, the parking there was, oh boy.
Yeah.
They need to bring up north. We need a vape show, not like a proper big one. But then venues, we're struggling for venues up north, aren't we? So Manchester Arena, but then that's crappy for parking as well, isn't it? That's an arena. That'd be bloody expensive. We don't. In fact, just think about it. We
Plenty
don't
of parking, though.
Yeah, but
Plenty
there's
of parking.
yeah, but we don't have anywhere like the NEC up north, do we?
I'm trying to advertise some parking there, because quite a few of the car parks there are owned by family. So, you know, there's plenty of parking down there.
Owned by family.
Yeah.
Your family.
Yeah. Members of my family.
Ha!
Always out
removed
to make a
Nightbot.
quid.
Are you sure you've removed Nightbot?
Well, I've just clicked on its thing. I thought, well, you know, I can remove people. If I click on its little icon, I can just remove it as a moderator, can't I?
Yeah.
Let's find out.
Let's find out. People just put loads of emojis in. That's it.
Vic's done it for you.
Vic's done it already.
No, there we go.
What, it's got you again?
Yeah.
Can I still type though?
I think
Oh,
I've got
I can
about
still
14 Nightbots.
Yeah, I can still type. I'm not timed out anymore.
No.
What?
Nightbot's becoming AI.
Wait there. You're all commenting now. Hey, everybody's putting emojis in.
Yeah,
That's
I think
what I
it's
like
just-
to see.
Yeah,
Piss Nightbot.
it's just warning, but it's not timing people out anymore.
Oh, great. Well, have lots of fun with it. Have lots and lots of fun with it.
It just hates you, Aidan.
I think it hates everybody at the
Pat
moment.
Wallace Nightbot, I'm way happy now. Go for it. So, we are getting to that wonderful hour of 9 o'clock. It has been absolute loads of fun to have you on. It's always a pleasure, Vic, and thank you so much for coming on the show.
Anytime, Aidan.
Honestly, it's always a pleasure, mate. And we all are bated breath, can't wait for the new Kelpie.
Which
And
one?
we are...
The mouth to lung for me.
Well, there's that many coming out now, isn't there?
Yeah.
Dick, I meant to ask. Actually, there's two questions I've got for you. One was when you were talking about mouth to lung. Are you still as strong a mouth to lung user as you used to be, or are you more subarm now than mouth to lung?
I still mouth to lung for the first hour or so in the office, 12, 16 milligrams. I don't punch a kitten and set fire to a puppy. But then then after that I go on to stop coil sub-ohm. But yeah, I still mouth to lung in the mornings. Always in the mornings.
And then the second question, most importantly, Jeremy or Boris?
God, it's like asking who do you want to look after your child, Fred or Mary West? Jesus God, it would need to be the lesser between the two evils, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Boris is a loose cannon. He's a loose cannon. I would rather see Jacob Rees-Mogg up there.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But
I sort of particularly, because it doesn't matter who you have up there, it's all going to be a shower of shite. But I just think having Boris there, at least we're going to have the fun bit of it, because you can tell with the whole way he's done his campaign as well. You know, there's somebody behind him going, just don't say a fucking thing.
Yeah.
Don't open your mouth. If they say anything, go away from the question.
Yeah.
There's definitely, he's probably Ian Duncan Smith or something, because isn't he supporting him or something? Isn't he his campaign manager? So that's why they said, don't go on any of them shows. Don't go on any of them shows. It's like me going on a charity stream, absolutely hammered. Just don't let him on. Don't go on any of them shows. just don't.
The one thing I will say, the one thing I like about Boris is he says it how it is. There's no holds barred, and anything to get away from this bloody snowflake society for me is a good thing. I think, like you said, and it's if it does all go to shit, you'll have a bit of fun before it does all go to shit.
I think it's going to be an interesting general election myself, because I don't think you normally 9 out of 10 times it's normally between Labour and Conservative, maybe with the Lib Dems pushing up. I think it's going to be very, very interesting what this country feels, because they're so split, aren't they?
They are. That is. Yeah.
And whether they deliver actually Brexit in the end, I don't know. What do you think? They think they'll do it, or?
I think they will.
If they don't do it, you're looking at a case of the possibility of a civil war.
It'll go back to
also somebody prosecuting the government for not going through the will of the people, which is what they're there for.
Exactly. If they do it, I can guarantee you that once Brexit happens, which it probably will on October the 31st, within 2 years, Scotland will be independent.
Do you think?
I can guarantee it. It's going to happen.
You see, I'm sort of conflicted with this, because I would like Scotland to remain part of the UK. So me as an Englishman, I would like Scotland to remain part of the UK. But I respect the Scottish for having that nationalist sort of patriotism, the Scottish patriotism, to want to do that. I don't like Nicola Sturgeon. I can't stand Nicola Sturgeon. But
yeah, wee Jimmy Cranky.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just annoying.
But you see the Scots who are really behind it. It's the patriotic part of it. That's why I really. But I have to class myself as a patriotic Englishman.
It's not just that, but Scotland as a country is being dragged into Brexit, and Scotland as a country voted to remain, not to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And we voted to remain by a fucking big margin. Big margin. I personally voted to leave because I think fucking the European Union's just slowly coming into a communist state, if you ask me. I voted to leave, but Scotland as a nation voted, I think it was something like 65% to remain. And we are being dragged in to leave by a parliament down south in England that can't even organise a piss up in a fucking brewery.
But see, we talk
within 2 years.
We talk about the Irish border. What will happen then if they do? The Scottish-English border. That'll be interesting.
Fucking can of worms.
There was a film, wasn't there, a few years ago about Scotland being walling itself off from the rest of the UK. They built a massive, great big wall. I can't remember what it's called now, but
Adrian tried that one.
Adrian tried that, didn't he? Obviously, with if Scotland do go on their own, there's a lot of things that need to be sorted out, and it's obviously is it going to be financially viable? Because I think the EU have said that they wouldn't accept them on their own, would they?
Nah, they wouldn't. We'd need to go through the whole EU process again, but I think it would be financially viable.
Would they be wanting? Would they obviously then if England suddenly just went, oh, I'll tell you what, we'll not subsidise anything up there, no free prescriptions, no all that sort of stuff. That's going to be changing the way the country is at the minute. Obviously, your universities as well, they don't have to pay for that either, do they?
But here's the thing though, Scotland has been paying in more than we've been taking for the past 25 years. Think about it. All that oil up in the North Sea. And here's the thing. When Indie Ref was going on, you had politicians like Rees-Mogg saying, oh well, the oil is going to run out, you know. It's going to run out in 2025, Scotland. You're going to have to remain in the United Kingdom so we can pat you on the head and say, oh. So everyone said the oil's going to run out in 2025. One fucking day after the result came out, Rees-Mogg, the same guy, said, oh, it wasn't 2025 because I just forgot about something. We found 3 new oil fields in the North Sea, enough to keep the North Sea oil going for the next 150 years. The lying, two-faced bastard.
The only trouble is, though, is the price of oil has dropped so dramatically.
Yeah, it's all over the place. Well, it's not just oil. The whiskey exports was something like £17.2 billion a year, just on whiskey. Then you've got fishing, you've got tourism alone in Scotland. Tourism for Scotland far outweighs tourism down south in England. There's a lot of income up here. There's a lot of income. Silicon Glen as well, which is our version of Silicon Valley over in California. That's a load of income as well. So another thing you need to remember as well, the population of Scotland is less than the population of London. London's got 7.5 million people living in it. Scotland's only got 6 million, so there's less people, but more money coming in. It's all worked out.
But obviously, in the way there'd be the taxes, obviously the waters as well, you'd have to sort that out as well, wouldn't you?
We'd need to sort everything out. I mean,
because
our own water.
How much of that North Sea is classed as yours, and how much is it classed as ours?
Three quarters of it's within Scottish territory, a quarter's under English territory.
Be interesting.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun.
Because obviously then you'd have to have a passport to get to Scotland, monetary. You wouldn't be able to keep the pound either, would you?
Nah, we need to come up with our own currency.
So then, obviously, that currency's then got to stand up, hasn't it? It's a little bit. You might have £70 billion coming in, but yours might not be worth as much. You know, like if you go to Spain, or as you used to.
Well, what would probably happen is Scotland would probably end up falling under the euro. That's what probably would happen. Eventually, we'd end up falling under the euro.
Yeah, it's quite simple to go, right, I'll tell you what, we'll not have anything to do with it, and we'll just create our own currency and we'll call it the Scottish pound, and it's not as simple as that. You can't just suddenly get a currency and then it actually float on the actual markets.
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff.
You could have like a Scottish pound, but your Scottish pound could be worth 60 pence to our pound. Well, we've gone all political at the end. We stayed away from it for ages. And I think that was Mr. Coyley's fault.
Just before we go, that's my. I don't know if you can see that or not.
Battery's nearly gone.
Oh wow, it's almost flat.
Yeah, and that's not even one tenth.
You need to get yourself the Sagelli. You need to get yourself the Sagelli Rocket. Looks the same as that.
I saw.
Yeah, same as that. 25 watts, and the battery life's actually pretty damn good on it.
Is it? See, I'm really into the caliber. That's your fault, actually. But the Caliban is not your fault. I won the Caliban off you. The Caliban is
they were saying about. Of course, we could keep the pound. The pound's actually done by the Bank of England. There isn't actually a treasury, like a bank. It's all come from the Bank of England, isn't it? So if we said we didn't want to keep the pound, they couldn't keep the pound. I think that was one of the biggest arguments in the last when they had
It was a big argument, yeah.
So if England went, you can't keep the pound because it's ours. It's done by our bank, the Bank of England. Am I right about this, aren't I?
Yeah, well, technically speaking, the Scottish pound is governed by the Bank of Scotland, but the pound sterling, which is the real name, pound sterling, the pound sterling is governed by the Bank of England itself. But each individual devolved country, like Wales with the Assembly, Northern Ireland, and Scotland, their individual banks oversee the actual distribution of that country's version of the pound. But the pound sterling, which is what they're all under, governed by the Bank of England.
Will it mean that there's cheap whiskey in Scotland? Because if there is, that'll be the next thing, won't it? We will be able to come over over the border in Scotland, get our cheap whiskey, and then come back.
But technically, it would be because it'd be duty free.
That'd be ace, wouldn't it?
That'll do for me.
Just dipping over the wall.
Chuck over the wall.
So then, we have got one last thing to do before we go. It is Salford's quote of the week, which I have got all sorted, so I can stick his lovely face up. There we go.
Oh, it's Salford's quote of the week.
So you got my bird on. You got my bird on.
Your bird's been on.
Alright, it's good you've written something down then, wasn't it? Right.
You can't do it unless you got it written down, can you, Salford?
No, I can't. Because I've got a head full of things, I can't remember everything, and help you out at the same time. Right, shut up, Simon, please. Do what you can with what you have, where you are. That's what every one of us should be doing. Theodore Roosevelt.
I thought I heard it before.
Yeah, it's not one of mine, Vic. It'd be full of effing and blinding.
So, while you're there, Salford, say your goodbyes, brother.
Right, guys, everybody in chat, without you, we haven't got a show. And, of course, we've had great numbers in because we've got Vic in. Yes, we've had Vic in. And, of course, thank you very much, Vic, for coming on. Much appreciated. And to the Yorkshireman that's not got the cap on, yeah, that's what I was going to do. To the lovely Simon, Mr. Coiler, who still hasn't given us an update on the Coily 2.
No.
And he still isn't doing. He's keeping me very much in the dark. The wonderful Simon, thank you very much. And of course, yo, little bro, without him keeping the show going along, well, you've heard it, just be me and Simon sniping all the time. Because he likes a big sausage.
It's you. No,
you're the one that likes a big sausage. Come on.
I will pass it over to the wonderful Mr. Coily Simon. Oh.
Yes, thank you to everybody in chat. As we always say, without you in chat, there wouldn't be a show, even though I have been so bad, as always, at looking at chat. Thank you to the wonderful Vic for coming on the show. Absolutely fantastic to have you on. Thank you to the old git. He's on my top corner, and it was on your top corner on the screen, Mr. Salford.
Yeah, I have to be up top, don't I?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah, on your big sausage. And thank you to
my big sausage. Stop getting jealous.
I'm not. Never Salford. And to the
never
wonderful.
out your mind. You keep on mentioning it.
And to the wonderful. Stop interrupting. Rude. And to the wonderful Aidan for looking after everything, keeping everything together. I am obviously on my holidays for the next 2 weeks, so.
You said you might be able to phone in from Tenerife.
No, I'm not going to Tenerife. I can phone in from Tenerife. I'll be doing bloody well, so I'm off to Lanzarote. So.
Same thing. Less water.
So yes, I will. I'll try to. Depends how pissed I get.
And over to our wonderful guest, Vic.
Big thanks for having me on, Aidan.
Big
thanks to Simon, big thanks to Salford as well. Don't forget, if you haven't subscribed to Aidan yet, there's the subscribe button down there, and while you're at it, go and subscribe to the other two as well. Although Coily doesn't really do reviews, he makes coiling tools, but subscribe to him anyway. Yeah, fun show, guys. Back over to you, Aidan.
Thank you very much. And don't forget Salford as well. Get over and subscribe to the wonderful Salford. You do some corky reviews, mate. You're an absolute star. A big shout out to our guest. Thank you very much, Vic. It's always lovely to have you on. You know that, mate. Thank you so much. Big love to Salford and Simon. Everybody in chat, you make this show. Thank you very much for joining us. All the spanners as well. Also, a big shout out to my mate Paul McCartney as well. He's nearly at 20,000. I think he's about 150 off. So if you haven't gone and subscribed to him, no, it's 70 off. 70 off. If you haven't subscribed to him, go down and give him a quick subscribe. And don't forget Vic. Obviously, he needs the subs.
Struggling reviewer.
Struggling new reviewer.
Struggling new reviewer. Go over and subscribe to him. But thank you so much to everybody who've made this show. And again, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to join us next week. We'll have a guest on. I'm not quite sure who yet. And we might have some... We have got a guest on, haven't we, next week?
I haven't sorted anything yet.
No. Well, we will do. But we might have an international feel to it as well, because he might be somewhere in Bognor Regis. So, have a great time, people. Look after yourselves, and we'll catch you later. Goodbye.
Bye.
Others. There you go.
Yo, welcome to the Nipple Show, ladies and gentlemen. It is...